say the color black without walking on eggshells.
I say, hold up, cock my glizzy, bang, bang. I said, hold up, cock my glizzy, bang, bang.
You're tuned into Foolery. Make sure to hit the thumbs up button and subscribe. And consider donating with super chats, stickers, memberships, or you can even gift memberships to other chatters. Or use the tips link in the description to write a message for TTS that will be read on stream.
Hit the like button, or you ain't black. And that's a fact. Jack.
Enjoy the show.
Hey yo, what up fools? Today is 2/2/2026. It is 12:33 a.m. Eastern time. Today is 2/2, so we are going to be doing a panel later today. So it's just after midnight, so it's 2/2, but yes, around 8:30 p.m. Eastern time we're going to do a panel. So I will not be streaming until then. I will be doing just a short stream today, just mostly playing video games and watching what little news there is to cover. But there's we will be hosting a panel later. So if you didn't see, we posted it in the Discord earlier. So if you're not in the Discord, you're missing out big time. But we okay, they're weird. Yeah, we're posted that this panel is happening tomorrow. It is, or today. It's Irrelevant in Pisco versus Jake Varr and Marte. So they will be talking about the Alex Preddy situation, and yeah, we'll be doing that at 8 p.m. Eastern time. So, oh, I just all of a sudden got a stomach ache. Ooh, ooh, wee. I really like the way I did this with like the Tom Foolery show kind of sticking out like that. Looks cool as fuck. A British and Slovakian minister have resigned since the latest Trump scene drop. What does that even mean? A Slovakian minister? A British minister? I do. So I was watching a little bit of this earlier, but I do want to watch the Epstein interview that he had with Bannon. I watched maybe like 15 minutes of it earlier. And it's actually kind of interesting, so we might just go over that. It's so ridiculous, the cope that is coming out from the right now. Like, now that even so they all like made this case that if you're in the Epstein files, if you went to the island, if you were on the flight logs, this means you were guilty. This was the logic that they ran with Clinton. And then, as soon as it turned out Donald Trump was on the flight logs, they all immediately just like dismiss that. Oh, that doesn't mean anything. That doesn't prove anything. But that it didn't change anything. Like literally, they still talked about the fact that Clinton was on the flight logs. And Clinton isn't even in the flight logs as many times as Trump. But it didn't change anything. They kept saying, oh, we all know Clinton's a pedo. He's in the flight logs. Like, they kept doing this. Then it turns out he's his best friend. Like, Trump was his best friend forever. Changes nothing. But, you know, Epstein and Clinton had a friendly relationship as well. Not his best friend like Donald Trump, but they had a friendly relationship. Means Clinton's guilty. Then, you know, there were emails where they exchanged. This means Clinton's guilty. But now Elon Musk also has emails with Epstein. Doesn't mean anything. Doesn't prove anything. Like, their logic is so fucking warped, bro. Their logic is so fucking warped that it's so annoying how just, like, unprincipled these fuckers are. Just so publicly, so, you know, just without shame. It's just so shameless, dude. It's so shameless how just inconsistent these people are willing to be right there on Front Street. Oh, stomach. Oh, I'm gonna be farting. I'm not even gonna hit mute this time. You guys are gonna listen to my farts today. You guys are hearing them. It's happening. It is all happening. Look at this, dude. We talked about the fact that like Richard Spencer's like really changed his shit recently. Listen to this.
I think I saw this clip, and you did too, and others did, where he was like, "Oh, this is the new South Park." South Park was doing cardboard cutouts. She's using Sora. And, you know, production has been democratized, and now anyone can make these kinds of things. And I get that, first off. But let me just say this as a culture snob. I do get it. But isn't it somewhat telling that the most notable artwork produced by the online right has been racist cartoons. You know, like, isn't it sort of telling that there's no there? You know, that what you make is this juvenile scatological mess that doesn't make sense, but it's sort of funny. Like, isn't that kind of telling?
That the whole like idea of like the left can't meme and shit like that. Like, it's true. The right does just tend to come out with much funnier memes. They come out with much funnier shit, and it is true when it comes to the memes, but that's because memes are supposed to be very like simplistic thoughts that are expressed in a like in a very almost like a I don't know how to say it in a conceptual way, right? It's very simplistic concepts that are given to you just right there. Like, you get it, you see it, like we all get it. And that's because that's the right. Like, that's who they are. They're just very simplistic beings who don't even understand the concepts that they're talking about. They're just like that, but they know the concepts. They get them, and they're happy to just flood everything with them. And the left is really like they're not very good at it. But that, like, when it comes to like art and like the types of shit that's being put out, the fucking internet memes are like all the right has. That's it. That's all they've got is just internet memes as far as art goes. Whereas the left has like all of comedy, all of Hollywood and movies and TV shows and you know, news and media, like everything, like, you know, paintings and drawings and like every single type of fucking art that you could come up with, singing and like rap and like it's just everything. The left has all of it, bro. The left like dominates all of it, and the right has internet memes. Like, okay, good job. Okay, so the left can't meme, the right can't do literally anything else. so good job.
Like,
And there's nothing beyond Will Stancil. You take Will Stancil out, and there's nothing there.
Exactly. Like, say what you will about the left and right in the 19th century, but they produce Wagner.
Yeah, this is wild, bro. This is wild, bro. We live in such weird times, bro. We live in such weird times. This is so strange. I don't know what the fuck is going on. Look at this, dude. Libs of TikTok doxed this teacher for just saying like that she wouldn't let ICE just come like take her students. They fucking doxed this teacher.
Let's just get something very clear. If ICE shows up at my school and they go after my kids, I'm going to be in their face and protecting those kids. And I realize that that could put me in danger. I'm all good getting arrested. Do what you want to do with me. Does it mean I could get shot in the face? I suppose. But that is not the way it's supposed to be.
Well, correct. That this is, I think this is the thing that like most people don't even understand when it comes to the way that like ICE is engaging, is that this is all just like so fucking brutal, and it is unjust use of force where like they can't just hit you because you're not listening. They can't punch you because you're not cooperating. They can't like hurt you just because you're not doing what they're telling you to do. They have to do things that actually like forward their effort to get you to concede or get you to cooperate or like things like that, right? So if you're like, you know, they've got you down on the ground and they're trying to like get your arms behind your back, and you've got your arms like this, they can knock your arms out from under you to where you'll fall flat on your fucking face and hurt yourself. They can do that because they're trying to get your arms behind you. They cannot take a fucking mace can and just beat you in the face with it over and over. That does not further their goal of getting your arms behind your back. That does not do anything as to get your arms behind your back. So the like the way that they're interacting all the fucking time now. There was another video of, and I don't even know if this is I don't think I grabbed a clip of this, but there's a new video of them just like attacking a 16-year-old kid. And Is this it? Dude, what the fuck? Like, he's walking over with his hands up, and they just like pistol whip him.
Oh shit.
He's not resisting. He's not doing anything. They're like pushing him down, like pushing his head into the fucking curb. It's like, I almost thought they were gonna like open his mouth and just like stop. Like, what the fuck? So then when you have people who are actually being threatening, who are actually coming up on them, they don't do shit with those guys. They don't do shit with those guys. The people who are actually being threatening towards them, the people who are actually, like we saw with Alex Preddy, he actually spits on an officer. He actually kicks out the fucking light on a car. And they just come over, rough him up a little bit, and leave. They don't arrest him. They don't detain him. Then nothing. They just come over, beat him up a little bit, leave. You got guys here who are actually threatening, who are actually walking up on you in a threatening manner. Don't do shit with those motherfuckers, because they're not little 16-year-old kids.
Back up! Back up! Back up! Back up!
So yeah, this is so fucking ridiculous. I actually had a debate on TikTok, I think yesterday or so, but I went on a couple of panels and argued with some people, and they're so fucking stupid. One of the things that they said is that they were like, what's the reason that this is unjustified use of force? And I said, well, if you go through I don't think it was Minneapolis, Michigan's state law on self-defense, this says that it's justified self-defense. And they said, well, why are you looking at state law? These are federal agents. And I was like, what does that matter? It's the jurisdiction doesn't change based on the agents that are there. Like, you can say that, like, maybe according to federal law it wasn't justified use of force or justified self-defense, but it's according to state law. Not only was it justified self-defense, but the officers were unjustified in the way that they use of force. And they kept saying, oh no, that doesn't matter, it's federal agents. Like, it doesn't. Why do you keep saying that? That doesn't mean anything. It's the jurisdiction does not change based on who is there. Like, this is not, it's not a difference. It's not all of a sudden like a federal thing now. It's so fucking stupid. I hate these people, bro. They're all so fucking dumb. They just make the wildest claims with just straight from ignorance, dude.
Journalist Don Lemon has been arrested in connection with an anti-ICE protest at a church in St. Paul, Minnesota. Bill Malusha joins us now with more on this breaking news. Hey, Bill.
Yeah, Charlie, good morning to you. Our colleague David Sputt and I getting this breaking news from multiple law enforcement sources just minutes ago, confirming that former CNN anchor Don Lemon has been arrested by federal agents in Los Angeles just after midnight this morning at a hotel. This obviously all in connection with that storming of a church in St. Paul, Minnesota by that group of anti-ICE agitators.
So Don Lemon, aka Don Lemon, has recently been arrested in Los Angeles by federal agents for his role in that raid of a church outside of the city of St. Paul. Now, as you can see right there, these protesters, so-called protesters, decided that they were going to storm this location during a church service in order to shout down and intimidate a pastor who was not even there, because allegedly that pastor was somehow involved with ICE.
Renee Good! Renee Good! Renee Good!
Now, of course, they sold this as a peaceful protest. They would make claims in the mainstream media about how they weren't disrupting and they weren't intimidating anyone, although the videos clearly show that they were.
Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Where are your people? Why are you not at Whipple every day fighting for the humanity, standing for our people? Where are you? You drink your coffee, you got your jewelry, you have your nice clothes, but what do you do? What do you do to stand for your Somali and Latino community?
While we already saw arrests and charges of the main organizer, who is this female Black Lives Matter activist, by the way, somebody who is also running a nonprofit scam where she got a massive donation post George Floyd from the company Walmart and was paying herself $200,000 a year in order to run a nonprofit that was giving out like $70,000 a year in terms of grants, you know, the actual work that the organization was supposed to do.
All these comfortable white people who are living lavish, comfortable lives while children are dragged into concentration camps. You're living real life, nice lives with your lattes, doing absolutely nothing for your Latino and Somali brothers and sisters. You come here to a man wearing a suit as a preacher? Did Jesus wear a suit? Did Jesus profit off the words? No! Jesus would...
This is fucking insane.
Die with immigrants. You do not touch me. Touch me again and see what happens. Hey, you can't. You are...
Wait, I think I saw this guy in other places. Is this the guy who claimed that he was like a combat vet, and then it turned out that he was like it turned out that he was just like a secretary in the military and got dishonorably discharged? Is this the same guy?
A fake Christian. Why are you not standing with your Somali and Latino communities? Why do I not see you out at Whipple every day protesting this attack on humanity? Where are you? You're sinners. You're pretending to be Christians. But we know you live an easy life, don't you? A very easy life while people are starving.
And this beardo weirdo who was threatening people, getting in their face, disrupting the church service, and basically implying if you came up to him, he was gonna fight you, as if he was not in somebody else's house of worship, intimidating and threatening people. Now, he had already talked about those two individuals in a previous video and how they were absolutely 100% guilty based on the letter of the law, but now things have changed a little bit because Don Lemon was arrested, and Don Lemon, of course, is a former CNN host. He's claiming that he was just acting as a neutral observer, a member of the media documenting this phenomenon, not actually participating in it, and this is why I want to break down what Don Lemon actually did so you can understand why Don Lemon is technically 100% guilty as charged for the FACE Act, and also why Don Lemon will be deemed to be above the law and not actually face those consequences. But before we get into that, I want to thank everybody who supports this channel via actualjusticewarrior.com/join.
Give me the money. Give me the money. Okay?
Into Minneapolis a little bit ago and did some reconnaissance on the ground, speaking to an organization there that's gearing up to for resistance and protest. I've been pleasantly surprised to see the community coming together. Diverse community. If you see this, when we first pulled up, we're like, wait a minute, which operation are we at? And as it turns out, because we're like, well, this is kind of MAGA coded, right? Saw the American flag or whatever, but these are resistance protesters. They're planning an operation that we're going to follow them on. I can't tell you exactly what they're doing, but it's called Operation Pull Up, and it's Takima Armstrong, and she has been doing this since George Floyd, Dante Wright, and others, where they surprise people, catch them off guard, and hold them to account. And so that's what we're doing here. And then after we do this operation, you'll see it live. And these operations are surprise operations. Again, can't tell you where they're going.
So if you look at the stream that Don Lemon is in prior to the storming of the church, he is obviously with the people that are about to go there. And there are different moments in that stream, in the broadcast, where Don Lemon ends up turning off the camera in order to not expose the hands of the people that he is embedded with.
Is he trying to make the case that he was like part of this, like just because he was there and he was doing shit around these people, or that he knew what was going on, that this means he's actually part of the... This is so stupid. This is so fucking dumb, bro. What kind of logic is this? You were there and you knew what was gonna happen, therefore that means that you did it? You did it because you knew about what was gonna be done? Like, you have to actually do the thing, right? You have to actually do the thing. Like, you gotta actually be protesting. You gotta be actually, like, disturbing people. You have to actually be intimidating people. Him following them into a public fucking church. Churches are open to the public. They're open to the public. Anybody can fucking go in. People walking in and filming others. What if somebody in the congregation, what if somebody who went to that church, who was part of the congregation, who was there every fucking Sunday, but also was on the left and was part of this group and knew about this, what if they also did this? What about that? What if they, while they were sitting there, pulled out their phone and recorded while they were sitting in the pews, and they knew that this was going to happen ahead of time? Like, what is this fucking logic, dude? What is this logic? This is so stupid, bro.
Now, of course, you could make the argument that people in bed with U.S. military personnel, and they do so under the condition that they won't give away their position and whatnot, but in reality, this looks a lot more like Don Lemon is participating in the planning of this particular event. He's doing it, obviously, so that he can monetize the reaction for his podcast, because he's trying to get more attention now that he's left his cushy job.
Is he, bro, he's got to be doing this on purpose. Attention. What the fuck is happening?
At CNN, but obviously this
CNN. Is this like a Trisha Paytas thing that he's doing? Is this is he trying to do a Trisha Paytas now with her at the end of everything? Is
is a guy
guilty of the FACE Act. He only needs to be wait, to distress the fact. Yeah, where's that evidence? I haven't seen that. I haven't seen any evidence that he caused distress or that he was intimidating people. Where's that evidence at? I've asked like 20 people for it. Not a single person has even attempted to show me. They just said that he was with the people who were causing distress and who were intimidating people. That doesn't mean anything. Like, you can't just if he was part of like helping them do those things, if there's any action, seriously, a single little action of him helping them do things, like he opens the door for them, or he anything, right? Then yeah, like I would say that at that point, like he's he can be considered somewhat part of this, right? But that evidence has not been shown so far. And on top of that, when everybody's saying like, oh, because I've said before, they did tell them to get out. They did tell them over and over to get out. But after they told them to get out, the protesters had to leave. And then after the protesters left, the pastor stayed and talked to Don Lemon. What the fuck? Y'all like that? Jumping on there backwards and everything. Yeah, nobody has even attempted to show evidence of that happening, so until y'all can show me any evidence that he did anything with them.
Describing this as an event that we are participating in, meaning him and the other people, and it seems like he is involved in the planning stages or the conspiracy behind this particular event.
Him knowing about the planning is not the same as him being involved in the planning as far as like legality goes. Doesn't he have like a degree in fucking criminal justice or some shit, or at least he went to school for it? But why is he using this terminology so loosely? Why is he saying this shit? Like all you have to do is just like know about the planning, and now you're part of the planning.
In addition to that, when we jump forward in just a little bit, what we ultimately end up seeing is that these people show up to the church, and at some point in time they start chanting, and by the way, they're chanting ridiculous things, including hands up, don't shoot, which of course is a callback to the Michael Brown hoax. And during that whole fiasco and all that chaos, Don Lemon takes an opportunity to confront the pastor who is trying to get people out of his church.
What do you think of this? I mean, this is unacceptable. It's shameful. It's shameful to interrupt a public gathering of Christians in worship. So, but there were folks who will. I have to take care of my flock.
Listen, we live in there's a constitution in the First Amendment to freedom of speech and freedom to assemble and protest.
We're here to worship. We're here to worship Jesus, because that's the hope of these cities. That's the hope of the world, is Jesus Christ.
I want to be very respectful. Please don't push me, though.
We're here to worship Jesus. Yes. That's why we're here. Yeah. Okay. That's why we're here. Okay. That's what we're about.
Do you think Jesus would be understanding and
we're about
love these folks?
We're about spreading the love of Jesus.
But did you try to talk to them as a
no
Christian?
one is willing to talk.
Okay.
Now, of course, Don Lemon is going to describe this as him simply reporting the event that he knew about beforehand, worked on the planning with, decided that he was going to join in on. However,
He keeps saying worked on the planning with. What the fuck, dude? This is so dishonest. This is so fucking stupid and dishonest. He is such a piece of shit, bro. What? Like, is he fucking retarded, or is he just totally clueless as to what the fuck he's talking about? Which one is it? It's got to be one of those two. Like, I'm not gonna... If he actually went to school for criminal justice whatsoever, I'm not gonna buy that he's just totally uninformed on what any of these terms mean. For most of MAGA... Yeah, I believe that they're all that fucking stupid to where they have no idea what any of these terms mean. Him? Not if he went to fucking school for this shit. Nah, bro. No shot. No fucking way, dude.
Will point out that this also is very similar to some of the journalistic criticism that Chris Hansen received with his famous series To Catch a Predator, because many people noted in the industry that it is over the line of journalistic ethics when you're not reporting the news and you're actually participating in manufacturing the news. And in my opinion, this is exactly what Don Lemon is doing right here. He was involved in this organized event in the planning stages. We saw that. He ended up covering up from his audience where it was going to occur prior to the event so that they wouldn't get busted, and then he waits for the people to participate, and in fact actually says that he has to go in last after them because he doesn't want to.
Okay, so if there's a protest, okay, let's say there's going to be a protest, and this protest gets scheduled ahead of time, okay, and once it gets scheduled, they call reporters and tell reporters that the protest is scheduled for this time on this date. If you go, that's no longer journalism. If you go and actually like report what happened there, this is no longer journalism now. Gotta be fucking MAGA logic, dude. Gotta be MAGA logic. Nobody else would say this shit, dude. It's gotta be fucking MAGA logic, dude. That's it.
To be recognized because he's so famous, so wonderful, and so special, to make sure that their plan can go off without a hitch. And then, even though the goal was to confront the pastor, Don Lemon is one of the first people to get up in the face of the pastor and multiple parishioners. And by the way, people have pointed...
Get up in the face? What the fuck? This isn't journalism when you know about it, but it's also not journalism when you go and ask questions to the people involved and interview them and let them speak. That's not journalism.
This out that you can actually see through the various still images, that you could see people obviously being upset, children crying. Apparently one of the children that was crying was 6 years old, so this was obviously a disgusting act by these activists. But again, according to them, somebody working at this church violated their political religion, therefore
religion. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to listen to this shit, dude, with him talking like this. I like the fact that we're gonna sit here and talk about like kids crying in a church because people came in chanting shit is so fucking wild, when those same people who think it's a big deal that like a 6-year-old cried are also the ones who don't give a fuck when like 6-year-olds are used as bait by ICE, or they're you know, they're like using detaining kids unnecessarily, or like, you know, all sorts of fucking shit that's totally gross with young kids. They don't give a fuck when that's happening. But all of a sudden, you know, we got kids inside of a church who are crying, and now it's really disgusting. Oh my goodness, you can't let kids cry in a church. Holy shit.
Their freedom of religion needs to be subordinated to them. And obviously, this is ridiculous and this is absurd, but I think it's important for us to look at the FACE Act, because in a previous video, we talked about the Klan Act, and obviously this would be a violation of that. But the FACE Act is a much more recent law that has been used by the Biden DOJ in order to go after pro-life protesters. So I think it is important for us to actually examine what's in that law, and of course, talk about previous journalists who were prosecuted for covering events while being embedded in said event. Now, the FACE Act is actually called the Freedom of Access to Clinic Entrances. However, it is clear by the law that it does not only apply to abortion clinics. And we go to point 2. Whoever by force or threat of force or by physical obstruction intentionally injures, intimidates, or interferes with, or attempts to injure, intimidate, or interfere with any person exercising or seeking to exercise the First Amendment right to religious freedom at a place of worship shall be subject to the penalties in subsection B and civil remedies provided in subsection C, except that a partner, legal guardian of a minor shall not be subject to any penalties or civil remedies under this section for such activities insofar that they are directed exclusively at a minor. Now look, there is jail for up to 6 months, I believe, if it's a first time offense and it is not actually involving violence, fines up to $10,000. And to understand how broad this law actually is, what you need to get is this case out of Tennessee that was prosecuted by the Biden administration, because everything I said about section 2 and how it applies to religious institutions also applies to abortion clinics in section 1. And in that particular case, you had a bunch of Christian anti-abortion activists that went to like a shared building, and in the hallway of that shared building, so not actually in the abortion clinic, just near the abortion clinic, they were singing Christian hymns and whatnot.
You know what I heard? I heard an old story, how a Savior came from glory, and gave his life on Calvary to save a wretch like me.
And yet they were prosecuted under the FACE Act, even though they were quite literally not blocking the entrance and thus not actually physically preventing people from going in. They were just intimidating enough in order to get those federal prosecutions. And by the way, this was despite the fact that the state of Tennessee in that particular case had actually charged all of those protesters with trespassing because they were on private property, which of course the state of Minnesota refuses to do in this particular case. So you already had the regular ordinary judicial system addressing that issue, unlike this particular case. And yeah, based on that case, based on what we saw was considered obstruction, was considered intimidation, Don Lemon obviously met that standard. And again, if you don't believe me, just imagine a little bit of a different scenario. Let's say somebody was booted off of Fox News. They left in shame and they decided that they wanted to establish themselves as a podcaster, but it wasn't going so well. They got fired from Twitter.com like Don Lemon did. So what they decided to do was team up with a right-wing organization that was going to storm a mosque in order to confront an imam for political beliefs that they didn't agree with. And in that particular scenario, everything played out exactly as it did right here, including a 6-year-old child that was crying, little Muhammad. You know for a fact that that right-wing journalist would not be able to obfuscate the blame for that, and they would end up being prosecuted. By the way, some journalists who were credentialed to be in the Capitol on January 6th were prosecuted for their actions on January.
Credentialed to be inside the Capitol on January 6th does not. That doesn't mean anything. Like when the Capitol's closed for this for them to, you know, engage in official acts, doesn't really mean anything to say that they're credentialed in general to be there. Okay, well, this is not a general situation.
6, despite the fact that they were saying that they were just there to cover the event as press. In fact, there is a quote from a judge where it says, just because you're a journalist doesn't mean what you did isn't illegal, and that particular journalist ended up getting a suspended sentence of 12 months plus a $2,000 fine. So yeah, by the letter of the law, Don Lemon is definitely guilty. If the political opinions were flipped and Don Lemon was a right-wing journalist, former Fox News host, he would definitely be convicted if they went into a mosque.
This guy is fucking moronic, bro. He's so dishonest. He's so fucking dishonest, dude. No shot he believes anything he's saying.
Or even a synagogue or a Hindu temple and did the same exact thing based on political differences, they would obviously be convicted. But I'm here to tell you guys right now out there in the audience, there is a 0% chance that Don Lemon will be convicted on these charges. First and foremost, one of the things that we found out is that the Trump administration actually pursued an arrest warrant against Don Lemon with one of the same judges that granted the warrant against the other 2 individuals. And guess what? That judge refused. Then the Trump administration actually appealed that to another judge, and that appellate judge also refused.
Now remember, the feds had gone to judges to try to get Don Lemon arrested before. They went to a magistrate judge in Minnesota who didn't sign off on an arrest warrant for him. Then it went to a judge above him. He didn't sign off on an arrest warrant for him. Then it went to an appeals court. They also decided not to sign off for an arrest warrant for him. So there was experts who were predicting that perhaps the feds would go to a grand jury. It remains to be seen if that's what happened here.
So it appears that they've gotten a grand jury indictment against Don Lemon in order to secure this. It has not been confirmed so far that that is the route that they've taken. And even though it's clear and obvious that Don Lemon is 100% guilty, I'm telling you right now,
it's clear he's 100% guilty. Who wants to put money on it that he won't be convicted? Who wants to put money on it? Who wants to put money on the fact that, because I understand that like a lot of you guys are going to make excuses whenever he's not convicted, that it's like left-wing bias, but I can make the stance right now without knowing who the jury is going to be, who the judge is going to be, any of this. I can take the stance right fucking now. He will not be convicted. I can take that stance right here, right now, that he will not be convicted. Who wants to fucking put money on it? Who? Who actually believes? Randwick, you somebody who actually believes the shit that you're saying? You think it's pretty obvious he's going to be convicted, right? You said just a minute ago he's going to go to prison. So are you just saying random shit, or do you actually believe anything that you're saying? Are you just talking shit like this guy?
there is a 97% chance that Don Lemon will be able to get these charges dismissed prior to his trial. There's also, if that doesn't happen, a near 100% that they won't be able to get a jury from this particular area in order to convict Don Lemon. Again, they're going to use the excuse that he's essentially akin to a war correspondent that was embedded with the...
Again, the Capitol was not open to the public. The church was open to the public. This is not akin to walking inside the Capitol. This is akin to walking inside of a grocery store. This is fucking stupid.
People there, he wasn't going to expose them and endanger the mission, but he wasn't an active participant, even though he absolutely was, and he's going to get away with it. And I don't want to lie to you guys out there in the audience and tell you something that's untrue, but this is something that I warned about in my previous video, because all that's going to happen as a result of this is that Don Lemon is going to further play the martyr. Again, he was out doing interviews saying that he wanted to be arrested for this, that he wanted the evil bad orange man to target him.
Already coping about the fact that he's not going to get convicted. Okay, good play. Instead of, you know, obviously, you know that he's not gonna get convicted, so you got to start coping now. Hold on. You said he was going to go to prison earlier, Randwick. You said he was going to prison. Why are you changing your position all of a sudden? You said he was going to prison.
Just a little bit harder, and now you gave him exactly what you wanted, because guess what? It's D for different. Don Lemon will not face consequences for this, because the left never faces consequences for this kind of stuff. Remember, the Black Lives Matter...
Or maybe you're just fucking retarded. When you got to sit there and think, man, everybody else is wrong. It's probably bad logic.
Rioters, they were all let go. Their federal charges were quietly dismissed during the Biden administration, because guess what? If you're a left-wing activist, you are allowed to do whatever you want, commit whatever acts of violence with basically no consequences. By contrast,
you can go watch Destiny debate him on this, and he looks like an absolute fucking buffoon in that conversation, dude.
The January 6 people, even when they were charged with trespassing, they were hunted down around the nation. They were raided repeatedly by the feds, militarized operations. Remember, Roger Stone was also raided by the feds in a very public way that I believe was covered by Don Lemon on CNN. And this is because there are different standards. It's in the same way that if you commit a sex crime as a Muslim in the UK, you're going to get a lighter sentence than the person who points out that yet another Muslim has committed a sex crime in the UK. So yeah, while you're gonna see a bunch of different people give you the legal standard and make a compelling case that Don Lemon is in violation of this law in the same way that the other activists were in violation of this law, the fact of the matter is you will see no convictions guaranteed in this particular case. It is going to be a victory from Don Lemon, and of course, it's going to shift the focus from the crime that actually occurred, the clear and obvious FACE Act violation, to Don Lemon being a victim and the evil bad orange man going after the free press. But you know what? Those are just my thoughts. Hate to break it to you guys, but I gotta be honest. I want to know your thoughts down in the comments below as per you.
He has to be honest, guys. He has to be honest, okay? It's, he hates to break it to you, but he has to be honest, all right? That's something that he has to be. Fucking idiot.
The FBI just dropped 3.5 million files, and it is incredible. Huge bombshells about some of the most powerful people on the planet. I can't believe they let some of this stuff out. I mean, it is stunning. Honestly, one of the biggest lies we've seen is the idea that the FBI could possibly come to us and say, not only is there not a client list, there was no credible evidence that Epstein blackmailed prominent individuals. Guys, we're about to see planned blackmail to one of the most powerful people.
Wait, I have not heard this. Okay, so is there actual blackmail? I'm not gonna lie, I don't trust this guy. Like, I feel like half the time I listen to him, he says some really dumb shit. Sometimes he says some very true and insightful stuff that I didn't know about. Sometimes he says some just really fucking stupid shit that Yeah, I don't know what to make of him.
People on the planet, and that is Bill Gates. Listen, there's a lot we're going to get to, but we have to start with probably the craziest revelation here, which is Jeffrey Epstein emailing himself about Bill Gates. Now, if you don't know, Bill Gates and Epstein had a relationship post 2008. That's a big year. You're going to hear a lot today, because 2008 was the time that Epstein pled guilty for soliciting of somebody under the age of 18. He was a predator at this point. Everybody knew it. Now, eventually, Bill Gates
Says everybody knew it. I don't know if everybody knew it, but
would get divorced when all of this came out. Melinda Gates said it was part of the direct cause for the divorce. She said she met Epstein and said he was evil.
He was evil personified.
So you have to understand, this is like Bill Gates' kryptonite. He's one of the richest men on the planet. He's got this huge philanthropy arm. But this relationship with Epstein has been a huge problem for him. And Epstein appears to have known that, because in 2013, Bill Gates appears to be distancing himself from Jeffrey Epstein. And Epstein seems to have a problem with that. He says, I assume the dedication to our relation went both ways. Larry has now asked me to recommit to a confidentiality agreement. Basically, he's got to shut up about his relationship with Bill Gates. And this is where the blackmail starts, and it comes in the form of like, if I were you, I would do X if I were the type of guy that you should be. He says, in that regard, I suggest I buy you the house that you had your heart set on. In addition to 5 years of severance, we'll buy you out of the investment contract we agreed upon, 30 to 40% of an $100 million partnership for $30 million in today's terms. That's what I would have done had I been in your shoes. Then he lays out what he has on Bill Gates, or what he says he has. Quote, to add insult to injury, you subsequently, with tears in your eyes, implore me to delete the emails I had regarding your STD. Your request that I provide you antibiotics that you could surreptitiously give to Melinda, and the description of your I mean, this is insane. It's completely insane. It's like basically laying out in text form, I would give me millions of dollars, and I can't believe you're asking me to delete the message where you were going to give STD medication to your wife without her knowledge. I mean, it's complete. It's crazy. It's just completely obvious what he's doing here. It's just a nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Here's what you should do. But now that coming out after Epstein's death, this looks really bad for Gates, obviously, because you usually wouldn't blackmail somebody for something that's completely false or fake. I mean, maybe he did that. But we also know Bill Gates had affairs. Obviously, Melinda credits it for their divorce. So it's hard to believe there was nothing sketchy going on. Bill Gates, of course, maintains that it was completely above board. He says the fact this allegation was in here just shows how much Epstein was willing to defame people. But Epstein lays...
Am I still live? Did my stream go down? What the fuck is happening?
Aram Sound tipped $20. Tom's not in the Epstein files, but his forehead is. Also the design for Burnt Peanut, who, as we all know, is annoying orange. Tom's bald head can be found throughout time at many historic events. It's been Tom's baldness the whole time.
True. True. No. Oh.
It out. He says he helped Bill get drugs in order to deal with the consequences.
Thank you, Aaron M. Sound. Let's get some W's in chat for Aaron M. Sound, guys. Get some cheers in chat. Let's get some dubs in chat. Am I allowed to keep like moving around in here and they still won't see me? Why are y'all so... Get off me. Get off me, boy. What if I hit him? Oh no. There's a fucking bastion right there. Holy shit. Alright, fuck.
Consequences of sex with Russian girls, facilitating his illicit trysts with married women, and to being asked to provide Adderall for bridge tournaments. Look, guys, this is exactly what we suspected the whole time. Epstein was providing services to rich people and expecting payment via blackmail. Now you might say, and it's true, that we don't know that Epstein ultimately sent that version of an email to Gates. All we know is he sent that to himself. He may have planned the blackmail and just been drafting something. But what we do know are two things. The Wall Street Journal has reported that Gates was threatened by Epstein over an affair. We also know that after this blackmail email Jeffrey sent to himself was written, eventually Gates sent a $2 million donation to MIT directed by Jeffrey Epstein. which is a bit weird if you had distanced yourself from the guy and y'all had this big falling out. Now again, do we know for sure that Bill Gates did all of that? No, of course we don't. But do I think Bill Gates was innocently looking for charity advice from a after he already pled guilty? No, I don't. I'm sorry, I'm not that gullible. And speaking of not that gullible, we've been lied to also by another richest guy.
Okay, I'm sorry. That's just fucking stupid. To say that like he wouldn't look for, he says from a pedophile, but he was also a literal fucking financial advisor. Like, kind of leaving that part out, so seems a little dishonest. Not saying that like you know, Epstein is innocent or anything like that. Bro, chill. Fuck. Not defending you know, Bill Gates here, but yeah, I am saying that this is like a very dishonest way of representing what he just said, because like, oh, you would go to a pedophile for financial advice? Maybe a financial advisor? Maybe that's who they would go to, is a literal financial advisor? Maybe? I don't know. That makes sense to me.
Guy on the planet. Geez, it's a shock why they don't want to put this out. Elon Musk, who has been saying for years that it is a lie that he went to Epstein's island. In fact, he says he refused to go. From Elon, he says, Epstein tried to get me to go to his island. I refused. He says, anyone pushing this false narrative deserves complete contempt. Later responding to another headline which said Elon Musk planned trip to Epstein's private island. And he says, this is false. But of course, we start to dig through the files and we can see on Epstein's calendar that Elon Musk is booked in December 6th of 2014. But maybe you don't believe that. That's just the word of Jeffrey Epstein. But maybe you'll believe the word of Elon Musk.
Elon Musk, yeah. Yeah, I was about to say, it's not the word of Jeffrey Epstein, bro. That's literally Elon Musk asking to go to the fucking island. So I don't know, man. There was a couple of people that I was fighting with about this on Twitter yesterday, or maybe today. And they were like, this didn't happen. See? And they go and apparently they sent like a screenshot of the emails to like ChatGPT or some shit like that. And they sent different emails than the ones that actually prove that he's wrong, or that he did this. And so he copies and pastes the ChatGPT transcript, and it says at first like, no, these emails from 2013 do not prove that Elon Musk went to Epstein's island. You know, in fact, they show that they show that somebody else was going to the island, not Elon Musk. And then they're like, but then like way down the fucking transcript, it says, you know, but it is true that in other emails from from like, what is it, like the end of 2013, I forget exactly what it says, but anyways, the point is that like they at like way down the transcript, it eventually says that yes, he did go to the island, just not in these emails. Like these emails have nothing to do with whether or not he went to the island. And so you're just like, okay, so you just went and put in a totally different fucking email into the thing, and then asked if that was evidence that Elon went to the Epstein's island, and didn't even read long enough to find out. What's up, bro? What's up? And so yeah, he ends up like posting a fucking thing that debunks himself. Like he had... Ah, shit. Yeah, somebody already got here.
Emailing Jeffrey Epstein to go to his island post the guilty plea. Elon Musk writes, "Will be in BVI St. Bart's area over the holidays. Good time to visit." Jeffrey Epstein says, "I will send a heli for you." Later, Elon Musk writes to Epstein, probably just to Lula and me, his ex-wife, what day and night would be the wildest party on your island? The world's richest man is asking the most pedophile man for the wildest party on his island. And then it gets more explicit. In 2012, remember, this is the guy who said, I refused it. I could never do that, right? It's false. But here in 2012, he says, do you have any parties planned? I've been working to the edge of my sanity this year. I really want to hit the party scene in St. Bart's or elsewhere and let loose. The invitation is much appreciated, but a peaceful island experience is the opposite of what I'm looking for. Guys, he can't even play the I went to go study math excuse, which is what all these guys do. They say, hey, I just went to go talk to scientists. Elon's like, hey, I don't want to do that. I'm looking for a party. That's what I'm here to do. And then Jeffrey Epstein writes, understood, I will see you on St. Barth. The ratio on my island might make your ex-wife uncomfortable. I can't believe these guys are lying to us and people are swallowing it still, thinking that Elon Musk had nothing to do with this guy. So again, that's 2012. That's 2014. But guess what? There's another time in 2013. I mean, this seems like a yearly thing with the boys. Here, once again, Elon Musk writes, we'll be in the BVI St. Bart's area over the holidays. Again, is there a good time to visit? Jeffrey Epstein, any day, 1st to the 8th, play it by ear if you want, always space for you. They then plan some more, and you might think, well, if Elon ever told the truth, this is when he has to reject, right? Because he said, I refused. But actually, it appears to be one of those cases where, like, your friend says, like, oh, bro, I dumped her. And actually, it was the other way. Yeah, it turns out Elon didn't dump the The dumped Elon. He says, bad news. Unfortunately, my schedule will keep me in New York. Hopefully, we can schedule another time in the future. Jeffrey Epstein let Elon down. That's actually the real story. Is the reason he didn't go in 2013 was because he couldn't go. Jeffrey Epstein was not there. Guys, I mean, how blatant do they have to make it before we start to just see through it, right? When they issue these ridiculous denials, they're totally associated with the guy after the guilty plea. They lie through their teeth, but they can't even keep their story straight. I mean, that's what's crazy. They're not even competent at this. They get caught in their own lies all the time. Remember, the FBI's official story was they didn't blackmail. Well, before we even had these files, Howard Lutnick was on the record calling Jeffrey Epstein the greatest blackmailer ever.
So how come Bill Gates and all these other people could hang around him and not see what you saw? Or did they see it and ignore it? Or
no, they participated.
Right.
That's what his MO was, you know, get a massage. And what happened in that massage?
Yeah. He said, man, I met that guy. And I said, no way, man. I just got invited to one dinner party. Me and my wife went there, and we were like, nope, never talking to that guy again. He's a creep. That guy is a creep, and I don't want anything to do with him. Emails come out. Nope. Kept talking to him. Kept fucking talking to him. Motherfucker. Again. All of these people, bro. All of these people. Every single one. Everybody who hangs around Donald Trump, they're all just a bunch of fucking liars. They're all just a bunch of lying pieces of shit who just lie, and then they lie. And then after that, they lie some more. So, brilliant. Brilliant strategy.
Massage room, I assume, was on video. This guy was the greatest blackmailer ever.
Interesting. Okay, so Howard has a different perspective. Now, if you don't know, that guy, do you think he's just telling the truth there? Even this guy who's contradicting the official narrative, this guy literally lived next to Jeffrey Epstein. This guy who's like, I'm gonna tell the truth. Those guys participated. That guy lived next to Jeffrey Epstein. And by the way, he lied too. I love this video we're about to get into because this guy, Mr. He's the greatest blackmailer ever, does he know something we don't know? Because it's interesting, Mr. I'm his neighbor had to also explain how he had nothing to do with Jeffrey Epstein. And he lays it out pretty simply. He goes, yep, I lived next to him, but in 2005, I had such a horrible experience that I knew I could never talk to him again.
He was your neighbor for 10 years. How well did you know him?
We move in 2005, okay? Jeffrey Epstein is arrested in like 08, I think, or something like that.
Right.
So knock on the door. His assistant on like a Saturday says, Mr. Epstein, your neighbor would like to invite you over for coffee. And there's a massage table in the middle of the room. Massage table in the middle of your house? How often you have a massage? And he says, every day. And then he like gets like weirdly close to me.
Ooh.
And he says, and the right kind of massage.
Ooh.
Now my wife is standing here. So she looks at me and I look at her and
we're out of here.
I'm sorry. We have to go. And we
Yeah. Yeah, never
and
talk
in
to
the
that guy
6
again.
or 8 steps it takes to get from his house to my house.
Yeah.
My wife and I decided that
Never
I will
talk to
never
him.
be
Yeah.
in the room with that disgusting person.
Never.
Ever again.
Well, he couldn't be more clear, could he, right? He says, hey, I may have been his next door neighbor, but I met him once before the 2008 guilty plea. Remember I said that was a big deal? And we got invited over, and it was like 5 seconds, and we left, and we realized he was a creep. We were out of there.
Yeah.
He made this rude, lewd comment in front of my wife. I
Yeah,
would
we want
never go see this
nothing to
guy.
do with
And he
him.
makes it super clear he's gross.
So I was never in the room with him socially, for business, or for even philanthropy. If that guy was there, I wasn't going because
Yeah.
he's gross.
These
Yeah,
other
he's
guys,
gross.
they may have participated.
They participated.
But Howard Lutnick, he could never. No,
No way.
He's too good of a guy. Well, guess what we found in the old emails? Looky. It's Howard Lutnick writing in to Jeffy Boy in 2012. Hi, Jeff. We're landing in St. Thomas early after.
Bro, they're all fucking lying pieces of shit, dude. They're all lying pieces of shit. Every single person. Donald Trump makes sure that whoever he surrounds himself with, they have to be lying pieces of shit. They have to be, because they wouldn't work with him otherwise. They would never want to have anything to do with him if they weren't lying pieces of shit. It's like a prerequisite.
Afternoon, planning to head over. Where are you located?
It's like, it's probably on the application. Like, are you a lying piece of shit? Oh, you are. Okay, good. Well, then we'll be in touch.
What's the exact location for my captain? Does Sunday evening for dinner sound good? Is this the guy you said made a lewd comment to your wife and, oh, I could never be in front of him. He's gross. Guess what the next email is? My boy's wife messaging in, saying we're headed towards you in St. Thomas. Later, the subject line, Jeffrey Epstein. Good morning, Howard. Jeffrey wished me to pass you along. Nice seeing you. They clearly met, and the guy is just lying about it to your face, to the American public's face, and they tried to hide it from us. I cannot emphasize this enough. They're lying through their teeth. You think this guy perfectly remembers a 2005, like walking in the guy's house? I remember exactly what I said to him. My wife and I looked at each other, and he wouldn't remember the 2012. I boated over to his private island for a dinner. Is that what we're really thinking? Is that?
Yeah, he slipped his mind. Makes sense. Yes, how can people have a perfect recollection of everything at all times, man? Like, you can't expect people to always remember every single thing that's ever happened. Come on.
What we're
Let's be
expected to
realistic.
believe. This is a momentary lapse in his judgment. No, these guys.
Tom, any pics of Trump, like Clinton, getting a blowjob in a hot tub? No, there's no pictures of Clinton getting a blowjob in a hot tub either. There's pictures of Clinton in a hot tub. Did you fall for the fucking AI version? Holy shit, he fell for the fucking AI version. Bro, it's literally him just laying in a hot tub. That's it. It's him just laying in a hot tub with other people. That's all it is. You can get the original version. Just look it up. It's just look up Bill Clinton in a hot tub. It's not hard to find. It's pretty easy. Pretty easy to find. It's not a big secret. Just look it up.
Don't even care about being consistent. And they're all throwing each other under the bus. Don't you remember Elon Musk saying, the time to drop the really big bomb, Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. That's the real reason they haven't been made public. My guy, you also are in the Epstein files, very clearly doing stuff you lied about, okay? So is.
But yeah, what there is of Trump, if you want to play this game, what there is of Trump is a court case with affidavits saying that he raped little girls. There are numerous affidavits, including witnesses who were there, 2 other witnesses. There are there's statements from Donald Trump saying that Epstein was his best friend. There's statements from Epstein saying that Trump was his best friend. Like, how much you want to talk about Clinton when you got all of this shit against Trump? Like, give me a fucking break, dude. How fucking stupid do you have to be to bring up fucking Clinton when none of us even support Clinton? None of us give a fuck about Clinton. If Clinton's a pedophile, well, let's fucking get him. Let's fucking get him. Like, I've never in my life supported Clinton. Never in my life supported him. But people who support Trump right now, after knowing that there's 100 times more evidence against Donald Trump than there is against Bill Clinton, they don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck. They'll never give a fuck. There's nothing that will ever make any people who support Trump right now, if they support Trump after all of that shit that's come out about him, they'll never stop supporting him for the pedophilic shit. It will never happen.
Howard Letnick, who says, yeah, Bill Gates, he's probably getting blackmailed because he participated. What did you do on the island over in 2012, Howard? Do we know that? I mean, does anyone care? Now, the last thing I want to talk about is some of the...
Good old Bill 21 trips. You know, now, again, we don't know where the flights are going every time, but we do know that Trump is in the flight logs more than Bill Clinton is. So, again... Are you gonna hold these standards consistently? Again, 100 times more evidence against Trump when it comes to Epstein. 100 times. Like, what? Are you gonna be consistent on this at any point, or is it just like I only care about pedophiles when they're not the pedophiles that I like? Is that the standard?
The most explosive stuff. It's also, again, I have to say, unverified, okay? This is the NTOC, the FBI's National Threat Operations Center, and the challenge with confirming some of this is that these are anonymous tips,
nice shot.
Or they black them out at least, so we don't know who they are, and anyone can drop a tip. Now, that doesn't mean that you should disregard them. It just means we can't verify them. The other challenge is that the FBI has a heavy incentive to discredit anything with Donald Trump in it, just because he's in the White House right now, obviously. And so I want to be clear, there are notes related to some of these submissions where they say things like complainant was spoken to and deemed not credible. Additional research showed 3 separate redacted. You know, it's hard to tell how much this is the proper due diligence of the FBI, which they should be doing, of course, and not all complaints are credible. But also there's this obvious conflict of interest with the fact that the sitting president is in some of these complaints. But here they are for what it's worth. Complaint summary. Blank reported an unidentified female friend who was forced to perform on President Trump approximately 35 years ago in New Jersey. The friend told Alexis that she was approximately 13 to 14 years old when this occurred, and the friend allegedly bit President Trump while performing. The friend was allegedly hit in the face after she laughed about biting President Trump. The friend also said she was abused by Epstein. Later, there's very explosive claims about big parties with her, other younger girls, and older Victoria's Secret models, including Bill Clinton and Donald Trump. There's claims third hand about a female victim of Epstein's who wants to publish a book citing Leslie Wexner, Epstein, Bill Clinton, Donald Trump. Ghislaine Maxwell is in the videos as well. And it goes on like this for a while. Some of the
Trump isn't actually in the flight logs more. Clinton 21, Trump 16. Okay, so let's say that's true. Let's say that's true. You're right, okay? So what does that say? That, like, Trump is, like, only 2/3 the pedophile that Clinton is, or like what? What are we supposed to take from that? There aren't a whole lot of allegations about the island. So the whole thing about like whether or not somebody ever went to the island doesn't actually matter. It never did. It's only been like MAGA who made the island into this big thing as though it means something. But the island doesn't mean much. There weren't a whole lot of like charges or convictions attached to the island. The majority of it is in Florida and New York, and the two places that Donald Trump also lived, coincidentally. But the island isn't like much of a thing. Flight logs aren't much of a thing, outside of the fact that you just had some sort of connection to him. That's it. That's all we know, is that you had some sort of connection to him. Tons of people had connections to him. Doesn't mean much. But when we're talking about people like Bill Clinton and Donald Trump, people who were much closer to him, people who talked to him regularly, somebody like Trump who was literally his best friend for a decade, I think Trump said 15 years, Epstein said 10 years. So like when we're talking about people who are like super close to him, obviously we would expect the implications to be a bit different for them. But yeah, I don't know.
The complaints are just like very graphic, and obviously I'm going to censor out some of it. But I should also mention the DOJ claims that some of these claims were submitted to the FBI right before the 2020 election. To be clear, the claims are unfounded and false, and if they had any shred of credibility, they would have certainly been weaponized against President Trump already. Now, I agree that if a complaint is timed right before an election, there definitely could be some other motivations to that. But it's also ridiculous to say that anything in the Epstein files, if it were true, would have come out already. Because why didn't we see the stuff about Bill Gates, for example? I mean, that stuff apparently has been sick.
Well, I was going to say, you would say the same about all of the things about Democrats. The reason that stuff didn't come out yet about Trump or anybody else is because there were still cases that were being litigated. And so they weren't able to release a bunch of shit with cases that were ongoing. So like that would be highly unethical. That is why shit wasn't coming out about anyone. Tom, if your best friend was a pedophile, do you think they would tell you unless they thought you might be a pedophile as well? So again, we keep hearing from a bunch of people that everybody knew about this, right? That everybody knew about this. Everybody was well aware of what was going on. And you're telling me that a ton of people know that this guy has an island. They all nicknamed it Pedophile Island. That they all know that he is like that he's a pedophile. We have clips of Donald Trump saying he loves beautiful women just like me. Some are even on the younger side. And we're supposed to believe that his best friend doesn't even know what everybody else knows about his pedophile island and all of these. That's the claim, right? That's the claim, is that he just didn't even know, right? That's your, I want to be clear. You are saying Donald Trump probably didn't even know, right? You're saying he's so fucking stupid and unaware that what literally everybody else picked up, he didn't know. I just want to make sure that that's what you're asking me before I answer. Can you give me a yes? Yes, that is what I'm claiming. You say yes?
Sitting in here for a long time, and not only did no one talk about it, the FBI literally covered for it. I mean, they said that this was not the case. There are big claims against a lot of powerful people. Nobody in that file really wants to rock the boat or release the files, because then they get in trouble and their buddies get in trouble, and that's a huge problem. So I don't really buy the idea that, oh, if it were true, it would have already gotten out. I don't buy that. That's why we need transparency. That's why it's important these files are out. But this is just a look at a small fraction of the files. And over the next few weeks, we're going to go through all of the major findings we can from this 3.5 million page document dump. But seriously, think about how discrediting this has been, not only to this administration, but to so many rich and powerful people who have lied through their teeth happily towards you in order to hide their relationship with this man that many of them held post-guilty plea. And some of them, now we know, Epstein prepared blackmail for them and, according to reports, threatened.
Where did he go? I asked him a question. He hasn't answered the question. What happened? Where'd he go? I thought he was going to answer my question.
Before we get into the deep stuff,
Tom, hypothetical. Wait, you didn't answer my question. I need you to answer my question
Let's
first.
let's give some basics or some things I want to do inquire from the others. Walk me through the Santa Fe Institute. What was it about the time at the math? And this was in the late 90s. So they're not going to hear me on this part, right? We're going to do it both ways?
It will not be on the video, but we do have you recorded.
Fine. Remember, when you're answering on these questions, I'm not in the shot, and they're never going to hear my voice. So a little bit you got to repeat. In your answer, you got to repeat what my question was.
Oh,
a little bit.
Okay.
Santa Fe Institute. Why, when you're at the top of your game on Wall Street, do you decide to finance, which was at the time, or endow, or become the donor or sponsor, however you want to say it, for what was considered the most cutting edge group of mathematicians in the world? Action.
So Santa Fe Institute in the late 80s, early 90s, I was interested, I was on the board of Rockefeller. So that starts, Rockefeller University, formed by John D. Rockefeller to sort of give back to the community. It's east side of Manhattan, except it was old. It was sort of old-fashioned. They were talking about medicine, and medicine by itself was, again, subject to the ideas of science. They were trying to use science to find cures for disease. And I said, no, we need to do something different. We need to start interdisciplinary work. In most...
How did a schmuck like you get on the board of Rockefeller? What year was that?
I don't remember. Late, I think 89 and 91.
So that's one of the most prestigious research places in the world, correct?
Yes.
Okay, how did a guy like you get on the board of a blue blood, internationally known, hard research, Nobel Prize winners all over the place? How do they pick a guy like you, a trader from, or basically some guy from Bear Stearns?
Good question. So I was asked to be on the board of Rockefeller, and I think it was, I was on the board of Rockefeller, there was a money manager who said, Rockefeller needs someone with financial expertise because the university is growing and there's lots of new things. You have to, again, we go back to the original discussion the last time. Up until the mid-'80s or sort of early mid-'70s, the most important thing was your name. If you were Rockefeller, you already were considered to be brilliant. If you were head of General Motors, it was your reputation.
Yeah, he's just repeating like what it is that he already kind of prefaced in the question. Yes, that we know tons of people already have a bunch of like prestige behind their names when they get these sorts of positions. You did not have prestige and you got the fucking position anyways. Why? What the fuck? That's the fucking question. Correct. The question is, what the fuck?
It was who you knew, who your family was, what was your character. And then in the mid-'70s, basically, if you remember, you probably had a calculator. It was very advanced in those days to have a Texas Instrument calculator, where it could, by putting in the numbers, it would multiply for you to do square roots. And that was the first, and everyone who had a calculator was already advanced on Wall Street. A simple calculator, almost like your accountant.
No.
The most important parts of business were really now going to calculations. So it's not only mathematics, but it's things that could be calculated. Reputation couldn't be calculated. I could give you, are you a 10 on a reputation scale, an 8? What does it mean to have a measurement of your reputation? We'll get to that later. But places like Rockefeller needed someone to say, look, we're entering a different world where numbers and the numbers of companies, portfolio management was going to be balanced. It was going to be statistical. Jeffrey, could you come on the board? Potentially sit on the finance committee. Nancy Kissinger and a bunch of other people. And David Rockefeller.
Wait, this guy knows Rockefeller? What smart guy? Who is this? I want to follow him. I think his name is like a Jeff Epstein. I think he's related to Einstein. You can tell by the name. They just like added a P in there at some point, I think, because a guy married a woman who wanted to change the last name a little bit for equality, and so he's related to Einstein, and they're all very, very smart people, very, very prestigious people.
and I got along very well. He was this unbelievable human being. Respectful to everyone. He introduced his driver as his colleague, not his driver. He would never say, this is my driver. He said, it's my colleague. And David started to explain to me world politics. So David would say, Jeffrey, money is going to be sort of the most important things. People don't understand money. You seem to have this knack for money. I said to David, tell me about your life. What was the worst and the best part of your life? So David said, when I grew up, everyone knew I was a Rockefeller.
Damn, there's fucking 3 right here.
They
Holy
didn't know
shit.
that my father
4.
told me he would
Oh
not
my
leave me a
goodness.
dime. No money.
5?
But every time we went out to eat, me and my 5 friends at school, they would leave me the bill. They would expect me to pick up the check because I was a Rockefeller. And he said, I was chairman of Chase Bank. And he said, I remember like it was yesterday, one of the headlines in Time magazine said, David, please fire yourself. So he thought that there was a world that existed that would be a combination of both politics and business and leadership. What do I mean? He formed something called the Trilateral Commission. The Trilateral Commission is some spooky stuff. People said it was something, the Illuminati, there's some mystery about it, people that ran the world. It was politicians, but David said, most countries, the politicians get elected for 4 years or 8 years, separate from the royal families in England or in the Middle East. Someone's there for 4 years and then they're not there anymore. The most important people to have stability.
Fuck, that was some bad timing. Fuck. What up, what up, what up? Ah, fuck. Ah, fuck, we're both going to the same place. Alright. It's you got it, you got it, you got it.
And consistency would be businessmen.
Fucking third try.
So he
dude.
formed this
Third try
trilateral
during this
commission
electromagnetic storm.
of businessmen.
Or no, second try. Never mind.
And politicians from 3 major continents. So it was the North Americans, the Europeans, and the Asians.
I forgot the other ones were yesterday. I tried a bunch yesterday and each time didn't make it done either.
So he said to me, would you like to be on the Trilateral Commission? Now, I was 30 years old, 32 years old. I said, great. And he said, well, you have to fill out this application so they have your bio. And I looked at the list of people, and it was Bill Clinton, former president of the United States, Paul Volcker, every great leader in America, the Asians, the Japanese, and with a very long description.
So much like unnecessary detail, like, and then I filled out this thing called an application. Bro, what the fuck? Just say your friend got you the job. Like, holy shit.
Description of their history. And they asked me to fill in what I would like to have written. And I wrote Jeffrey Epstein, comma, just a good kid, which I thought was funny, nobody else did. So to answer your question, at that time I recognized around the world that
so to answer your
monies
question,
and currencies were not really well understood. But again, it was only numbers.
Bro, on top of that, like, yes, he could have said, like, okay, so the question was, why would somebody like you be on this thing? Again, he also would have said that, yeah, they wanted somebody who was like a financial advisor because they were having financial problems, and so They needed somebody who knew about finance to help them in this area. Like, sheesh, this is so fucking unnecessary. I thought we were told that this guy was so good with words and so smart and so you know, good at manipulating everybody, that like he was, but he sounds like a fucking idiot. I mean, sheesh, dude. He would have trouble making it in Twitch politics, like talking like this, let alone in the most prestigious parts of the fucking, well, I guess, okay, never mind. Trump also did this, so never mind.
So numbers, and I'll get to the fact that it was bad thinking. Numbers are very good.
Are most people that you meet, even on Trilateral Commission, when you meet most people, do you find most leaders financially illiterate, economically illiterate?
Most political leaders don't.
Yeah, it's yeah, when we have a president like Trump, it's just not, you're not able to really say much about anybody now. Like, you can't look at any retard and be like, wow, how the fuck did he get there? Like, well, you ever heard of a guy named Trump? Oh yeah. Okay, true, fuck. Like, there's nothing left. There's nothing we can say anymore.
Come out of a background of finance. Most political leaders come out of a background of being popular. So in some of the countries, in some of the African countries, for example, they might have been a military person. They were a general. In some of the African countries, they might have been a disc jockey. Or in our country, they would have been an actor. The knowledge of money isn't, they don't have expertise, they have no degrees in finance. They really, and this is one of the major problems, their expertise, if they have any financial knowledge, is of their own checking account or bank account and filling in their own taxes.
They're doing taxes, yeah.
So many world leaders who don't really have a financial underpinning make fundamental errors when it comes to money on a country or institutional level. Let me give you an example. If you, Mr. Bannon, if I said your assets increased last year.
I don't think you need to give an example, bro. I think we all get it. What the fuck? Why do you need to give an example of this? This is simplistic. Yeah, we get it. Okay. You understood economics. Most people are not, most people are economically illiterate, so they wanted somebody who actually understood finance. Like, this is not, this isn't fucking rocket science, dude. What the fuck? Why is he taking this long to explain in the first place? But then on top of that, is still, like, is using, like, tons of, like, metaphors now and shit like that to continue explaining. This is so stupid.
You'd say, that sounds pretty good. And I'd say, what does that mean to you? You'd say, well, I have more money. I guess I'm wealthier. I'd say, yes. And if your debt increased, would you feel wealthier or poorer? You'd say, well, I don't want to have increased debt. I don't like the idea of that sound, increased debt. Now, that and world leaders understand when their assets go up, they feel better. However, institutions like banks, things that people don't really understand are financial underpinnings of banks. When I say your bank, Mr. Bannon, you have the Bannon Bank, you doubled your assets. Sounds good, but what does it really mean? It means people owe you more money. You don't have any more money. What? Yeah.
What?
A bank's assets are how much it is owed by other people. That's crazy. So if the bank goes from a $2 billion of assets to $10 billion, it means people owe it an additional $8 billion, but their assets have gone up. So the terminology of assets and liabilities is different for banks. It's not natural. And what most people, and you ask questions about world leaders, there's many people, I think your old boss Mercer understood, there's a fundamental part of money which is called fractionalized banking. And fractionalized banking is something that finance people understand, and the people on the street, and when I say people on the street, that's where I was when I started on Wall Street, would find it impossible to believe. Impossible. Why? Bannon Bank, I give you $1, just one single dollar. In our system of banking, I would say, okay, Steve, I gave you $1. How much could you lend out to your friends? And your natural reaction would be probably something less than $1 because I want to keep something in my pocket. The way our system works is if you as a bank are holding my $1, you can lend out an additional $8 or $9. No, it's impossible. I only have $1, Jeffrey. We have something called fractionalized reserves, which is if you have 1, you can lend out 9.
Bro, he's explaining this like he thinks Bannon is like a 5-year-old. Tom, do you know how good at finance you have to be to diddle and as many kids as Epstein? Yeah, true. Motherfucker is the kid diddler champion. Nobody's as good at diddling kids as our boy Epstein here. And I trust him. If Donald Trump trusted him, then I trust him. He says diddling kids is cool, then diddling kids is cool, bro. That's how it is. I'm with it.
That's the way our system works. And so not only do world leaders not understand banking, but the man on the street, my father who worked in the park department, it would be beyond his imagination that people could lend out more money than they actually had in their pocket. Next question.
But how did this...
Next question.
In understanding that, when you get on something like the Trilateral Commission, you're on the board at Rockefeller, which is the most advanced research. You get brought into the Trilateral, which is the elite of the elite. How, since you're only at that time
30-something.
Damn it, Tom, people are in the room with me. All right, up next, now we're going to watch a 5-year-old strip dance. Ready? Bow, chicka, bow, bow. That is the hottest 5-year-old I've ever seen. Oh, yeah.
uh, 8 years from teaching at Dalton, right? You're a Dalton.
10 years.
10 years teaching at Dalton.
Yes.
Walk us through. I mean, put us in the room. Walk me through exactly what it felt like. What
my niece heard that.
It felt like being on the board at Rockefeller. You got these Nobel laureates, and you're sitting there making decisions, and you start to meet these people at Rockefeller.
So I keep wondering why my subscriber rate doesn't go up, but it's probably because they just tune in and hear shit like that, and they're like, "What the fuck? What the fuck is happening on this channel?"
Rockefeller. Now you start to meet these people at the Trilateral Commission. What did it feel like?
It's a great question. So what did it feel like?
That's what I'm in the business of asking.
Yeah. What did it feel like meeting some of these people like Kissinger or Rockefeller? And those were two extraordinary people. But in general, I think the question, the people on Wall Street, I tell the story, the first day, one of the first days when I was in Wall Street, someone said to me, "Would you like to buy ATV?" And I was looking in the brochure and I couldn't figure out what's...
You want to fight? Oh, I thought you wanted to. I wasn't saying I was gonna fight you. I was offering. You looked like you wanted to fight. Okay, I think he ran so far, he's not... Well, when I fight like this, of course he's scared, bro. When I'm this good at shooting, holy shit.
Stock had a symbol of ATV. And when I finally said, well, I can't find it. And they said, what's the matter with you? Do you want to buy ATV? Which is, he was selling hot televisions, stolen televisions from the floor of the American Stock Exchange, referred to in common parlance as the televisions fell off the truck. So I knew what that phrase meant from Coney Island. But
is he now explaining what the American Stock Exchange is, or am I crazy?
But what I found was most people, be it in business, in normal life, or in the world leaders, don't really understand money. It is something they think about. They have a sense of what it is. They certainly want more of it. But they also make statements like, we want more money, but we don't want more debt, which just shows a misunderstanding of what money at its core really is. So they don't,
This is literally the same exact way that Trump talks about money. This is like, unironically, this is exactly the same way that Trump talks about money, where he talks about, like, he doesn't care about actually having liquidity. He wants just something he can spend. So he's willing to take on as much debt as possible because he has something to spend. And that's all that matters to him in the end. It's just, is he getting more things to spend? And this is why, like, he has a lot of trouble with bankruptcies as well. But he'll... Ah, shit. He'll take on a ton of debt without a care in the world for whether or not he can pay it back. Because as long as he takes on enough debt, he can gamble it like 20, 30, 40 times. And then eventually he'll hit on something. Eventually something will work, something will go through, and he'll be able to actually capitalize on it. But he just has to get like enough to gamble enough times, right? If you have $10 billion, you're able to keep gambling, when I say gamble, I mean, like, you know, it's investing. Fuck. Oh, what the fuck? Why did that completely miss him?
most people don't. They want to make it, they want to save it, but to understand it intimately is not a normal.
Wow, imagine taking a chance and not always winning. While do you leftists think every chance is when you should win? Who the fuck said anything about not always winning? What the fuck are you talking about? Anyways, and so yeah, that obviously, like, the more money you have, the more you're able to keep like taking chances on things, and you have like a wider range, and so taking on more debt makes it to where you have more chances to take more you have more chances to make more investments, to lose more often, and so you're capable of like losing at a higher percentage. Somebody who has who works paycheck to paycheck, if they invest even just $1,000 on something, that loss for them is everything, right? Like they're totally fucked. They're financially ruined if that investment doesn't go through. Whereas, yeah, for people who have larger and larger amounts of money, they're able to keep losing. And so that is like kind of the idea for a lot of people, is they'll keep taking on more and more debt. And even if they lose and they lose all of that, lots of times they can just go to another bank, lose, get more investments, and then eventually they'll win enough to pay back all the others. And so that's kind of, that's been like the strategy that Trump has used for a long time. Bro, my family made its first $1 million selling frozen beef to Russia during an embargo. Money can be made anywhere. Who are you talking to? Who lives paycheck to paycheck? Plebs? Well, the majority of Americans, but that's not, I don't know, whether or not they're plebs doesn't mean anything. I think why are you so defensive? Are you always this way? Do you always get like easily offended and defensive like this, or is it only when somebody that's this much of a fucking Chad is talking that you just feel so insecure all the time? I was to Tonight with Kyle. He got upset I pointed out Trump sold steak in an electronics store. Okay. Yeah, that was definitely a wild one he did there.
Characters. At the first trilateral or something.
Yeah, good.
Just give me approximate. You joined the trilateral commission.
I think it might be.
And we'll be able to show we'll pull down the chart of where your name was, but just give me roughly when it was.
I think it could be 90. I don't remember.
Okay. Let's say early 90s.
Yes.
When you got on the trilateral commission and had the first, do you remember where the first meeting was?
It was in Tokyo.
In Tokyo. And at what hotel?
I would like to say the Hilton, but it's probably not.
And it's a 3-day, 4-day? Give me some
3-day event. And
walk me through.
Who's upset? Trump sold steak in an electronics store. I'd buy steak and TV from the same shop. Why not? Okay. Listen, dude, this is just obviously a bad idea. And when people, this is like one of the best tests for people, is bringing up the steak thing or Epstein. These are like the two things with Trump that are like the best tests for somebody who's just completely brainwashed, because I would say like most Republicans, most people on the right who voted for Trump, like when we bring this stuff up, most of them are like, yeah, no, like that's stupid. That was a bad idea. Like, yeah, I don't defend that, or like obviously that was ridiculous. You know, most of them are pretty quick to just be rational people. But yeah, when people start playing the like, well, what about Clinton shit, or with Epstein, or, you know, defending the selling steaks in TV shops, like, we know we've got one of the real ones.
Do the whole thing.
Speeches.
It starts with a dinner. Just walk me through it.
It was boring.
You couldn't possibly think it was boring. It's bullshit.
It was boring.
You had to be stars in your eyes.
No.
Did you fly over privately?
Yes, but it wasn't my plane.
So it didn't count?
No.
You fly over.
Yes.
And
it was
who were the first, like when you first met those leaders, you had to be wowed.
No.
You're 10 years out of Coney Island.
No, I'm not wowed by people of position. I'm wowed by people of great ideas. And I don't care if it's the bus driver. I don't care if it's the student I had who has teeth coming out
Well,
every
these
direction.
guys have to have great ideas. They're the leaders of the 3 great continents of the world: North America, Europe, and Japan.
No, many of these world leaders become world leaders because they're popular and they were able to get votes, or they were able to convince people to vote for them. I learned later. Many of them were just good at what they did in terms of politics. Remember, world leaders are politicians in general. They're not scientists, they're not intellectuals, they're not great thinkers, they're great politicians.
Yeah, all of this is 100% true. This is obviously completely true. He is completely right about this. This applies to almost all politicians across the board. Is that yes, they're not geniuses. They're not great thinkers. They're not people with brilliant ideas. They're people who are just good at convincing others of their ideas.
At the first Trilateral Commission meeting that you remember in Tokyo, in sometime in the early 90s, do you remember what were the big issues of the day that they were talking about, and what did you think about it?
Yeah, in fact, it was funny because they were talking about inflation, and they were worried that what would happen, how do you control inflation? And as a mathematician, I didn't understand the concept. I don't understand the concept today. How's that possible? Well, when you talk about most things to do with money, money is meant to be local. It's US dollars. Then I understand what it means. If inflation, it means my dollar today inflates, and it doesn't buy as much as it did a couple of years ago. The prices go up. I don't have, it seems that everything is great, but in fact my dollar is shrinking in value.
If you, and you're the financial genius here. I'm just a lowly M&A guy.
Sure. If you let me finish the thought.
Go ahead.
So if you're in America, you can feel inflation. Your salary's gone up, but you can't buy the same car. In fact, it starts to feel weird because the value.
That's why I wanted to ask the question. This is my point.
Sure.
The people who live and breathe this, the central banks, have been haunted by the specter of inflation since the late 70s.
Yes.
First off, tell our audience, how did that happen? The two great.
Yeah, it's funny. So this is the way that Trump lives his life, right? This is the way that Trump does business. This is the way that he does investment. It's just by taking on more and more debt. It's the way that he does everything. Just keep taking on more debt, and you'll be fine. Even if you just keep taking on debt to pay off debt, you'll be able to keep pushing the lifestyle that you currently have, and then eventually you die. And even if you die with a lot of debt, what are they going to do? Take it from you then? They'll probably take it from your businesses and shit like that. But that is what the United States has done as well. Is the United States just kind of keeps taking on more debt, and all of a sudden they're using that to try to convince everybody that we're in this crisis that we have to fix immediately. Well, isn't that what Trump did?
The two great financial events.
Can tell, Tom, you've never made an investment in something. I've owned my own businesses. I have stocks. I've made investments. What makes you think that I've never made an investment? You have no idea how risk reward works. Really? So what about it? What about what I just said is incorrect? Shut up, Wasted. What if what I just said is incorrect? How much time you got? We'll just name one. Name one thing. Let's start there. We'll see how much time I got. Or if you want to hop on, you can just call in. I got all the time in the world.
In the 20th century, I'm not going to get to the 21st, were the great inflation in Europe after World War I, the Great Depression, the hyperinflation in Germany that led to the rise of Hitler, and then this inflation in the mid-'70s. What was, before you go over explaining inflation, why is this specter of inflation always the central thing in central bankers' minds?
Because it goes back to the first concept I said, the weird concept of fractionalized reserves. The system is not well understood, and most systems.
I was just about to say he's going to repeat that nobody knows anything about finance. So obviously, if they don't know anything about finance, then they're going to be confused about these sorts of things.
Systems, in fact, are not well understood. We don't know how our digestive system.
Stop. This is impossible. This is impossible. The world banking system, the world currency system, the world monetary system has to be.
All right. So the trials ended earlier. I went out and I'm just now realizing, Mantis, you told me that I needed like all of these other cells and things for later on in one of the projects, and I just lost like all of those. I just lost like all of those leaper cells. Oh yeah, I needed them for this. Yep. Okay. Well, yeah, here it is. So yeah, so I had all of these leaper cells. I had like, what was it? I think 6 leaper cells. But yeah, I killed 1 bastion, 2 rocketeers, and 2 leapers in one run. I had tons of performance steal. I had all of this shit, and yeah, just lost all of it. Maybe I should just go kill shredders. What do I get in return for killing shredders? Anvil splitter. You take issue that Trump takes out all of his debt when that's the way most real estate. I didn't say it. I did not take issue with it. I don't know what you're talking about. To say that's a bad thing for Trump is just factually wrong. I never said that that was a bad thing. I don't know where the fuck you're getting this from. I did not say that that was a bad thing. I started off saying that he talks about debt the same way that Trump does. There isn't like one way to think about this. So there's tons of rich people who say, I never take on debt. I will never take on debt. I pay everything in cash. I don't ever want to pay debt, because if I pay anything in debt, then I have to pay, fuck, I'm blanking on the term. I have to pay, you know, a fee on top, and now I'm paying extra for no reason when I have the liquidity to just pay it up front. And so once I pay it up front, I own everything by myself. I don't have, you know, no bank owns it. No bank can take anything from me. Nothing can happen, and I own everything outright. There's, you know, there's a ton of different, like, interest. Thank you. But there's tons of different philosophies when it comes to debt and how people want to do it, how they like to do things, right? Trump is just like far on the spectrum of just take on debt. Who cares? Never stop taking on debt. Always take on debt. And that's the same way that Epstein talks about it. That's all I said, is that they just both talk about it the same way. I didn't say anything about like right or wrong.
So well understood.
Also not true. Most wealthy people keep their funds in assets. I didn't say most. Hold. All right. This person is too fucking stupid. I didn't say anything about most. If you strawman me one more time, I'm just gonna fucking ban you. Either you're too fucking stupid or too dishonest to engage here. I don't know which one it is. So.
Stood by the Greenspans of the world and the Bernankes of the world and you, right? The currency traders, the guys making billion-dollar bets every day. The legendary guy on Wall Street in the late 90s, Vassalin Brothers.
Ranieri?
No, the guy that wrote the money.
Michael Lewis? Marius Polka?
Yeah, Elias Parker. Who's that about? That great trader.
Lou Ranieri.
No, it wasn't Lou, the guy that ran the desk. That eventually ran the hedge fund that went long-term capital.
Ah, yes, I don't remember.
Who's the guy?
I want to say I don't remember. I'm sorry.
Lou Ranieri is big, but
Yes.
those guys have to understand the system perfectly.
No, they don't understand the system. They understand the local part of the system. So, for example, why is not only inflation, most bankers are terrified.
Yeah, in order to make millions of dollars, you don't have to understand the system at all. I mean, look at all the people in crypto. Like, crypto is one, like, obvious proof of people who don't understand finance in the least. They don't understand economics in the least. The crypto bros are some of the dumbest motherfuckers out there. I would trust an 8th grader over most crypto bros. Like, not most crypto bros. I'm not saying that, like, winning in crypto makes it to where you're incompetent when it comes to finance or when it comes to economics, but I'm saying that there's tons of crypto bros out here just talking about economics as though they understand it because they're rich. And that's just not the case. It's just not the case at all. And they're sitting around talking about shit as though they get it. You should listen to them. They're giving you advice. And they're just a bunch of schmucks who got lucky and ended up making millions. Like, some of them made like really stupid fucking investments when you look at the time and what it was that what the projections were. And they just got fucking lucky as hell. Like, and then they're out here trying to give people advice on how the economy works and how finance works and how investments work and where you should invest your money. Shut the fuck up, bro. You are one of the worst people to be giving fucking advice. You're a fucking crypto bro, dude. Give me a break.
If the public understood that the bank really doesn't have their money at any one time, it's one of the things during the Depression, there were runs on the bank. The reason the banks don't keep much money in the actual bank is they assume that not everyone's going to want their money on the same day. So it's not really the fear of inflation. The fear is a run on the bank. Everybody wants to take out something that doesn't really exist. Inflation is tied to interest rates. It's a more complicated example. But when your money doesn't buy the same amount of product this year than it did last year, if it buys less and less, like it happened, you used the term hyperinflation. There's certain countries that are not managed well, like in...
That's just inflation that needs to take its ADHD medication. That's all that is.
Africa, at the current, a $100 billion bill in Zimbabwe is worth 1 American cent. That's the perfect example of hyperinflation. It goes up, it doubles every day. So people are afraid that their value in the system starts to break down. But so if I said to you, does your doctor understand your body system? You'd say, well, I hope so, because I want him to keep me healthy. But you could have a kidney infection, you could have a heart attack, you could have a broken knee. There's lots of pieces of this system. And in fact, when you ask the question, very few doctors understand your entire body. There's a specialist for your knee, there's a specialist for your polynoidal cyst, there's a specialist for your head, and now we have specialists.
What are you, bruh? You just came into a fucking key room, ran right in, and started taking shit. Alright, no problem. Here. Hold on, I got a defib.
Appreciate you. My fault. That's crazy.
Alright, man. Normally I put door blockers on, but I ran out of them, so I'm a little low. Bro, I'm definitely getting the more fucking aggressive lobbies, dude. I can't. I'm definitely getting the more aggressive lobbies. This is like the 4th person I've shot, like, out of nowhere in the last 2 days, dude. I'm so fucked.
In different areas. So and I'm going to get to your first question about Santa Fe Institute. The world economy and your body are both comprised of little systems interacting with each other and making one big system.
This is what's stunning for all the little guys out there, the populist movement, the little guys that haven't had a pay raise in 30 years. They think that these elites, have everything. The guys in the room making the decisions, the party at Davos guys. You're sitting there, you don't think many people today really understand the complexity and really all the moving pieces and how they interconnect to the world's financial system.
No, not only don't they understand the complexity, and that goes back to Santa Fe Institute was an attempt of trying to see if there was a way to mathematize, formularize, or algorithmically understand what the term complexity means. That goes back to the original question. Complex systems are complex by definition. But there's not necessarily, it's not one level of complexity. We might say, well, our fingers are complex, the movements, the muscles of our hands, but it's not as complex as the blood system. Now I have a circulatory system. I have systems on top of systems, so that there's no one group of or person that really understands the way the body works. There's no one group that understands the way the financial systems work. You might understand U.S. bond market. Now, you've asked about the trade of long-term capital. That was a bond fund, very small part of this very complex system. So the goal of the Santa Fe Institute was to see, is there a way to get in, somehow understand how complex systems interact? Fast forward, Steve, to today, where Google and these other engine companies, the other tech companies, are trying to build artificial intelligence. The strangest thing that they found, one of the strangest things, is that the systems that they design, this artificial intelligence, which a lot of people have heard about, is they design a bunch of systems. They're called neural nets. The term simply taken out of brain work, neurons in the brain. Nets because they actually look like a net. They put in some inputs. The computers work, spit out an answer. Sounds normal to you. It's because you're thinking about that calculator you had in 1976.
Oh my goodness, I'm over encumbered? What? It's been like I'm almost done. Trade what? What are you looking for? Well, what are you looking for? I shot the last person who came into this room.
Here you go. You take a pick. One or two.
Of what?
Just take a pick. I'm trying to help you out, brother. I don't care about your tempers. I don't care what you have. I've got all the blueprints.
One?
Not all of them.
Oh, nice. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, see? You don't have to just shoot people just because they come in your room.
Well, depending. You fucked up, boy. You done. Oh, what the fuck? What the fuck? No, 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 I got him. I got him, I got him. Nothing, some dude just came in firing on us. He shot Buddy over here, so I killed him. We haven't gooped him yet. Bro, I'm so over encumbered. Holy shit. I got your back, bro. Goop away.
You got it, bro. Go ahead.
Alright, we're good.
Yeah, go. Yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Alright, we're good. No. Buddy, that's all you. I'm gonna protect you. You killed that guy for me. You get that goop.
Well, he can have it. It's all good.
He didn't have anything crazy. I'm not gonna lie. Go to that metro.
He had a looting survivor, I think.
I have the BP for that. I mean, I'll take it, but I have the. Do you guys need that? Because I have the BP for it already.
No, I have the blueprint as well, man.
Alright.
Yeah, I've got the blueprint too.
Alright.
All right, y'all have a good one. I'm heading to the extract.
I'll just follow you. I'm pretty much done.
Okay.
These very city night raids have been kind of trash lately. I don't know why.
You're coming too?
Alright, let's go.
Well, I'm fat as fuck right now, so you'll have no trouble keeping up.
He's right there.
Yeah. You're not the guy I shot earlier, are you?
You are. I am.
You are? Okay, my bad. I was gonna heal you up, but you had already closed the door, and I was like, alright, I don't know who else is out there. I don't want to fucking open that door.
My medical lab is stacked out. I'm good. I'm good on heals. I got the beta shot. I got that yesterday. I was so happy. I was like yelling happy.
Yeah, that.
Shooting you, by the way, I thought that he was you.
You're good. You're good. You rezzed me. This is the guy that I shot earlier when we were. When you came in, I was like, bro, what the fuck?
I literally just walked in the room. I saw him. I was like, what's up, bro? And then he just turned around, shot me. I was like, bro. He was like, what you mean, bro? I was like, you walked into a king room. I was like, oh shit, my bad.
I thought I had already told you, but I didn't realize my mic was off when I was saying something. So I was like, bro, what the fuck? And you just walked in and opened something. I'm like, all right, I gotta shoot this guy. That's a fucking clip right there, dude. That is a fucking clip. Let's go. When was the interview with Epstein done? I think it was done like just a couple years ago. Doesn't say in the... When did Bannon interview Epstein? Steve Bannon recorded an extensive unreleased interview session with Jeffrey Epstein in 2018 and 2019, shortly before Epstein's arrest and death in August 2019. The sessions were reportedly intended to rehabilitate Epstein's image following the 2018 Miami Herald Perversion of Justice series, with Bannon providing media training to help Epstein appear more sympathetic. Wow. Yeah, somebody said that they that Bannon claimed that he did it to like call out Epstein for all of his sick shit. I don't know if that's true. That guy came in, he dropped me a Tempest, and I just gotten a Tempest in the room. So I just got 2 new Tempests. I'm so stupid. I put the fucking shit. I'm so fucking stupid. I got a bunch of like gun mods and I kept dropping them. I dropped like 3 gun mods because I didn't have room in there. Normally, I don't ever do that. I always switch the gun into my into the gun slot, put the mods on the guns, and then put them back in my backpack. And this time I just didn't even think about it. Fuck. I left a lot of shit behind in that room. That, like, not like super expensive shit, but shit that I could have used. Damaged Raider, 1,300 points. That's the most I've ever gotten. Knocked Out Raider, 1,000 points. Let's fucking go. I'm definitely going into the fucking evil, what do you call it? The evil lobbies, for sure. That's definitely happening now. Did you see that, Mantis? I downed 2 guys. I should have punched the other one out. I think I've only punched 1 out ever. Yeah, I've only ever punched 1 out. Or no, 2. Yeah, 2. I just made a video. It's called When You Both Suck at PvP. I'm pretty sure back in the day he used to be like one of those like apologists. What the f- This is so bad, dude. I don't know how he came out so quick. Like, the fact that I ran out, I got so lucky because I still thought he was on the other side of the fucking place. And so I ran out and he immediately runs out behind me. I'm so lucky that I ran out. If I hadn't done that, he would have fucking really caught me by surprise. Look at that shot, dude. Look at that fucking shot. I made another one in slow motion so that you could see just like how far off every fucking shot, dude. So far off, bro. Look at this. Whoa! I shot the fucking door, dude. I shot the door. He's all the way over here. I shot all the way over here. Shooting while you're sliding, I think I figured it out. Watching me do it in slow motion, I think I figured out how to do it. You have to run and slide and aim here and let your aim come across them and then shoot. I missed it again. You can see this big red mark on the wall. Damn, you messed up by running into me, bro. I'm Oh, that is so sad, dude. It reminds me of like the clip we saw of the guy who's just like jumping around and sliding around and missing and just like just keeps like spinning in circles and everything. Holy shit.
On your desk. When you ask
I need to upload the slow motion one with like the same music that I used in the one with Van Dread. I was gonna call it clown music, but that's this one. No! Why does it do this? I clicked on this one. There you go. I need this music playing while we're do it in slow motion where you can see just like how far off every shot is.
Ask the person who designed the system, how did it come to that answer? How did your neural net, can you show me the calculations? They say, no, we don't know. We don't know how the thing we designed actually came up with that answer. That's pretty strange. They take the same neural.
Yeah, and that's why it's revenge porn. That's why what they're doing is qualified as revenge porn, and they are going to be held federally responsible. They're going to be sitting next to Donald Trump and P. Diddy.
Neural net.
And Destiny.
Now, and they put it in front of a video game. No learning, nothing. They said, to the computer, they say, sit in front of your video game and learn how to play. It seems the computer learns better than any human in history, faster than any human in history, beats any human in history, but when you ask the designer how did it do it, no one knows. It just did it. So that's the first little touch of things that we already have gotten to a place where we don't understand it, and we built it.
On Sunday afternoon, September 14th, 2008, where were you?
Sorry?
It was the night they put Lehman Brothers in bankruptcy in London.
I was in jail.
Seriously?
Yes.
So the financial crisis of 2008 happened when you were in jail?
Yes.
Oh, this is going to be so amazing. This is going to be so amazing. I take it you didn't have your Wall Street Journal dropped off to you in the morning, your Financial Times?
No.
How did you hear about how did you hear about, because I want
I wish I was a fucking girl, dude. I wish I was a girl. Like, periods once a month, childbirth, like, all of that shit, like, all of the, patriarchy, whatever, dude. The hairs that grow right here are just so fucking prickly, and they irritate the sides of my mouth so much. It's so annoying, and it hurts, too. It hurts a lot. Girls don't even have to deal with this shit. You don't want this smoke, Tom. Don't even start with me.
I forgot about this, but yes.
I'm trying to get this. Is going to be amazing. This is. Let's go back and do that again. Sunday afternoon, because I want to find out about people, the geniuses understanding the complexity of the financial system. Because I think the best example we have is the financial crisis, the crash of 2008. Sunday afternoon, September 14th, I think it was, 2008.
I don't know if you want to be a woman and bald, Tom. Mantis does. Mantis does. Say that to her. Tell her that. I really enjoyed it. Yeah. The Tempest and the volcano look so much alike. It's hard to tell a difference between them sometimes. Yeah, but she's hot, Tom. Well, so am I.
Is when they were working feverishly in Midtown Manhattan at the Lehman Brothers offices and at various law firms around town, and with the Secretary of Treasury and the Federal Reserve, what they're going to do with Lehman. They decided they weren't going to save it. And so they prepared to put it into bankruptcy at the open of the market in London the next day. How did you hear about what was going to happen to Lehman Brothers, and what did you immediately think when you heard they was going to be put into bankruptcy?
I'm glad you asked that question. I was in solitary confinement September 14th. And again, some of the
Wow,
public
so
stories
surprising.
about the wonderful time I had in jail and my work release, which didn't come till months after. I'd been there since June.
Listen to this, guys. Yesterday, I going a day without playing with Mantis and Ryan. Every single day playing with Mantis, Ryan, or Mantis and Van Dred, just dying over and over and over in trios, right? I said every day that like I would just play solos just so I could get goop, just so I could lose it all later in the day when playing with them. One day not playing with them, I got $400,000. I think it's like the first day since I started playing this game that I didn't play trios. And I got $400,000 in that one day. Not just us, it's anyone if you play in trios or doubles. Well, okay, to be clear, you and Ryan both say that you suck at PvP, okay? So, just... You guys just saw that clip that I just played a second ago, alright? You guys just saw that clip. I killed that guy, okay? I just downed 2 other guys in the game before that. Like, I am a PvP machine, but, you know, when I'm playing on a team with 2 people who admit that they suck at PvP, I'm gonna die a lot and lose my shit a lot.
8x10 cell with a bed in the back, a 6-foot bed in the back, a chrome sink with a toilet attached to it, and a little piece of metal sticking out that was supposed to act as a table. Now, since I was in jail, there were no books. Why? There's no library. No library, but you're in jail. No, I was in jail, not prison. So in jail, I was in a place which was called the Special Housing Unit, which is for the roughest, toughest, meanest people. They had put me there, they said, for my own protection. So I was in a 8x10 cell with a little slit in the door where they would serve my food on a tray about 9 inches by 4 inches. And then as soon as I finished eating, they would take the tray and close it down. And one of the guards said, do you understand there's Wall Street's crashing. I'm worried about my pension fund. What should I do? And I said, sorry, Wall Street's crashing? What's happened? And he said, there's some crisis and some companies are going bankrupt. I said, are you sure? And he said, yeah, it's all over the papers. We're all terrified we're going to lose our life savings because we have either a 401k or our pension funds. We don't know anything about money. Mr. Epstein, can you tell us, like, what's going on? Am I going to be able to afford my children's education? Am I going to be bankrupt like this company called Lehman Brothers? And there's another company in the front page today called Bear Stearns. Oh, no, I said. Why? Because that's the company I
worked for them,
a partner in.
Yeah.
And in fact, that was a company I had a very large investment in. So, as a great story, I didn't have my Wall Street Journal, but in the early mornings, you're allowed to make 2 phone calls, collect. And when you pick up the phone, you can dial a number, and when the person picks up, they say, you're getting a call from the Palm Beach County Jail. Will you accept reverse charges? And the person either says yes, and the call goes through, or the person says no. The person I had called was Jimmy Kane, the president of Bear Stearns. And I said, tell me what's going on. And so that my knowledge of the financial crisis happened with Jimmy, who was at the center of the storm, telling me about what Lehman had gone under, and they were trying to figure out a way, should they bail out Bear Stearns?
Did it strike you at the time of the mess you had made of your life to be in a situation that you're one of the greatest financial minds in the world, looked at by world leaders and
Yeah. Okay. So yeah. So he tried to pretend that all he was doing was just doing he was calling him out for being a bad guy and being a pedophile, and yeah, this is just him fucking stroking his ego the entire fucking time. Holy shit. I'm out of arc alloy and I need it to fix my shield. Oh wait, I have another shield. Oh. Okay, never mind. I'm sitting here like I'm so fucked. I just recycled so many things I shouldn't have now. Now that I realized that I had another one. Yeah, I should not have recycled any of that shit. But yeah, I'm sitting here like, fuck, dude, I'm so fucked. I need this fucking arc alloy and I'm not going to be able to take a shield.
ask their, your thinking by the most prominent and important people in the world, and here you are in solitary confinement. You got to make a collect call to somebody. Did it strike you at the time how all the threads of your life had come together and put you?
What do we have? What do we have? What do we have? All right, position 38. Wait, I was in 34th. I dropped down to 38? Wait, am I still in? Deliver carryables. Damaged ground-based arc enemies. Holy shit. Holy shit. So now it's leapers, bastions, bombardiers. Oh shit. And ticks and rollers and fireballs. Holy shit. Damage hornets. Fuck. I hate hornets so much. I fucking hate them so much. Download information inside the bunker. Ah, fuck. Open arc probes. Fuck.
You in a position, or you would put yourself in that position?
No.
So it never struck you when you had to make how all the threads of your life had come together and put you in a position, or you would put yourself in that position?
No.
So it never struck you when you had to make one of your 50% of your collect calls that day, you call the president or the head of the CEO of Bear Stearns. The biggest financial event in your life is taking place, of which one, every important person in the world would be seeking your opinion. Number two would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to apply your craft. Number three, it would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make money if you were smart, and obviously you're smart. You're telling me here,
obviously,
truthfully, that it never hit you at all of how you'd ended up in a place where you had to make a collect phone call from a jail cell that was 6x9 with a steel bed and your food being passed in through a slot.
The question you want to ask is, who was the other call to?
Okay, who was the other call to?
The other call was to my friend at J.P. Morgan, who was then, I didn't know it at the time, trying to buy Bear Stearns. So at one point, I had two phones. It was difficult because they're afraid people are going to hang themselves with the phone cord. So they don't actually come together and they're pretty short. So I was actually going between two phones talking to Bear Stearns and J.P. Morgan at the same time. So I found it amusing.
And it never struck you about how to end up in a situation like this?
No, that would be probably means I would be too self-aware.
You can't possibly expect me to believe this.
I know. I don't believe it.
You're telling me that during that day, you never had a moment. You sat there and go, what the fuck have I done with my life that I'm in a 6x9 jail cell when I should be on a trading desk, or I should be in my $250 million greatest townhouse in New York City, taking calls from the king of Saudi Arabia, the president of China, the head of Russia, the President of the United States to save the world's population from a financial debacle. You honestly expect me to believe that that never happened?
You're suggesting I was sort of somewhat depressed, and how could this happen to me?
I'm not saying depressed.
Not
I'm saying
depressed,
a moment of
what?
awareness of how could I get myself into this situation.
No, I would just say how strange that this happens. Just, it's strange. I'm wearing a jumpsuit.
Yes, that's what he's asking you. If you were surprised by this, you said no. But then if you say how strange, yes, normally stuff being strange is like part of it being unpredictable, something that you couldn't have seen coming. So I don't know why you answered no when the answer is yes. Yes, I thought that was weird. I thought that was strange. I couldn't believe that was happening. What up, brother? Let's take this motherfucker out. Holy shit. Did you just freeze too, or was that just me? All right, cool, bro. Just saved your fucking life, but don't go out of your way to answer like simplistic questions or anything. It's don't wanna bother you or anything. Don't wanna make you go out of your way. It'd be a little too much for you. So no thanks necessary. Appreciate it. Don't worry. It's what I do. It's not a big deal.
And flip-flops.
What
given
color
to
was
me
the jumpsuit?
Brown. Brown.
Brown jumpsuit.
Yes.
I notice I don't see you in a lot of brown.
No.
Brown jumpsuit and flip-flops.
Flip-flops, yes.
With no access to books, no access to newspapers,
No access to anything.
You had lived on information.
Except my Almond Joy bars. I had extra Almond Joy bars.
Did you eat Almond Joy bars and things like that because you're afraid of what the cooks did to your food?
Yes.
Is that because of that you were in for the crimes that you were in for?
No, it was just in fact, I was.
Is it because you're wealthy?
Yes.
How did you know that?
How did you know you were wealthy?
People would constantly come if I was passing by or have to go for my medical.
Who told you were wealthy?
People would either ask to borrow money or make some other types of comments about.
In
the beginning.
What were the comments? At the beginning, what were the comments?
It serves you fucking rich guys right that you're here next to me.
There was nothing about your crimes.
No.
So all this rumor you hear all the time about people in prison that commit.
Why would there be anything about his crimes? It's all rich people there. They love pedophiles. They're all pedophiles. Whoa, chill.
The type of crimes you commit, you're saying in your personal thing is not true.
No.
It was all because you were rich.
Yes.
And it was all because they wanted to borrow money.
Or get advice. Yes.
Wait, they get advice to go long.
Yes.
You're telling me
is this time to buy?
You're telling me in solitary confinement they're interested in going long.
Yeah. They want to know
what does that say about human nature?
Well, what I think the people find, one of the reasons they wanted to keep me in solitary confinement was they're afraid that everybody would want to know which stocks to buy. But what happened was, after this crisis, now it's on the front page of every newspaper.
I don't want to lose this day.
Sorry.
When you first heard that, was it Bear Stearns had been kicked into bankruptcy, 6 months before?
No, it's just the same time. This is part of the same deal.
I thought, no. Bear Stearns, they saved Bear Stearns and didn't save Lehman Brothers. That's
right.
it. 6 months before they had bailed out Bear Stearns, but Bear Stearns was still a zombie.
A shell of its former self.
A former self, but they had quote unquote saved it. Why did they make the decision in your mind? Why did Hank Paulson in Bernanke, what's this concept of moral hazard? Explain to the audience what moral hazard is, and why did they save Bear Stearns 6 months before, and why did the smartest guys in the room decide not to save Lehman Brothers?
It's a good question. The real issue is I'd have to go back when you have these systems to the way your doctor responds to any type of emergency in your body. If they might decide to save your kidneys and let your gallbladder go because the gallbladder is less important to your overall system. If at that time.
Bro, these fucking snitches are spawning so quickly. Like, this is the third one right here in the same exact fucking spot. Like, literally the same spot. Like, they've all been right there in the same exact fucking spot this entire time.
Even it's not that long ago. The boogeyman was when said, well, what really happened? Jeffrey, what really happened? What is this financial crisis? And, you know, some of the progressives and the right-wing blame.
I killed another snitch, and I don't know... Did I get both snitch scanners already? Did I? Maybe I did. Is that it? Well, no, I guess it wouldn't be there anymore because I've cleaned out everything. I could have sworn it died like right here, and I haven't been over here yet.
Blame it on the banks. It was the banks' fault, and it's the fault of this very esoteric, unknown concept of derivatives. It was really the derivatives that caused this financial crisis because the derivatives got somehow out of control and like in the Mickey Mouse.
And that was the way you started your road to a billionaire went right through derivatives.
Yes, but derivatives were not the cause. Derivatives were not the cause at all. It's like saying your hair was the cause of your heart attack because it was on top of your head.
So what
when you
was
fell
the
down.
cause?
There isn't, let me say, there's no one specific cause. These are system collapses. So many times when they have to make your death certificate, when you say, well, what did he die from? They'll say heart failure. But if you say, what was the cause of his heart failure? Well, he had low blood pressure, his sugar was high, he was diabetic, he had all these other problems. But you say, no, we need a word on your death certificate. Did he die from brain damage? Did he die from heart failure? That's the financial.
Okay, he is correct. Like this almost sounds like the COVID thing, where people are like, they said that they died from COVID when actually they had diabetes and then got COVID. And if they didn't have diabetes before they got COVID, then they wouldn't have died. So those doctors are lying. Ah, fuck. Like that's what this comes off as to me. I don't know.
Crisis. Many people said, well, what caused it? They wrote like on its death certificate, derivatives. But derivatives were not a fundamental. Derivatives are not a fundamental cause of anything.
Was it Sunday or Monday? I take it was Monday morning when you made your two collect calls and you were talking to Bear Stearns on one hand and Morgan Stanley the other.
J.P. Morgan.
J.P. Morgan. Did you? That was Monday morning. Did you, Jeffrey? Being one of the financial geniuses in the world, did you understand what Lehman Brothers is going into bankruptcy, the domino effect, that by Thursday the financial system would be under such extremis that if it didn't have $1 trillion cash infusion in the United States, it might collapse? Did you know that at the time? Did you view that at the time?
Yes.
You did?
Yeah.
Why?
Again, I don't want to bore you or the audience with the idea of it's a medical procedure, but you had system failures. So you'd recognize that if I said to you, did you realize when your father was on the ground and he was clutching his chest and he couldn't breathe, it was a bad situation, he could die. That's how I saw it.
Did you immediately think about the commercial paper market? I mean, the mechanical triggers that actually you had to blow through these circuit boards. Did you know the circuits? Did you understand the circuits? Or did you have a concept of the circuits that were going to get blown through?
Yes, but only because of an analogy to a body. And in fact, from my telephones against the wall with my little metal wires, because the next day I talked to another person in Washington about the issues of what I thought was happening, and I made the same discussion about the...
They were at the Treasury Department?
Yes.
So in a 6x9 cell in...
The phones were outside the cell.
In Palm Beach County, California?
West Palm Beach, Florida.
West Palm Beach, Florida.
This was your juice diet.
West Palm Beach, Florida. West Palm Beach, Florida.
Wait, Mantis, are you here? Did you say that I need arc synthetic resin or not? Am I crazy?
West Palm Beach, Florida. You're making a call to Washington, D.C. to talk to some deputy's Secretary of Treasury.
Someone in Treasury.
Right. Someone in Treasury.
Right.
Yes, I do. I need the arc synthetic resin. Yes? Okay.
And that does not, the night before you go to bed, it doesn't dawn on you at all. You never have a moment of self-reflection that, how did I end up on this metal cot when I should be at the center of things?
No, I had a telephone, so I've said, I can talk to, it makes no difference where I am. In fact, I'm still talking to the same person if I was at my home in Palm Beach. But I'm here in jail.
Your home in Palm Beach.
I can dial my own phone.
That's bullshit. No, but you can also make 1,000 phone calls. Here you got to make one, and he's got to take.
Think how much better that was. I had to decide who was the right person to call. That was unusual for me, because I would have called 20 people.
And
before.
what was the advice you gave him?
I said, you have a sick patient, and it's very much like a sick patient in the emergency room. You can't think about it like your car. People in normal walks of life think about money and things as a machine. And unfortunately, so if your car breaks, cars are always easy to fix. My jets, my cars, if it breaks, I know it can be fixed because it simply follows the same pattern. If this part breaks, you replace the part and the thing works again. People and the financial system are not machines. They can't be fixed the same way. You can't simply take out put some more juice into the commercial paper market, and that's like replacing the carburetor on the car. It's much more, I have a patient who can't breathe, has a stomach problem, can't see, looks bleeding at the same time. What do I do first? I have to think about it as a system. Where's the most logical place? What's the most dangerous place? If your heart stopped, we have to start your...
I got 2 stars on accident, just killing hornets.
Heart again. In the equivalent to the money market, why do I have to start your heart again? I need to get your blood flowing. If your blood stops, you're dead. If liquidity, which is the equivalent of blood in the financial system, dries up.
Once liquidity is basically cash, putting cash into the
system. Forget about what it is.
Okay.
Liquidity is liquidity. It allows the system, it's the blood of the system. You need to pump blood hard into the body of the economy to keep it flowing. And if you're, especially when you're worried about someone dying, you're not going to be worried about the niceties of,
what the
well,
fuck?
You got the shirt dirty and there was some damage. Pump in that blood, keep that heart pumping.
When you talked to the person in Treasury on Tuesday, the 16th, did you get a feeling as you were sitting in your 6x9 jail cell in West Palm Beach, Florida, that they were on top of things?
No, you can't. It's impossible to be on top of things. There's no such thing. It's, again, the doctor watching the patient die. You hopefully have some confidence that he's seen it before. He recognizes that there are some steps he has to take first before he bandages the guy's finger or worries about what shoes he has on. So you hope that the people in charge, your doctors who are working on the emergency patient, have enough experience and, frankly, judgment to try to keep the patient alive.
Did you think that they had those things, patience and judgment?
They had pretty good judgment, and you needed a lot of luck, just like in the dead patient. You need to, hopefully you put that blood in and it's not too late. And you make some mistakes, but you have to know you're going to have to give it a shock.
In the run-up to the September crash of 2008,
Yeah.
I guess you weren't occupied with finance. That whole summer, how long had you been in jail?
Went to jail June 30th.
So the entire summer?
Yes.
Before you went into jail, you were still very active in the financial markets?
Yes.
When I say active, you trade currencies every day, you trade...
Somebody's shooting at people up there. Yep, there he goes.
Stocks every day. When people...
I don't do any...
Someone like you, or you give advice to people to trade stocks or trade currencies.
I don't trade every day. I think that's, like Woody Allen said, you can't beat the bank. So I try to pick my spots. George Soros picked his spot when the pound collapsed. This would have been a great money-making opportunity that passed me by when I was in jail, but that's not how I think.
In the run-up to that, in the spring of 2008, that's when Bear Stearns got in problems, I think, in the spring of 2008, and they decided to bail it out. Did the Bear Stearns guys talk to you for advice at that time, in the big crisis in Bear Stearns?
No, but see, again, unbeknownst to most people, and it's easy to blame people for the financial crisis, like you'd blame someone for giving your father the drink before he had his heart attack. But what really happened, the real enemy of the finance system was Bill Clinton. And if you ask me what and who caused the financial crisis, I would tell you it was Bill Clinton.
Because of what Bob Rubin and he did to deregulate the financial system?
Oh, so this is how they were gonna fix his reputation, by making sure that nobody thinks that he's friends with that pedophile Bill Clinton. Okay. Alright, well, at this point I'm likely going to run into the guy who was shooting me when I get out there. Fuck. You gotta be kidding me, dude. Fuck. Well. This is not gonna be fun. Oh no. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Are you fucking kidding me? Fucking deja vu, dude. Holy shit, dude. Why did it delete my message that said Tom what? Because you're doxing me.
System?
No. Because as of the last time we had our 60-minute interview, you talked to me about home ownership. And you asked me whether everyone should own a home. And I told you no, it's too risky.
Oh, in our last interview. Well, where's that one? We need that one now. Where the fuck is that? Damn, all those shots that I shot at that guy, I didn't hit one of them. Fuck.
So the financial collapse of 2008 is because of hardworking African Americans, Hispanics, and whites who wanted to have a ownership stake in the society that all rests on their shoulders. They're the culprits.
No, not at all.
Okay, then
I didn't say they were the culprits. I was pretty clear it was Bill Clinton.
Okay.
And why was it Bill Clinton? Because Bill Clinton wanted to get votes from those people.
Okay. So he's gonna say repealing Glass-Steagall is what did it, right? He's gonna say Glass-Steagall. I was trying to say earlier, I think they're trying to fix his reputation by saying that getting him to criticize Clinton so that he's not cool with Clinton. That'll fix his reputation. That way that'll get him in with the Trump crowd, because Bannon's the one who's making the documentary on him, and the Trump crowd likes Bannon. And so as long as he gets Epstein to criticize Clinton a bunch and blame a bunch of shit on Clinton, then the Trump crowd will like Epstein.
And he sold,
because there's a bunch of emails between Epstein, Bannon, other people within the Trump circle. I forget who the other guy was. Like, was it Wolf? Who were like discussing with Epstein like strategy on how to get like Trump to defend him, and saying like, oh, well, maybe he'll take the like, oh, this is just wokeism, and those girls aren't that young, like this is cancel culture, like shit like that. Like they were all like talking about how to do this. And fuck, I need Leaper pulse units. I thought that's what I was getting. What did I get? Rocketeer drivers? Fuck, I thought those were all Leaper pulse units. The Rocketeer drivers.
them the idea that instead of renting in a house, and historically the values of houses have gone up, and he said, you guys in these local communities who haven't been able to afford a house before, I'm going to show you a way. I'm going to give you a way, because I'm sure I'll get your vote, that you can own a house, because I want your vote. So what we're going to do is I'm going to let you buy a house, Mr. Bannon, when you really, you're right on the border, maybe, or not even on the border. Your credit is not good. Okay, let's be honest. And it's not my fault, it's not Bill Clinton's fault, but if whatever happens, at the moment your credit score or whatever it is, your credit's not good. Now, normally, you come to me and want to borrow money, I'm a bank, and I say, I'm sorry, Mr. Bannon, I can't lend you money because your credit score is not up to where it needs to be. Hopefully, if you work harder and clean up some of your problems, it will be. But no, what I say to you is, I'm going to figure out a way to lend you, not give you. I'm going to lend you money anyway, though you don't have a good credit score. And don't worry, I'm going to get rid of the term that you don't have bad credit. Bad credit sounds pejorative. You don't want to be a person.
Sounds judgmental.
Yes, sounds judgmental. So what we're going to do is we're going to call your...
Bro, this sounds like the type of rhetoric that Bannon uses. This literally sounds like something that Bannon would say.
Credit situation subprime. Oh, nobody knows what that means. Subprime. That means prime is good credit. Subprime is not good credit, less than good credit. So we'll call it something that people really won't follow. And we'll tell you what, we're going to have people lend you money though you are a subprime borrower, and I will figure out some government agencies to guarantee your loan, though I don't think you're a good risk. So the banks say, no, 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 we don't want, initially, the bank said, sorry, this is too risky, Mr. President.
The one, Mantis and anybody else who plays Arc Raiders, if any of you guys get the extended shotgun mag 3 and you don't need it, you already got it, I need it. I need it. I need it. Like, I stay awake at night thinking, oh my goodness, I need to find that fucking extended mag 3 blueprint. Holy shit, if only I had that, my life would be complete. I could die a happy man. So if you guys find that shit, let me know. Hit me up. I will give you any one of these blueprints that you want. Okay? Any one. Wolfpack, Snaphook, whatever you want. Patina, Aphelion. Alright? The shotgun silencer.
For us. We're in the business.
I have got it, but you can't have it. You don't have shit. You've never had shit in your entire life. Okay?
Of managing risk. It's not our money. It's the hard-working people's money sitting in our bank. We can't lend to people whose credit is not prime. You're asking.
It's literally the first time I think I've heard Epstein talk. Are you sure?
He is charming. He is able to convince people. So he tells everybody what they want to hear.
So how do you know this?
That was supposed to show.
He has a sense of humor. He can be funny.
He's great. His ability to sell. It's very much like Clinton. Both Bill and Donald have the ability to go over to a fat, ugly woman, say, you are the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. So you probably know he has scalp reduction.
That's something that I can't do. It's something I cannot do. Like, I can't. It's not in me. Like, to women that I don't find, like, I can't. I remember, like, even when I was younger, I've never been able to do this. I remember, like, a specific girl when I was in church camp. I was riding home and a girl asked if she could sit with me, and I said yes. And then she starts doing this, like, thing where she's like crying, and she's like, oh, nobody likes me, I'm fat and ugly, and nobody actually likes me. And I sat there just thinking, fuck, dude, fuck. And she didn't stop. Like, she repeated it like 5 fucking times, to where eventually I was like, damn, that sucks. Like, the silence was painful after every time she would be like, I'm fat and I'm ugly and boys just don't like me and it's not fair. And then she would like look at me, and I'm like, wow. Gotta be tough, dude. Being fat and ugly. I've never been fat and ugly, so I don't I don't know. OMG, Tom. Well, I mean, Mantis knows as well. Like there are times where like she's a girl, so of course there are times where she's like saying things, and she's like, "You're supposed to say X," and I'm like, why? No, I'm not. Like, shut up. Yes, you are. You're such a boy. Like, you're supposed to say this. Like, no, I'm not supposed to say that. No, definitely not. Should have told her God thinks she's beautiful. I don't know about that. I think I would have been lying. But I could have told her Trump thinks she's beautiful. I could have told her Trump would say that you're beautiful. And he's a millionaire. So, remember that. Well, actually, she was underage at the time. So we were all in middle school at the time. So I could have told her Epstein thinks she's beautiful too.
You see the same male pattern model that we all have. He's not he's a horrible human being. He does nasty things to his best friends' wives.
I can't. There's numerous factors there. One, if I think somebody's like trying to get me to say something, or they're like fishing for something, I don't I don't want to play the fucking game. I don't like games. I don't like people playing fucking games. I don't like people like it feels manipulative. It feels like I'm being manipulated, and I don't like it. So when people do the thing where they're trying to get you to say something, or trying to get you to like act a certain way, I like just say it. Just say that's what you want, and that's fine. We'll have that fucking conversation. But if you're trying to manipulate me in this way with like emotions and shit, fuck that. But then on top of that, yes, it really is hard for me to call somebody attractive if I just don't find them attractive. Like if it's hard for me to say somebody's like, you know, beautiful if I don't think they're beautiful. It's hard for me to do this in an unironic fashion. And it's just I can't fucking do it. And I remember having friends who would do this, or even like I remember my buddy dating this girl, and he invited all of us over to introduce us to her, and she was not attractive. She wasn't horrible looking. She wasn't like a horrible fat slob or anything, but she just wasn't attractive in the least. And afterwards, you know, she leaves, and then all the guys are like, "Bro, she's great. She's beautiful, dude. Well done. You fucking got one, bro. You know, you rock, dude," and blah blah blah. And I'm sitting there like, I hope y'all don't expect me to say this shit. I'm not doing it. I'm not fucking gaslighting him, bro. Like, we could have just said nothing. We all could have just said nothing. But you guys had to do this. So now we're doing it. All right. Roll up your fucking sleeves, boys. This is what we're fucking doing. We could have just said nothing. We could have just been like, she's nice. We could have said she's nice. That was true. She's nice. She's a nice person. We could have just said that. All right? You could have said she had nice clothes. You could have said she looks like she conditions her hair. She's got cool shoes. I don't know. There's a lot of things you could have said. You went with the one thing. Fuck that shit. But yeah, anyways, these are the recordings of Epstein saying that him and Trump were best friends and like talking about their relationship and shit like that. We've played this clip a ton of times in the past. This is a famous recording of him from, I think it was from Wolf again. I think it's from Wolf, but yeah.
Is to lend people who are subprime. And he says, here's the key, if you don't, Mr. Bannon, I'm going to...
Reminder, we got the panel tomorrow. Tomorrow. We got a panel tomorrow at 8:30. So we pushed it back. It was initially at 8. We're doing it at 8:30. And we are going to have an ex-ICE agent on the panel. An ex-ICE agent will be on the panel. And he is on the right, defending the shootings. So Arc Raiders is a terrible game. Says the person who's playing a game that's like 7 years old. Okay, give me a fucking break, dude. You're talking about the game that literally just that just like didn't it just win Game of the Year or some shit? Also, speaking of, you guys fucking lied to me. Okay, yesterday I came or 2 days ago I got on and you guys were talking about, oh, it's so funny, the Melania movie flopped. It's so sad. The Melania movie flopped, and I was like, they're like, nobody's gonna watch that shit. I was like, I'm gonna go watch it. You guys are like, what? You're gonna watch that? Why would you watch that, Tom? Nobody's gonna watch that shit. It's horrible. It's like fucking killing in the box office right now. It is overperforming. It's number 3 on the fucking list right now. You guys fucking gaslit the fucking shit out of me. It was mainly Abaddon, which we all know is not to be trusted because he's gay. But damn, dude. I pulled up CNN today, and there they are talking about the fact that the Melania movie is fucking killing it in the box office.
To make sure the Justice Department charges you with discriminatory.
It's actually so retarded that anybody would watch that. It's about the fucking president's wife. What do you mean? Of course people would watch it. Again, even people like me, like people who are just interested in politics, interested in this shit, they would assume that there's going to be things said that like would be insightful at some point, even if it's not by Melania. It might be by the person who's producing it or interviewing or whatever. But there's, who cares about Melania? Like, literally everybody cared about Hillary Clinton. Okay? This is that fucking liberal bias, that liberal hypocrisy that everybody's always talking about. People cared about Hillary Clinton.
Lending, because you refuse to lend to.
Melania is pretty hot, to be honest. Okay, all right, bro. If you guys are gonna say that Melania is hot, but you're not gonna say the same thing about the fucking lawyer chick, I cannot trust your judgment anymore. I'm back at the point where I'm feeling again like I have created an audience of idiots. These are not the good gooners that I wanted. These are not the good gooners that I wanted to build. I never argued with you about that. Okay. All right. Well then we're all right. All right, fair enough. I don't have a problem with people saying the Melania is hot. I'm just saying that if you're going to say the Melania is hot and not the lawyer chick, then yeah, I'm gonna question your judgment. Like, give me a break.
My subprimers. In business terms, you should never lend to. But what we'll do is I'm going to form an agency called Fannie Mae and Ginnie Mae, just another agency names. They'll guarantee your loan. So don't worry. Don't worry. You don't have to pay it back anymore. Even though and maybe you don't even have to work as hard anymore. That's probably a harsh statement, but these players, these two big firms, Fannie Mae, will guarantee the fact that.
Oh, Bird City. Ooh, Bird City. Sade. Bird City, means that you get there's a bunch of like random ducks, rubber ducks. So normally they have the regular yellow rubber duck that you can find some places, and it's just like a little item that you can sell to get money sometimes. Or right now they have a special event called Bird City where you can go on top of the roofs and find rubber ducks that are like special rubber ducks. And this is the most expensive one that I found so far. Mantis and I literally, this is how big the rubber duck thing is, okay? Mantis and I went in yesterday, and every single time we went in, we got murdered by people who just wanted to take our ducks. That's it. They like, everybody is so obsessed with getting the ducks right now that we went in and kept getting murdered by people who wanted the ducks. Even one team like pretended to be cool with us for a while and then killed us in the end to take our fucking ducks. So, and I had some good ones too, but yeah, this one, flashy duck, $3,000 for one duck. If you can stack them in 15s, so 3,000 times 15. It's the most expensive slot in the game now and they're for ducks. Yeah, Bird City. Let's do it. Let's get it.
That bank will receive its money. Now, the banks are...
I'm with the duck stealers. That's because you like disharmony. That's because you are a disharmonious person, which is why you play Call of Duty instead of this.
Wow. Best deal in history. I refused to lend to Mr. Bannon, but now he has the big brother, his Uncle Sam. He went to his Uncle Sam, and Uncle Sam says, I'm guaranteeing it. The bank says, I want everybody. Give me as many people as you can give me, because Uncle Sam is the best credit in the world. Not only it's the United States government. We'll take it all. We'll take as much subprime as we can handle, because it's the best investment for the moment. It's a strange investment because...
Yeah, the game's already going, and that 19 minutes right now. Fuck. Yeah, I should probably just extract. I didn't even see. Can somebody check and see how much time was left on Duck City? I didn't see. And I don't... Wait, am I going the wrong way? Yep, I'm going the wrong way. Well...
It has politics that has inserted its way into the numbers. Politics doesn't belong in the markets. But now we're going to have, I want the votes. We'll make guarantees that you who can't get a house normally will be able to get a house from the bank. The bank says, this is the best deal in history. We will package 100, 300, 1,000 of you subprimers, and we'll sell it off to somebody else. And the whole system becomes mired in subprime mortgages. That's becomes the issue.
What do you mean mired? There's just too much supply. It's a supply-demand problem. You get too much supply?
No, it's a very good question. What does too much supply mean? Well, then you get to people, go back to your first question to me. Government leaders. Government leaders know if they're good, and they can do mathematics, they can balance their checkbooks. So certain people in Congress said, well, how do you value these subprime mortgages? The banks say, we've been valuing them the same way we've always valued them for the past 20 years. The accounting firms, there's something in this country called GAAP accounting, which is a standard type of accounting. And we account for them the same way we've always accounted for them. If we paid $1,000 for your mortgage last night, when we put it on our books today, we're going to say its value is $1,000. Makes sense. I paid for it. What's its value? It's $1,000. That's what I paid for it last night. No. The Congress people said, that's not really a good answer, you know. That doesn't give us confidence that you know what you're doing. Because what happens if you have to sell it tomorrow morning? If something's happened and you have to sell it. Remember, there's kinds of stress tests. Would you be able to value it at what you paid for it the day before? And Wall Street says, that's not the way you can think about this. This is crazy. We always value things at the cost from the day before. And they changed the accounting method, in essence, to say not what it was worth yesterday, but if I have to sell, what would it be worth? That's impossible. So what happens is every bank now has to value something they bought yesterday at lower than they paid. Never before in 20 years did they have to do this. So something they bought at 1,000, on their books was 1,000, is now 990. That starts to, you asked the question about what did I start to think about. Something's 1,000 and 990, this person now has to value it at 980.
When did you first start to get nervous, understanding Bill Clinton in all this? Did you change glasses?
Yes.
Okay.
I changed shirt.
I saw that black. Are you okay with the? Yeah, great. I think we're gonna have all kinds of changes.
I'm experimenting.
Yeah. Okay. When did you get a feeling? Did you ever anticipate before it happened something like 2008 could happen?
No.
How could that be?
Because it's the word I can beat it to death. Is that it's very much like would I anticipate I'll have a heart attack tomorrow? Unlikely.
Was 2008 a heart attack or a stroke? Debilitating.
It's a better. It was both. But why was it both? Because in fact, as I said, the blood was getting dried up in the system, and the head, which is sort of the central bank, wasn't working. So to some extent, it was a combination. It was a crisis.
Did you see that building up over time?
It's always been lurking in the background. I mean, if you have an older parent, would you say it's possible? Did you anticipate him having a heart attack today? No, you hope things are going to go better and maybe they'll fix it up. The system was getting too complex, and it was.
Yeah, so this is what I was trying to say earlier, is that I should have brought zip lines. I should have brought zip lines, because getting on the roof or from one roof to the other or shit like that, like it's like it's the harder part of this. Yeah, there's nothing here. Fuck. These guys have already cleared them all out to the point that they're just... They're just shooting these things. Just shooting wasps and shit now. Well, fuck.
Wasn't based on derivatives, because what people keep forgetting, and as I was just explaining, Wall Street and in many professions, including Wall Street makes it sound complicated. They don't want the little guy to understand what they do, because they make so much money and they don't do very much. So they couch it in words like derivative and stock options and commodity futures and...
Bro, I was just about to say, I think I just saw somebody jump off of that. I got rid of my defib. I just saw somebody jump off the fucking Rocketeer. I was like, holy shit, did I just see someone jump off the fucking Rocketeer? What the fuck? Then there it goes, the fucking flare right after. Yep, there goes another one.
Different types of contracts. It's all fairly, everyone is capable of understanding it. It is not complicated. But Wall Street, because they make so much money from doing fairly simple things, needs to make it more complicated than it really is.
It doesn't even have to be complicated. It just has to be that like most people don't understand it to the point where they could do it or explain it or anything like that. And so like that's all it has to be in order for these people to be well paid. Like could anybody play basketball? Like, yeah, is it all that complicated? Not really. If you like train hard enough, if you work hard enough, if you you practice enough, just about anybody could do it. But then there's also like physical gifts that are involved that can kind of get you there. You guys still alive? Alright, I'm trying to get to you. Keep talking, keep talking. Oh! I didn't know it was still here, fuck. Where are you at? Oh, they bled out. Fuck.
We had a very big recession in the early 90s.
Well,
based upon.
I'm gonna loot their bodies and get their fucking ducks.
Real estate and Japan basically imploding.
Let's again,
okay.
You had a recession in the 90s. I don't know what it's based upon. It's always interesting to look back and say, separate from there's certain triggers, like there, in the 70s there was a...
What do you think it was based upon, the 90s downturn? It's clearly there was a huge downturn.
No, I know there was a downturn. That's what I know for sure.
I don't. That's a fact.
That's all. Everything else is sort of speculation about why did he have that?
I understand that, but there's some speculation that has 0% probability of being true, and there's others that have 90%. In the range, when you look at the range of alternatives of what could have caused it in 90, and what I'm trying to do is get you all the way up to 2008. Look, you're the smartest guy in the room, right? You know that. Do you think there's anybody in the world today?
Oops, this is going to be a bad question.
No, but do you think anybody in the world today, the Alan Greenspans, the Bernankes, is there any central banker you know, any partner of any Wall Street firm, any guy running a trading desk, and I would take it that would be, or anybody at a Larry Fink at BlackRock, Steve Schwartzman at Blackstone, the top 100 financial guys, and let's throw in a couple of Nobel economists, and let's throw in the best professors
trying to fucking kill
at Wharton, at Harvard, at Stanford. Do you think that there's anybody that understands money or understands the world's financial system as good as you?
There must be.
But it doesn't come to the top of the head.
No.
Okay, fine. Now that I've gotten that, let's go back to 1990. In that arc from the fall of the Berlin Wall to 2008.
Good.
We started with the implosion in Tokyo of the Japanese economy, Japanese financial markets. We had the huge run up in internet stocks, right? We had the implosion of that in 2000. The bankruptcy of Drexel Burnham in 90. Mm-hmm. Implosion of Japan, huge run up in equity markets for the internet, implosion of the internet in 2000, 10 years later roughly. Mm-hmm. And then this run up through the Iraq war and all that, the run up to 2008. Every 10 years it seems like we're in some sort of 10 years before the 1990s was the 70s.
You sound like an astrologer.
Okay.
And not a finance person.
You're supposed to be a mathematician. It just seems to be a pattern of every 10 years.
That's what.
I got some good shit out of him before that happened. I got some good fucking shit out of him before that happened. I got I got a fucking snap hook off him. I got a fucking MK3. Yeah, MK3 looting cautious. Got complex gun parts. The fucking snap hook though. Damn, I got a fucking anvil off him. I got a Torrente off him. Sheesh. Renegade. Yeah, boy. That was, hey, that made it all fucking worth it right there. That made it all fucking worth it, right, dear?
But that's misleading. That's exactly right. Because people like to see patterns. People like to see patterns where there are none.
So a pattern of a financial crisis every 10 years is just in my mind.
Yes.
Long-term capital, that had to be bailed out back in the late 90s when everybody panicked. And that wasn't a big, that bailout today would look small, and it was $5 billion or was $30 billion. It was,
Businesses fail all the time.
But they long-term capital, the Federal Reserve stepped in.
But I'm saying people go bad. Things go bad all the time.
Yes, the local, you're correct. The audience is watching this, the little guys, they go bankrupt all the time and nobody gives a shit. You know why? They're a little guy. But when long-term capital management goes bankrupt.
Okay, so now he's actually pushing back. Okay, because that's why I was saying earlier, the shit that he was saying, that he's saying people who say this are people who don't understand how the market works and they don't like blah, blah, blah. These are things that Bannon would say. This is shit Bannon would fucking say. And so now he's actually pushing back. Okay.
Or Bear Stearns goes bankrupt or Lehman Brothers goes bankrupt. People care because
it's an unfair characterization.
Why do you say that?
Because again, it's the complexity of the situation. If you think about you have a complex system. You have your body. Now, in fact, the little guy is my finger. This is.
And Bear Stearns is your heart.
That's correct. The banking system is my heart. The system, I can't risk my because remember, it's not only my.
You haven't been able to name.
Hang on.
You haven't.
Hang
on. No, hang on.
Hang on. I want to see if the hang on worked.
No. You haven't been able. You're not good enough yet. You're like junior wizard trying to do it. You haven't. Yes. I'll say, since we can't name another guy that's as good as you. Now, there may be a couple out there. You're not bragging. You're humble. It had to be sometime. Please tell me there was some time before you went to jail and basically got cut off from daily information in the summer of 2008, that you started to get very nervous that this complex system, that something was deeply wrong.
Okay, first, let's go back. When I say no one understands the system better than I do, it doesn't mean I understand.
You always sound like a doctor. You're afraid he's going to get sued for giving a thing.
Yes,
you're not taking on any liability. There's no contingent liability here for your answers.
No. But the word understand is the problem.
Okay.
I don't understand the system. So I don't understand the financial system.
Please stop. You cannot sit here and tell me.
No.
What we just went through, I'll go through again. The hedge fund managers, the money managers, the central bankers, the commercial bankers, the heads of the investment banks, the heads of all the trading desks, the top economists, and I'll throw in the business school lecturers at Stanford. Of all the top 200, 250, you can't name at the top of your head the guys are at least at your level. You have to understand it somewhat.
Fuck! Bird City's over. Bird City's over. I didn't get a single fucking bird. I did get some shit, okay? I got some shit. I got a little bit of goop. A little bit of goop. Not too bad.
No. Sorry. We all don't understand it. No one understands it. It's a miracle. That's part of the problem. It's impossible to understand. That word understand simply means if this happens here, that will happen there. It's predictable. Understanding means it's predictable. It's not predictable.
Well, that's what I was about to say. That he's just saying that, like, we can't tell what's going to happen in the future. That doesn't mean we don't understand it. We understand why we can't tell what's going to happen in the future. But that's because there's too many variables to ever know what is going to happen. You can predict with like a relative amount of certainty. You can make educated guesses. You can get like a general idea of where things are going to go because you have that relative certainty, but you can't ever know for sure how how the shit's going to work. But that's tons of things. there's when things don't go the way that we want them to do, or they don't go the way that we think they're going to, we know why. We know why they didn't. Like, we can look at it and figure out why it didn't, like, why things happened the way that they did afterwards. And so when he says we don't understand it, I don't think that's a fair way of saying it, but it may not be predictable. That's fair, but that it's not that we don't understand it. Well, if we didn't understand it, then how the fuck can we tell you why the market crashed, or why, like, how can you tell us why, like, who's to blame or anything like that? Like, you have to be able to understand it to do that.
The problem, it's very, in complex systems, that was the fascination. Is there a way to tease out some level of predictability?
So even
No, in fact,
spring-
you would ask the question, it's a great question, which was it a stroke or a heart attack? Now, most people...
About 244 ducks. I mean, dude. Okay, that's the most valuable one. Is that one right there? I think it's like 7,000 or 10,000 or something like that. I don't remember how much it's worth.
The new Bird City update in Arc Raiders is unreal. So if you head to the roofs and look at these little chimneys, sometimes, if you're lucky, there'll be a couple of rare ducks inside of them. But unfortunately, the Bird City event only happens during the middle of the day for the most part, or, you know, super late into the night. And if you're lucky like me, when you're extracting, you'll find a random body and loot that and then come out with more than you came in with.
There's a couple of people that I've seen who have gone and looted bodies, and they found the bodies full of that one duck. And the ducks, I believe they put them in your room next to your raider if you have that specific duck. So right now I have 3 ducks. I don't think there's any ducks in my room, but oh no, they are there. Yeah, there's the 3 ducks. Yeah, the ducks are in my room. Yeah, there's the cow duck, the fancy duck. There's the other 2. So yeah, so these are my 3 ducks right here. But yeah, they put them in your room, and if you have 1,000 fucking ducks, they will crowd your room with 1,000 ducks.
How about those beans? The new...
Oh, I'm not showing my screen. So there's a duck right there. There's a duck there, and there's a duck there. So yeah, I didn't know if it was just the one duck or what, but yeah, they put the ducks in your room, and they will crowd your bed with them. They'll crowd your shelves with them. The floor will be filled with them. Like, you can... But yeah, there's people who have found people literally full of fucking ducks. Like, completely full of them. And I've seen 2 people now find somebody dead. And when they loot their body is full of the one pink duck. Like, it is completely fucking full of them. Yeah, I had this one yesterday and somebody killed me and took it from me. The alien one.
If your heater's out,
Yeah, this guy's selling all of his, so.
People don't know that before they were going to have a stroke, they had a stroke. They just have a stroke. Do they understand why? In hindsight, you go back and you can make lots of explanations. It might sound good, and if you're talking to the working man, you're using language that he'll never understand. It's complex, so he, just like going to his doctor, he says he has a gastrointestinal problem, or he has diverticulitis, as opposed to saying, you had a stomach ache, you ate bad food. People don't like to say it in normal, everyman terms. The system had a stroke, and we don't know why.
But you just, okay. Hardworking people, and
oh, they put a logo on here now that shows if you have a mod on it. Hell yes, I'm so glad they added that. Hell yes, dude. Hell yeah, there's a little logo now on the thing that says that you have a mod on the gun. That's so good, because I've accidentally sold guns numerous times with fucking mods on them.
there's a great social benefit, would you not agree, with having people having ownership in the system?
When you say ownership in the system, it doesn't mean.
Let's start over. Cause
Okay.
So flip
Sorry.
over your phone too, because
Yes.
I don't want anyone to see you
Yes.
on your phone. So maybe flip it down or something.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, who knows what the fuck comes up with that phone?
That's correct.
We don't want to send you.
KSA.
I can't not believe I've got the magic moment when you're in fucking prison or jail, wherever the fuck it is,
It's
in
crazy.
solitary.
Now, there's a funny part to that we missed, which is said.
Go ahead, tell it.
The funny part is just what you asked me.
Is there anything funnier than that?
No,
For black humor, it's
I don't make any black comments. Sorry. You asked me what I was wearing.
That's right. You're too wrapped up in the Me Too movement.
Yes. So I was wearing a brown jumper and a brown pair of pants given to me by the jail with the word trustee on the back.
Because you had qualified to be a trustee?
Well, the funny part was it was spelled Trusty. So I wasn't really sure.
What the fuck, is that real? I was a trustee, but it's spelled Trustee.
I'd been a trustee in many different operations, but it was the first time it was actually printed on my back and spelled incorrectly.
Most of the time, if you have violent convictions or sex convictions or something like that, you're not able to be a trustee anywhere. Like, most prisons will never let somebody with violent convictions or sex offenses be a trustee. That is like the opposite of what they're looking for.
Probably had a higher level of being a trustee at that than you had.
With that, I'm not saying that he's lying, just to be clear. There are some prisons where that's all they have. There's some prisons where those are the only like people that are in those prisons, so they don't have much of an option. But I'm just saying most prisons, most jails, they will never allow somebody like that to be. Damn, dude, there's so many fucking art couriers. Oh no. Are all of these looted? Fuck. It's 17 minutes again? I'm leaving. I'm gone. I'm leaving.
All the boards that you were trustees, right?
Yes, right, because as the trustee meant you get two devices to clean your toilet as opposed to one.
Yeah, but it also meant that you had some sort of personal fiduciary own responsibility.
Yeah, you have responsibilities. You have access to things that other inmates don't have access to, and generally you'll even get some like privilege. That's what he was saying there, is that like, you know, he got 2 toilet cleaning tools instead of 1, but like that's probably not the only thing he got. Like when I was in county, we cooked food for the officers every day. We also cooked food for the entire jail. And every day when we ate the food that was cooked for the officers. And it was good food. It was good food. And so we were able to eat good food while we were in jail. And then we also got to, like, because we were in the kitchen, we were able to, like, snack throughout the day. We were able to do all sorts of shit that... Fuck, dude. Is it stuck in there? We're able to do all sorts of shit that nobody else is able to do. Oh, I need Leaper Pulse units. There's probably roly-polies in here. Let me just shoot this motherfucker so he don't go nowhere. Nope. No roly-polies, okay. Wait, did I just see one over there?
For oneself, right?
In the jail? You mean?
Well, that's what being a trustee is. That's where they give you two.
Yes, you get 2 cleaners. I was a trustee in the jail because I was able to teach some of the kids to help them get their GED. So that's how they gave me a trustee job.
Anyways, we were able to get privileges by the fact that we were, like, feeding them their food. We were able to eat the same food as them. And so it may not be things that are, like, explicit privileges, and then the fact that we were able to, like, snack throughout the day. Oh, shit. How the fuck did that hit me all the way back here? I didn't know that that could fuck you up from back that far. Oh, shit.
There's no time. I got to go back to this because I'm like a dog with a bone in this thing.
Yes.
You can't. There's something deeply fucked up with you.
At least something.
Well, we know there are things deeply fucked up with this. You will get through in this film,
Right.
but you cannot possibly have to sit there, knowing that you came from nowhere, knowing that you went to the very top of what is considered outside of science and maybe physics, the thing people most admire because it's like alchemy, understanding high finance. To sit there in what will be the defining financial crisis of our time, like Black Friday or Black
Yes.
Monday, whatever it was, in the Great Depression, and be there at that exact moment, triggered in part by a firm that you used to be a partner in and knew intimately well, and it created much of your initial net worth because of, and know that you couldn't, someone who lives on a phone, right?
Yes.
Because you do live on a phone, right?
Correct.
You had to make just 2 collect calls. You cannot tell me sometime during that day you did not have that conversation with yourself of how the fuck did I do this to myself to put myself in West Palm Beach in a 6x9 cell with a metal fucking bed with a brown shirt that said trustee spelled wrong.
So did I find it amazing that I was there? That's a
Not
better-
amazing, and I don't want to say it was not funny. Oh, I thought it was.
I wasn't fun.
Well, like, people who commit crimes, they always know, like, there's a likelihood they will eventually get caught. Like, so Bannon keeps trying to word this as though, like, he's gonna sit there and be like, wow, I can't believe this happened. I never saw this coming. This is crazy. How how could this have happened to such a nice guy like me, such an innocent guy? But like, no, that people who commit crimes, they know that this shit's coming. Like, you're always sitting around thinking, fuck, like you're always paranoid about it. You're always thinking, oh shit, like today's the day. Today's the day where I get totally fucked and I'm gonna, you know, I'm not gonna make it out of this one. And like, that's, you do this every fucking day. So, but Bannon keeps talking about it as though like, he's just so surprised. It was so surprising that eventually, there's no way that was everything on the lever. Where the fuck did the rest of him go?
Funny.
Right.
But
Not amazing.
no, it was incredible.
Incredible in what way? Incredible, like, how do I do this to myself?
No. It's as incredible as me sitting here in this house. They're both just two sides of the coin. That's how I think about it. That my life today is incredible.
Do you consider yourself a stoic?
No. I consider myself a hermit.
You say a criminal?
Stoics are not very happy.
Being a hermit then, being in that 6x9 cell, being in the cell qua the cell was not the problem, right?
Correct.
What was the problem?
Eating the almond joy bars.
Because you couldn't eat the food.
No, right. And but remember, my life is.
Did that ever strike you that I can't eat the food because somebody might have done something to it? I gotta live off an almond joy bar, one a day or two a day or whatever. How many ever sneak in a day?
No sneaking in.
Your one almond joy bar, it did not hit you at some time? How the fuck did I do this?
No.
Let's go back to the spring of 2008. Were you so wrapped up in your personal issues at the time you were not spending enough time on the financial markets, or were you deeply involved in the financial markets like you normally were?
No, I was involved.
So we're saying that the smartest guy in the room didn't see it coming.
No, of course
not.
not.
The bankruptcy of Bear Stearns, you just thought was a Bear Stearns problem. You didn't see it as systemic.
I know you keep harping on it, but it's not.
Because you're a mathematician and understands systems.
I
It seems that anybody that understands that they had a systemic problem, you at least be the first on the early search radar. If you're not going to see it, then.
Did you just say Arc Raiders? Did you say Arc Raiders?
Then I'm really afraid, because that means that I always assume there's at least a set of guys out there that have some sort of sense that something's not right.
Imagine the guy who has a stroke or had the heart attack. When you ask him, did you feel funny the day before? He's going to tell you, yeah, I didn't feel right. Something was off. I didn't feel right. I had my stomach was right. I felt a little dizzy. I felt a little weak. But if you asked him that day before, do you think you're going to have a heart attack tomorrow? He'd say, no, I just feel a little weak. I'm a little dizzy. My stomach hurts. So these systems, and that's the issue of complexity. What complexity says is that, in fact, everything seems to go along, and people have seen it. One of the great examples of complex systems is sand dunes. In fact, the sand keeps building up. People have seen some, and all of a sudden, one more sand drop, and all the sand starts running down the hills. That's the way I see the financial markets.
When you funded Santa Fe in the early 90s or late 80s?
I believe it was early 90s. I can get back to you.
But early 90s, Santa Fe was funded for the study of complexity theory.
It was studied math. So let's back up. So why did I buy a ranch in New Mexico in 1993? So that gives you some sense. So I would have funded it in 1990. Los Alamos, which was the high energy lab up in New Mexico, was losing all its scientists.
In Los Alamos, it was where Oppenheimer and where a lot of the nuclear weapons program, the bomb.
That's where the
original
Manhattan Project.
Manhattan Project was as Los Alamos, and you bought your property out in New Mexico to be near that?
Yes, because the scientists were going to be, they cut the funding for high energy physics. But the people who worked in Los Alamos would still be in the Santa Fe area.
They cut that because this was the Cold War dividend, right?
I don't remember exactly why. It was because, again, people thought that physics and high energy physics really wasn't that important.
Because that was about nuclear weapons.
No, it was because they decided, which may be not right. This was the same time that Murray Gell-Mann came up with the term quark, Q-U-A-R-K. He picked it out of an old poem, the word quark. But it was mysterious. So they were starting to understand in the 90s that our world of the physics world, there was things that were just unexplainable. They called it strange things. You gave it a name. You gave it some characteristics. You called it had charm. It was one of the terms. It had a charm. It had a flavor. It had a color. But no one, Mr. Bannon, understood what it was. Just like the financial system.
And you wanted to investigate that?
I wanted to see if we could build tools so others smarter than me could help investigate it.
And that was the beginning of your concept of the Santa Fe Institute?
Yes.
And Santa Fe Institute was founded to do study in this type of...
Can these areas of strange things be described by some form of mathematics?
So that's what I'm trying to get at. The foundational thought, the organizing principle of Santa Fe in the high physics lab at Los Alamos, which had been the headquarters of Manhattan and the Trinity Project, right, the bomb.
Yes.
So you're talking about the elite, the high priest
of physics.
Of physics.
Yes, sir.
Which high priest of physics, some subset of that is also mathematics.
Yes, they're both similar.
Project out. One of the tools you want to do is to make sure that in this complex system, the finance system, I'm doing a lot of this for philanthropy and a lot for the good of mankind, but also to be able to understand this complex system, the most complex outside of maybe our body, of the financial world.
Yes.
Did they create tools, or were you smarter in than the mid-aughts, 15 years later, than you had been then because of work that was done at Santa Fe?
No, it was great. But in fact, most of my philanthropy in the area of...
All right, I'm going to Stella Montes. I'm getting greedy. I've had a lot of really good runs today, but I've also been shot at a lot. So I think I'm in some of the more aggressive lobbies. I'm still in friendly-ish lobbies, but friendly lobbies with other people who are kind of aggressive as well. And so now I'm... Yeah, now I'm going to Stella Montes because I have to get gyros, and I'm probably going to die. I got to kill shredders, and someone's probably going to kill me while I'm trying to kill shredders. Here we go.
Can you describe things that appear to be unexplainable by mathematics? And can you fund people who have new ideas? And unfortunately, when someone thinks they've been able to, there was a man, Stuart Kaufman, when they think okay, I figured out how to be able to predict the unpredictable, what appears to other people to be unpredictable. But my system, in those days it was called genetic algorithms, can predict what things will happen, and they all want to make money. So they use their systems to try to figure out, they know they have figured out the way to make money because they figured out the unexplainable. They try, they go bankrupt, and we start again. So with a cold view, what I've come to realize is that the attempt to mathematize, formularize, or what in your prior work, to understand what really is, in today's world, still unexplainable, is impossible.
There's no stairs up here, right? He's just going nowhere, right?
Your first head of Santa Fe was Christopher...
Langdon, I think.
Langdon from Australia.
But Murray Gell-Mann was
the
funder. He was the rock.
Yes, he was the rock. He was a Nobel Prize winner?
Yes.
Yes, and a wonderful guy. He came out and helped us with the Biosphere 2 project. He came with Chris Langdon.
Yes.
Chris Langdon was operated, the day-to-day.
Chris was doing artificial life.
Right.
Murray tried to lead his own artificial life.
Yes. When Chris came to the Biosphere 2 for the first big conference we had in 1994, he was one of the most impressive guys there among all the world's elite. Kew Gardens, the Lawrence Livermore lab, the labs at Sandia, all the major universities, Lamont Doherty, all the big Earth observatories, Woods Hole. What set Langdon apart, I thought, and the reason I invited Santa Fe to be part of it, was Langdon actually made a presentation that everything.
Fuck you, dude. Fuck you. I told you. I told you. I fucking told you. I fucking told you. Fuck. Damn it, dude. I just lost so much fucking shit, dude. I just, like, every fucking time, it's every time I take my good shit. It's every fucking time I take my good shit. Every fucking time I spend all my money and spend all my resources, spend all my shit, that's when somebody just comes right up behind me and fucking kills me. It's every fucking time I can always feel it. I can always feel it every fucking time it happens. Fuck. I couldn't even see where he was. Like, I'm like jumping around, spinning in circles, and that's one of the things I hate about this game is it's so fucking dark. Why did you take a light loadout? Because I have to kill shredders. And shredders are like really hard to kill, so you have to take a lot of shit to kill them. You gotta be prepared to kill them. And so, yeah, if you don't take enough stuff, then you just won't be able to kill them. But now I'm out of all that stuff. So like I just spent this entire time doing like 4 or 5 raids in a row, just gathering up stuff, and then I had enough to finally go and try to fucking kill them with like a ton of grenades, a ton of ammo, a ton of heals. Like I'm finally ready to go. I got good guns. I got like they're repaired, they're high level, they got extended mags and all the mods on them and everything. And then yeah, immediately somebody fucking shoots me. So yeah, lots of times when this happens, I always think I need to just start throwing like grenades in like whatever general direction and make them jump around so I can finally see where the fuck they are.
And he was making this to scientists, a lot of marine biologists, a lot of people that were just beginning, Wally Broker and people who were just beginning the study of climate change, at that time called global warming. That he made this compelling presentation that everything's really mathematics. Yes. It's all just back to math. And you have to, all these experiments you do, you're not, one of the reasons they're not considered by the high priest in physics as being real experiments is that they don't have a mathematical basis to it, and everything has a mathematical basis to it. Langdon seemed like a radical visionary.
I did get lucky though, because earlier I grabbed the guy who I killed, or who was dead, and I grabbed some shit off of. He had one of the weapons that I need, that I use, that is generally, you know, the gun that I need, and so it's I'm lucky that happened.
What happened to that concept?
You go back 350 years. So
every single question that they ask him, he's like, well, we got to go back. It's that if there's not a single question, I don't think they've asked him a single question yet where he's not like, well, we got to go back.
You have Isaac Newton, you have Leibniz. From move forward, you have people like Heisenberg and Gödel, and what every one of those mathematicians and philosophers came to understand is that there's something there's numbers can describe certain things, approximate certain things. But in fact, trying to put measurements and numbers on other things that are really unexplainable is folly. So 300 years ago, they said that unexplainable realm was God. And people who attempted, in fact, to explain the unexplainable, who said, yes, I understand the unexplainable, were charlatans, they were the occults, they were the astrologers, they were the con men.
Alchemist.
Yes. Well, no, alchemist was, in fact, they believed that there was a way to transmute one metal into another. In fact, they always wanted to see if they can create gold. There's no reason, if you think about it, they recognized that one metal is different than another metal because it has some additional pieces to it. It has additional neutrons or protons or electrons. So because they thought it was a machine, they believed it was a machine, if I can take 5 protons and add 5, that gives me 10, I should be able to get gold. Move everything around inside these systems, the molecules transmute one molecule into another, and if this molecule I've transmuted it into is gold, I'm a rich man. It's back to money. But there's something strange happens. Isaac Newton says, this is really weird. If I want to...
Yeah, this grenade right here, it's called a showstopper. And, oh wait. Oh, I didn't make it. Okay. Anyways, I always have like 2 showstoppers on me. And that's the one that, like, if I can throw it in the general area, it puts out this giant, like, electric blast that stuns the person. And it lights the area up as well. So within the time that they're stunned, if I can shoot them twice, they're dead. Like, that's it. The guns that I bring, if I shoot them twice, they're fucking dead. You see, a guy had to hit me like 10 times before I died. Whereas pretty much everybody else, I hit them twice, they're fucking dead. And so I need to have, like, I need to start just switching to those and throwing them, so that gives me time to where they're stunned, and then I can at least, like, see where they are, maybe hit them as well. But that's the idea.
Push a ball on the table, I have to touch it. Maybe I have to blow on it. But I actually have to push one side of the ball or the book to move that side. I'm pushing here, and obviously this thing is what appears to us humans to be solid, so it moves as one thing. But the only way to get something to move was to touch it or put a force against it. Okay, seems to make sense. Everybody has that experience. I want to lift a glass, I lift it. If I want to push a ball, I push it. If I want to pull a ball, I pull it. But he recognized when the ball fell off the table, it went in a different direction. How's that possible? Nobody pushed the ball down. And he says, this is crazy. Why did the ball go down? I didn't push it. I just let it go. So someone's pushing the ball, because I know that I am confident that the only thing that gets something to move is with a force that pushes. So
I watched this TikTok the other day. It is so fucking funny. They're saying, not Einstein, fuck. I'm blanking on the name, but they're like, dude, they're like, whatever his name is, the dude be like, an object that's not moving will stay not moving unless something moves it. Isaac Newton, I think is what, yeah. And they're like, and everybody, like, they have a crowd of people sitting around, and everybody's like, yeah, no fucking duh, bro. What do you mean? Yeah, of course. He's like, and an object that is moving will stay moving unless something makes it not moving anymore. Or like, yeah, no duh. No fucking duh, bro. Like, yeah, that's well done. Everybody knows that. Like, it's so fucking funny, because seems like intuitive shit today, but yeah, that the idea back then, when we're talking about like witchcraft, alchemy, like all the stuff that was going on back then, it was not all that obvious that how a lot of physics worked.
There's a force that's pushing the ball down. In fact, he called it gravity. He measured how fast it was pulled, but never was able to explain why it happened. How is it? What is gravity? It's this, everybody says, well, why did the ball fall to the ground? Because gravity took it. But what's gravity? That's, as Feynman would say, that's the name of the thing. We have no idea what it is. This goes to Santa Fe. They were trying to explain the unexplainable. Can we measure, can we figure out a way to predict the stock markets using these types of chaos complexity?
Before we get there, let's walk back through it. Let's go back to Newton.
Sure.
Pre-Newton and then Newton. What did Newton solve that for millennia up to Newton had not been solved? And then I want to go forward all the way to Santa Fe, what they were trying to solve. Let's start with just 2 or 3 of the basic guys, but let's go with Newton. What pre-Newton, it was what? And then why is Newton such a
genius?
In such a in the, I think mathematically they told me one time, I've seen there's been 150.
Christ on a stick, Tom. I said it before you said it in chat, okay? So, shut up.
15 billion people, roughly, that have lived on the earth. And of that 115 billion, Newton.
Are you sure that's a number? That sounds a lot, very high. We only have 7 now.
I think in the history of the earth, I think it's, I'll pull up the stat for you, but I think it's 115 billion people. They figure
that probably is inflation. That's why you
have lived on Earth. But he's one of the handful of the most important. What did he solve for? Why is he so important for how we live today? And then we want to go through Leibniz and the other 2 or 3 other major ones to get us to Santa Fe.
Well, it's a long journey.
This is the heart of what we're trying to do.
Let me take a bit of a detour just a second. What if you?
So what was this documentary for? Because it doesn't seem that it's a documentary about Epstein. It seems like they're talking about something and they're just interviewing him as like an expert to just put him out as just a smart person. He's just a trustworthy expert.
If you went to high school and the last year in your high school, you took calculus. So Isaac Newton sort of invents calculus. Well, that sounds invents, mathematicians.
To torture seniors in high school before they graduate.
Yes, but obviously, no, yes, the answer is yes. Certain people could never do calculus.
Why is that? Why is calculus why is that the dividing line between, to me, people who can handle that and can go on to do certain things, and people just hit the wall, even if they know math? It seems to me that there's that calculus is the thing that changes. It bridges. That's because it's about the theory of change and the theory.
Most experts on gravity know it's a force, not some unknown thingy. He sounds like an idiot. Well, so I think he was talking about Newton. I don't think he was saying that all experts didn't know what it was. He was saying that Newton didn't know what it was. But from my understanding, even today, we don't really understand gravity. Like, we know that it has to do with like mass, and that larger mass pulls things in, but we don't really understand the why of it. And so it's, yeah, from my understanding, like even today, we just still don't have like a great, at the time, Newton didn't know that, but even today, we don't really understand gravity.
Of how things change?
It's a great question. But in fact, what calculus does is it's somewhat philosophical. That's why mathematics is Newton wasn't a mathematician, he was called a geometer. That's what they used to call themselves. They understood geometry and numbers. But there's an old conundrum where it says during Pythagoras' days, Zeno's paradox it's called, where they said, well, if the wall is 2 feet away from me, and I take one step that's halfway to the wall, that'll be 1 foot away, and if I take another step that's half again, that'll be half a foot away, and then a quarter of a foot, I could walk forever but never touch the wall. Doesn't sound realistic, doesn't make any sense in our real lives of the physical. But what Newton understood is many problems were like that. Many things approached the wall, or in calculus, approached the limit, but never really reached it. So he said, it's okay, you don't have to reach it. We can do lots of the mathematics as if it was so close it was almost there. And we could do lots of mathematics almost being at the limit. And this is really important, Steve, for today. Because most of the science up until today was things that are starting to approach the limit. You were taught in high school that if you had 1 divided by 0, if you remember your high school algebra, you were told, what's the answer to that? Is there an answer to 1 divided by 0? No, if you were in high school, I'd say, stay away from it. It's the boogeyman. You could write it down as it's undefined. It's not able to be determined. There's a bunch of things. But in fact, 1 divided by...
Tom, the guy you're watching, Einstein, he came up with general relativity. I'm not sure why he's playing dumb. I think maybe he's just right and we're the ones who are dumb. You ever think about that?
By 0 is a strange things happen. It's a world of the strange. And what I'll explain to you after is that when you get 1 divided by 0, you get into a world we don't know what happens. The answer is it's not explainable. We can call it things like undetermined. We can have a convention to say it's X, Y, or Z. But in real life, we don't know what happens when you are actually at the limit. So that's Newton thought the same concept, is that the limits were God. You got close to God, but you could never be God. It had this sort of religious interpretation.
Okay, I want to go back to Newton. Why is Newton such a big dividing line in mankind's history? What is it about Newton? What is it about what he's trying to solve? What did they not know beforehand? And because we live to a degree in a Newtonian universe, although I realized later subparticle atomic physics, but at least for a while it was Newtonian. So what's the dividing line? Why is he so important? Why is he an inflection point in mankind's movement from the swamp to the stars?
It's a great question. The stars were by Kepler. What Newton starts to allow us to do is to make accurate...
Apparently Nick Shirley is in Cali now investigating there. Yeah. That's what he's doing. He's investigating, guys. He does investigations. He's an investigator.
Predictions. Remember that we've talked about that with money. About the things in our physical world. How cars, he didn't have cars, how horse carriages moved, how bowling balls moved, how pool cues and pool table balls.
Had people tried to solve that before Newton?
Many.
Heraclitus or Plotinus, Pythagoras had these greats that we hear about, had they tried to solve the same problem?
Not the same problem. They try to, again, what Pythagoras does, he starts to figure out this relationships in triangles. For example, everyone knows the a squared plus b squared is equal to c squared, that Pythagorean theorem, which basically says these shapes in a triangle, each side of the triangle has a fixed relationship with the other 2 sides. That's strange. He knew, again, but it was all numbers. This was a system of things in the physical world, and Pythagoras says we can start putting numbers on things that help you predict how they will behave. You can add 2 triangles and make a square, some different shapes. They were looking at geometric forms. Newton says, well, I want to know how planets move. I want to know how things around me move. Can we find formulas? Can I find formulas that explain what I see in the physical world, how physical things interact and how they describe one another? Again, the fact that 2 solid masses, for some very strange, unknown reason, unknown today, attract one another, no matter what they are. People have seen the experiment. You hang something, 2 little metal balls from a string, and they move towards each other. In fact, they move towards each other was very specific. So when you drop the ball to the floor of this room, Newton says, in fact, the room came up a bit to meet the ball. The room moved. It's you can't really perceive that motion, but they attracted each other with certain ratios. So he started to be able to measure things in the physical world. And that was great advances. It also, now you wanted to move very quickly. Unfortunately, most people, especially in the 20th century, 19th century, said, well, like Newton, let's measure everything. Let's measure people's behavior. Let's measure their psychology.
Let's measure their penises. That's what I do. Every day, I get out of bed and check to see, is it bigger yet? Are we getting there? The answer is almost always no, but I want to make sure.
Let's measure their health. You go to we could have my blood test. Let's measure everything. We measure Wall Street.
Their voting habits.
Measure, measure, measure. Can we put a number on how much I care for my wife? Can I put a number on how I feel? And we tried, unfortunately, we try to mathematize the finer things in life, and then recognize that there's things that, unfortunately, just fall outside. Schrodinger wrote a very famous book about what is life. He was trying to figure out a way, can he describe the difference formulaically between things that are alive and things that are dead? The answer is no. The things that are alive in my world are miracles. Not magic. Magic has a bad connotation, trying to hide things.
You don't believe in the spirit or the soul? That's what animates people, is your spirit or your soul. That's
no.
Now we're talking about anime, bro?
Their spirit leaves.
Their soul leaves, no question. So in
There's
fact,
no question to you about
no
that.
question.
There's no question to you that there is some animating life force within us that leaves when you're dead.
Yes, in fact, I refer to the soul. This obviously a certain the questions in the past, even
because
during
people would normally think you were soulless. So
thank you.
But have you talk about you actually believe in it, and have done some thinking about it is pretty shocking in its own right, isn't it?
Well, again, mathematics, Leibniz thought.
So Newton was at Cambridge.
I don't think it's ever shocking that anybody's thought about these things. Like, I think literally everybody has thought about all of this shit. And this is not, I think, like, normally by the time you're out of elementary school, you've probably had, like, a lot of thoughts about, like, life and death and God, and if there's an afterlife. Even if you came from a non-religious family, like, you probably wondered and, you know, had religious people looking down on you at some point and thought, am I right, or am I on the wrong side of this? Like, this is not amazing.
Cambridge, and he was the head of the math department, right? He's a professor, essentially.
Yes.
But Leibniz, was Leibniz a German professor?
Yes, but what Leibniz said is the soul is so strange, because God took chemicals, which is simply the material, like tables, and he somehow made this material able to have a thought. How strange is that? Not only does it have a soul, but some way it was put together that this material substance is able to think. So when you say to me, it's obvious to everyone that there's such a thing as a soul. Now, if you're part of the Charlatanville, you'll try to explain it to people. The soul I describe as the dark matter of the brain. Why is it dark matter? Because in high energy physics nowadays you hear terms of dark matter, dark energy. Again, terminology, it's a complicated term. Why is it dark matter? Because we can't see it, that's all. What do you mean you can't see it? Well, somehow we see something moving towards this area of darkness. Something, I can see this thing. This appears to me to be empty. It's just black. But I see it being drawn this way. So I say, well, I know if this were matter, that would follow that equation. If this was solid, it would explain the way this particle moves. But I can't see anything here. So I'll just call it dark matter. And I'll say, I don't know what it is, but it behaves as if there was something there. The soul is obvious to everyone.
We're learning about the soul through physics, Joe. Yep. We're getting a lesson on religiosity from Jeffrey Epstein.
That there's something different between things that are alive and things that are not alive.
Just to be clear, this is the type of fucking person that Bannon is. That he would go and sit there with somebody like Jeffrey Epstein and wanna talk to him about the fucking soul and shit like that.
But we have no idea what it is. It's currently unexplainable. I believe we need an entirely different system of analysis to try to figure out.
But
Sorry.
No, with Newton, with all his alchemical studies and things he worked on the spiritual side, Leibniz that just talked about the soul, Schroeder talked about what is life. If a modern scientist or someone that you funded at MIT or at Harvard or one of these things talked in those types of terms, they would be considered to be a wingnut today.
They would be
wouldn't they?
fired. Yeah.
They would not be. They would not be on the path.
They're not
for
allowed to
tenure.
work if they believe in
Right?
God or his soul.
Unless they were in the philosophy department.
This is exactly my point. We're talking about three of the greatest mathematicians in mankind's history that have really changed mankind. Talking like this, what happened? How do we get to a situation where they could not be in the high physics? They could not be in the mathematics department or working in high energy physics.
Good. It's an easy answer. Newton was a combination of mathematician or geometer then and philosopher, and as time went on, those disciplines seemed to move apart. We had philosophy. Some of the philosophers can't do math, and some of the mathematicians. And again, mathematicians often break into two categories: people that solve problems. Those are more like geometers in the old days, just problem solvers. And then there's thinkers, theoreticians. They're more like the old movement towards philosophy. But neither one of those two groups have been able to figure out why something is alive as opposed to something that's not alive. No one's been able to describe what the soul is, but we all know it exists. And I think what we need is science is a bad word. I think science only describes the things we already know about the physical world. In fact, there's an argument that the physical world that we see has been created out of our systems of mathematics. Mathematics, everyone knows mathematics describes the physical world much greater than it should, unless my view, the physical world really comes out of conscious beings that have mathematics. So they create it. This table appears to you and I to be solid. To a bat, because we have light that's bouncing off the table into our eyes, it appears solid. If instead of eyes that responded to wavelengths of visual light, our eyes responded to radio waves, the radio frequencies, it's not different, it's the same type of frequency as light, but different speeds, the table's invisible. We know that our phone works in this room. So the waves are coming through the windows, the waves are coming through the walls. So the walls are invisible to that type of radiation, that type of energy. The walls I can see them because my eyes, a physical system determines that the walls are there.
You, with Murray Geldman, you founded, or were the original donor, and had the idea of Santa Fe Institute. In 10 or 15 years later.
Here with me now is Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche. Thank you so much for joining me this morning. I want to start with the Epstein files. Elon Musk, who is mentioned.
They put me in the middle of the fucking match again.
Hey, don't shoot. Don't shoot. Don't shoot.
In some of these files wrote, quote, "What matters is not the release of some subset of Epstein files, but rather the prosecution of those who committed heinous crimes with Epstein. When there is at least one arrest, some justice will have been done. If not, this is all performative, nothing but a distraction." Is the Department of Justice considering bringing any additional charges here?
Well, look, I can't talk about any investigations, but I will say the following, which is that in July, the Department of Justice said that we had reviewed the files.
Where are we going?
We are looking for surveyor vaults.
It's a little late in the game. I doubt they're still here. I know you never know. I know that you never know.
Yeah, I also, I'm gonna, while you guys look for surveyor, I'm gonna go look for weapon plates. Okay. Hey, if you wanna go check on top of a library, there's usually two spawns on top of the library.
I was about to, while I was doing that, they kept talking, so I didn't say it, but I was about to say, let's shoot this guy in the back while he's digging in there and see if they did anything. But they kept talking, so I wasn't going to talk over them.
The quote Epstein files, and there was nothing in there that allowed us to prosecute anybody. We then released over 3.5 million pieces of paper, which the entire world can look at now and see if we got it wrong. And so it's not performative, and I respectfully disagree with that statement. We were ordered to do so by Congress and then by the President of the United States, and that's what we did. And let me, I said it on Friday, this Justice Department, the FBI, DHS, we have gone after more sex traffickers, more child pornographers, more men who have done harm to children and young women than any administration in history. And so we need to separate those two ideas, the fact that there's the Epstein files and whether there's anybody there that we can go after, and the work that we are doing every day, which is extraordinary, and we will continue to do that.
Among these new files is a list compiled by the FBI just in August of numerous salacious and, to be really clear, unverified allegations about President Trump. Why did the FBI create this list last year, and have all of these claims been investigated by the DOJ?
So look, it's not about President Trump. It's about a ton of people, multiple people that were, quote, in the Epstein files. And what I think folks will see when they review the materials we released is that there have been hundreds of calls made to the FBI where allegations are made by either anonymous individuals or people who are very quickly determined to not be credible, whether it's the nature of what they're saying or the fact they won't provide any information or corroboration. And that's part of the Epstein files.
I do want to move on. Former CNN anchor Don Lemon and another journalist, Georgia Fort, were arrested on Friday on charges they violated federal law during a tense protest at a Minnesota church. A conservative federal judge, somebody who clerked for Antonin Scalia, already had rejected those warrants and wrote that there is no evidence that those two engaged in any criminal behavior or conspired to do so. Then an appeals court held up that decision. Why did you then bring this case to a grand jury after it already had been rejected by multiple judges?
So first of all, that appeals court, you're not right. The appeals court, a judge on the appeals court said that there was clearly probable cause. There was absolutely probable cause that a crime had been committed. Okay, so it's true that they rejected the mandamus petition, but yes, by Mr. Lemon and others, it's public. And so, yes, you're right. A judge in that court had said there wasn't probable cause. But guess what? Our system doesn't allow judges to make that decision. They can make that decision to get an arrest warrant on a complaint, but only a grand jury can bring forth an indictment.
That's okay. So that's not that, like, that's true and not true. So when he says our system doesn't allow judges to make that decision, no, it does. That's why they went to a judge the first time. That's why they went to a judge the first time and the second time. They went to two separate judges to try to get permission to do this. And we're told no both times. They were told that it was illegal both times. So not really true that our system doesn't allow judges to make that decision. It does allow them to make that decision. It doesn't allow them to give grand jury indictments. That part, sure. They're not allowed to give a grand jury indictment. But they are allowed to decide whether or not, like, somebody goes to jail, or whether or not somebody's allowed to be arrested, or whether or not, you know, they make those decisions.
And so that's what we did. We went to a grand jury, which, as you know, are 25 citizens from Minneapolis and around that decide whether there's probable cause. And that's who returned an indictment.
Mr. Blanche, I want to go, actually, I went through the entire indictment, all 29 alleged overt acts of conspiracy. And there's a lot to ask you about, but I'm just going to pick a few here. Okay, starting with overt act number 20, which says, quote, defendant Lemon told his live stream audience about congregants leaving the church and about a young man who Lemon could see was frightened, scared, and crying. And Lemon observed that the congregants' reactions were understandable because the experience was traumatic.
Yeah, I was with you guys earlier too. I lost everybody as well. I'm down here. I just went and did something else. I lost everybody, so I just went off. That sucks. No, I just got here, so I'm doing other shit. Later, man.
Traumatic and uncomfortable, which he said was the purpose. Overt Act 21 says, quote, as the operation continued, defendant Lemon acknowledged the nature of it by expressing surprise that the police hadn't yet arrived at the church and admitted knowing that the whole point of the operation was to disrupt. Why wouldn't a jury at trial see this as a journalist observing what is happening, which is protected by the First Amendment?
Yeah, it literally him just stating that he knows what's going to happen is not him planning it. It's not him taking part in it. It's not any of those things. This is why judges said, no, you can't do that. This is why 2 judges said, no, you can't arrest somebody for that. Because that would be insane. It is insane.
Well, you conveniently left out multiple allegations in that indictment about what else Mr. Lemon did, including surreptitiously avoiding saying where they were going, being part of the planning, being part of the decisions to make sure the police didn't know this was happening and federal law enforcement didn't know this is happening. There are multiple allegations there. And guess
when he says part of the decisions to make sure that they didn't know what was happening, what he means is that he didn't tell everybody that it was happening. Like, he didn't go call the cops and say, hey guys, this is happening. That's all. That's literally all they mean when they say that. Oh, hello. Sheesh.
Guess what? He gets to have a lawyer and he gets to have a defense. And so if he wants to go forward with the defense that, oh, shucks, I was just a journalist, he can do that. But obviously, as the indictment lays out, and which you didn't read on the air, there's a lot of things that Mr. Lemon did that you would never do as a journalist. You would never do that.
Okay.
Let's be honest.
This is not about me. This is about what happened, and this is about kind of the rules of the road. I mean, there are many.
But
there are
journalistic
let me finish
matter.
my question. Let me finish my question, and then you have the floor. There are countless.
This is becoming a trend with them, where like, we're talking about what the law says, and they're like, come on, you would never do that. And it's like, what does that have to do with anything? Like, who cares if I would do that or not do that? Like, what does that have to do with whether or not this is legal or allowed? Like, what does it have to do? It's literally anything, dude.
Examples of when reporters are embedded with people, with, DOD, where we are told not to tell anybody where we're going. There are numerous examples of when we get embargoed information that we can't report from
Yeah, it's literally what he did and what they're complaining about is like part of journalistic ethics and standards. Like it's what you're supposed to do. So the idea that they're like, this is illegal, it's like, no, that's literally what all journalists do. That this is like saying that if there's a warrant out for Netanyahu and Putin for you know, like humanitarian crimes and shit like that, and Tucker Carlson goes and interviews them and knows their whereabouts and like plans to meet with them somewhere that's going to be safe and secluded to where the police likely won't know they're there and won't be able to find them, like that he can be arrested for this. He's not allowed to do that. That's illegal. Like, no, this is so fucking stupid. This is just like part of journalism.
Your agency, for example, and that has happened on with presidents in both parties, and we withhold reporting.
And the claim is even more so that they were that like their bigger claim is just that he didn't like tell anybody. Like that's the main thing, not that he like hid information, not that he lied to anybody. He just didn't go find police and tell them what was happening. That's like the main part of their claim. It's so stupid. This is just like journalism. This is just normal fucking journalism, just everyday sort of fucking journalism, and they're acting like this is such a disgrace and such a wild thing for somebody to do.
Reporting it until you say it's time to report it. That's not unusual, and it's not unlike what happened with Don Lemon and Georgia Ford.
Well, listen, you are totally correct that happens every day, and it's happened for decades. But if you watch what Mr. Lemon did, okay, and I do not want to have a trial right here. It's not fair to him. But I will say that if you watch the publicly available live streaming that he engaged in, the comments that he made, I mean, that's what it matters, right? It matters, like, how do we balance the FACE Act? How do we balance freedom of religion and the right of people to worship on a Sunday morning? Okay, and the freedom of the press, and it's a balance that we have to engage in. I agree with you, but my point to you is that I promise you that neither you nor your colleagues can honestly, with a straight face, if you watch everything that he did in the day before with the planning and the day of with what happened, when the comments he made while the kids were crying and screaming and racing away, while the parents were looking for their children upstairs,
but he doesn't
while they were just trying to have a church service.
Okay. Bottom line question for you is, was this really about what you just described, or was it about trying to make an example out of somebody who the president has sparred with?
I don't even know that the president's even ever thought of Don Lemon. I don't know whether that's true or not. But I will tell you, we're not making examples of people. The day after that happened, the Attorney General flew to Minneapolis. She was there for 3 days. What we saw, there is no scenario under which the American people are comfortable or think that was right. I'm sorry. So no, it's not about making an example. It's about justice.
I want to move on. But the White House, on the official Twitter handle, celebrated his arrest with social media and a chain emoji, and it's pretty clear that they're very well aware in the White House of this. I want to ask about Georgia.
No, I didn't say they weren't aware. Wait. Hold on one second.
And there was
them being aware is.
You said that.
Yeah, being aware is different, but yeah, I think he did say, I'm not, what did he say? I don't even know that Trump is aware of Lemon or something like that. What did it, didn't he just, what, am I quoting that correctly? Isn't that what he just said, or what did he say?
No. You said that President Trump had some vendetta or something against Mr. Lemon. I said I don't know whether he even ever thought of Mr. Lemon. I have no idea.
Yesterday he called him a sleazebag.
A tweet that went out.
Just so you know, he called him a sleazebag just yesterday.
After his arrest. After his arrest.
Okay. You said a lot of things before that, and it's mutual. But let me move on to Georgia. Earlier this week, the FBI went into the elections office in Fulton County, Georgia, to seize 2020 ballots. voter rolls, scanner images, and the president told reporters, quote, they got into the votes. You're going to see some interesting things happening. What interesting things is he talking about, and why was he so involved in an FBI and DOJ raid?
Well, just because he said that doesn't mean that he's involved. I don't believe he was involved. This is a criminal grand jury investigation, and I can't comment on it beyond what you just said, which is that there was a search warrant that was authorized by.
Tucker went to Russia to interview Putin. I'm aware. That's what I said. For fuck's sake. That's what I said. Based Welshman, why do you always argue with shit that I didn't say? Why is it every right-winger that argues with shit that I didn't say? Are you guys too dumb to understand English, or are you too bad faith to engage with the things that I actually said? Or are you too dumb to like think that you're even capable of arguing with my real arguments, so you make sure that you argue with things that I didn't say? So pretty sure I said international crimes, so I'm not sure what you think I said, but pretty sure I said international crimes.
Federal judge, by a magistrate judge in Atlanta, that allowed us to go and seize those records, and they have been seized by the FBI as part of an ongoing criminal investigation.
He said interesting things are happening, so it sounds like he was briefed on it.
I mean, I don't know. I'm not around when the president's briefed or not briefed. What I said is that this is a criminal investigation, so it's a tightly held, as it must be under the law. It's a grand jury investigation, and that's how we're proceeding.
What are they investigating?
As you know, we can't talk about specifics of any grand jury investigation. I will tell you, as I said on Friday, as the president has said, election integrity is of the highest importance to the American people, hopefully to everybody in this country, Democrats and Republicans alike. And so we are doing everything we can to make sure that we have free and fair elections.
Okay, and as you well know, that when it comes to Georgia, claims of voter fraud there, because they got the 2020 ballots, have been debunked over and over again. There were multiple recounts. Why was the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, present at an FBI raid?
Yeah. Why?
First of all, it wasn't an FBI raid. It was a search warrant being executed by FBI agents in the middle of the day.
But why was she there?
And secondly, I don't know why the director was there. She is not part of the grand jury investigation, but she is for sure a key part of our efforts at election integrity and making sure that we have free and fair elections. She's an expert in that space, and it's a big part of what she and her team look at every day. But beyond that, I don't, like I said before, this is a grand jury investigation being conducted by a U.S. attorney, and that's where we have to leave it for now.
More than 3 million pages, 2,000 videos, and 180,000 images. CNN teams are carefully sifting through the largest, and what the Justice Department says is the last, batch of Jeffrey Epstein files. It's an enormous trove of documents, and it includes references to some of the richest and most powerful people on the planet. That includes the current president, a former president, cabinet secretaries, a former prime minister, billionaires, and the list goes on and on and on. The Justice Department says tonight that its job is done.
We complied with the statute, we complied with the act, and there is no, we did not protect President Trump, we didn't protect or not protect anybody. I mean, I think that
this fucking guy, dude. Okay.
There's a hunger or a thirst for information that I do not think will be satisfied by the review of these documents.
I should note that just because someone is mentioned in these documents does not mean that they've been accused of wrongdoing or did anything wrong. Many of these claims are unverified or they rely on secondhand information. But these are
Yes, the claims aren't about whether or not they did anything wrong. The claims are about whether or not they lied about them. It's about whether or not they told the truth when asked about these things. So somebody like, Elon Musk, when he's asked about this, and he says that he never went to the island, that Epstein begged him to go and he refused him every time. And then it turns out, actually, Elon was asking to go to the island. He was excited about it. He wanted the best parties, the wildest parties on the island. Like, he was, they went through a lot of planning. Like, this is so fucking, this is what it's about. It's about the fucking lying, not about the wrongdoing, that they were like pedophiles or anything like that. But when they lie about this, now, again, it starts to make them seem more suspicious. And this is the same problem over and over with all of these people. It's all of these people every fucking time, is that, like, there's some times where it turns out we just don't ever get any evidence of some of these things, that there's, like, strong evidence of, like, you know, Russian collusion with Trump or whatever. But the reason people have, like, good reason to believe that they did something wrong, that there was some wrongdoing, because they just fucking lie all the fucking time. They just do not stop lying.
These are the key findings our team has uncovered so far, and I should note, millions of pages have come out. We are still digging right now in this hour. Donald Trump's name appears thousands of times in these new documents. In some, he's merely mentioned in emails that Jeffrey Epstein sent to other people. But the files also contain a complaint from a woman who accused Trump of raping her in 1994 when she was just 13 years old. According to the FBI document, this accuser, who is identified as Jane Doe, said that Jeffrey Epstein was, quote, angry that Trump was the one to take her virginity, and that
we went over this a while ago. This wasn't new from the Epstein files. Like, this is shit that we already knew about.
she was also raped by Jeffrey Epstein. This woman had previously launched lawsuits against Trump and dropped them. The last one happened right before the 2016 election. The president has previously denied these allegations. Also included in today's release was a list of sexual assault allegations related to the president compiled by the FBI in August, many of which appear to have come from unverified tips. We don't know why tonight the FBI made this list, and there are more than a dozen allegations that are included in it. But recall what the president has previously said about these documents, about the Jeffrey Epstein files. He said that they are a hoax and that the release of them could ruin people's reputations.
I know it's a hoax. It's started by Democrats. It's been run by the Democrats for 4 years. You had Christopher Wray and these characters and Comey before him.
I would say that, you know, these files were made up by Comey. They were made up by Obama. They were made up by the Biden, you know, we went through years of that with the Russia.
Bruh. Like, anybody still defending Trump within the fucking MAGA cult, like, they are so fucking cucked, dude. They are so cucked when he runs around saying shit like this after they all made such a big deal about the Epstein files, and Trump can turn around and tell them all that they're just fucking idiots who were tricked by Hillary Clinton and Obama. Holy shit, dude. And then on top of that, like, he says they're not part of MAGA, that they're not part of his movement, that, like, you know, if they care about Epstein or they keep talking about it, then he doesn't want them. Like, it's just so fucked up, dude. It's so fucked up. It's amazing that he's just able to, like, run around and say such fucked up shit over and over and over. And these people, like, if Kamala had said stuff like this, like something that I, like, truly cared about, and all of a sudden she was like, yeah, if you believe that, like, you're not part of my movement, like, blah blah blah, I would have been, like, heavily critical of her. But obviously, like, I was already very heavily critical of her, so it doesn't really translate when we're talking about people who are just walking around with Trump's dick hanging out of their ass 24/7. Like, it's yeah, it doesn't translate the same, I guess.
Russia hoax, with all of the different things that we had to go through. We've gone through years of it.
Just to be clear, Christopher Wray was the president's pick for FBI director that he put into that job. This also comes as we're learning for the first time about Jeffrey Epstein's contact with Elon Musk. You may remember Elon Musk dropped what he described as a really big bomb last year. He said Trump was in the Epstein files, and that was the real reason that they had not been made public. Well, it turns out, based on what we saw today, Musk is also in the Epstein files. Emails show that he tried coordinating multiple visits to Jeffrey Epstein's private island. In one from 2013, Elon Musk asked Jeffrey Epstein, "When should we head to your island?" The year before, he said, "What day night would be the wildest party on your island?" Now, this is after Musk claimed, in all caps, I should note, last year that, quote, "Epstein tried to get me to go to his island, and I refused." Musk's representatives did not immediately respond to CNN's request for comment for explanation for those emails and that contact. And speaking of distancing and denials, recall what President Trump's Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick said just last year about a 2005 encounter that he had with Epstein at his Manhattan townhouse.
I say to him, massage table in the middle of your house? How often you have a massage? And he says, every day. And then he gets weirdly close to me.
Ooh.
And he says, and the right kind of massage. And in the 6 or 8 steps it takes to get from his house to my house, my wife and I decided that I will never be in the room with that disgusting person ever again.
So it's funny because I just saw this video. I just saw him saying this. What the fuck? I just saw him saying this a week ago. I think I just played him saying this a week ago. I didn't know about this, hadn't seen it, and yeah, just found out that he even said this shit a week ago. It's so funny that quickly I found out that he's just a total fucking liar. Because I thought, when I saw this and I played it on stream, I was like, guys, this guy is saying it's obvious how much of a piece of shit Epstein was. He could tell from the very first time he met him. We have a bunch of people who say similar things. So why did it take 15 years or whatever for Trump to realize this? And then then it turns out, nah, motherfucker, lying. He is lying through his fucking teeth.
Okay, so that was 2005. The files released today show that Howard Lutnick tried to meet or call with Epstein several times after 2005, much longer after. A 2011 email to Jeffrey Epstein from his assistant reads, "Howard Lutnick will come see you at 5 p.m. That same year, the heading of an alarm message reads, "Drinks with Howard Lutnick." And Lutnick also emailed Jeffrey Epstein's assistant in 2015, inviting Epstein to a Democratic fundraiser for Hillary Clinton that he was hosting. Asked for comment on these emails and the correspondence between the two, a spokesperson for the Commerce Department told CNN Secretary Lutnick had limited interactions with Mr. Epstein in the presence of his wife and has never been accused of wrongdoing.
Some of the victims of Epstein.
Guys, I never wanted to talk to this guy ever again. Whoa! That was fucking close, dude. I almost fell off. Sheesh. No, I do, however, have this one. I just found it. Yeah, I found I got a silencer earlier on the what's it called? Yeah, I got to get down somehow, so I'm gonna go find the way down. No, 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 not again, not again, not again. Oh. I knew you were gonna do that, bro. I knew you were gonna fucking do that. Hey, yo! We got a rat over here! Come get this loser bitch!
Have expressed frustration with the entire process. I want to give you the opportunity to speak directly to them.
Well, I don't know what you're speaking to. I mean, if there's frustration with quote the entire process, same here. I mean, you have a situation where for many years nobody even breathed a word about Jeffrey Epstein, and then all of a sudden it was all anybody would talk about. Listen, victims of Mr. Epstein have gone through unspeakable pain, and there's nobody that should say anything differently. I hope that the work that the men and women within this department have done over the past 2 months hopefully is able to bring closure.
And tonight we are hearing directly from Jeffrey Epstein's survivors who are angry, some of them frustrated that their names showed up unredacted in the files that came out today, despite what we heard from the Justice Department about a pledge to prioritize their privacy. More than a dozen of the survivors issued a new joint statement. It reads in part, "This latest release of Jeffrey Epstein files is being sold as transparency, but what it actually does is expose survivors. Once again, survivors are having their names and identifying information exposed, while the men who abused us remain hidden and protected. That is outrageous. As survivors, we should never be the ones named, scrutinized, and re-traumatized, while Epstein's enablers continue to benefit from secrecy. This is a betrayal of the very people this process is supposed to serve." One of the Epstein survivors who signed that statement is Jess Michaels, who says she was sexually assaulted.
So yeah, it's definitely putting me in more aggressive lobbies. Like, that's like, I think 3 or 4 in a row that I'm just getting ratted in solos. Like, people just coming up either behind me while I'm looting, behind me while I'm shooting something else, or behind me after pretending to be cool with me. Like, over and over and over.
By Jeffrey Epstein when she was 22 years old. And Jess joins me now. And thank you for being.
Is Tom Foolery considered there's a trend between playing Arc Raiders and lower viewership? Huh. No.
Being here on a day like today. We've spoken with many of the
consider
survivors
that
on this show before, and I know it's not an easy conversation to have. So I really do appreciate you joining us. When you heard the Deputy Attorney General today talking about closure, is that what you feel after this release?
Firstly, thank you so much, Caitlin, not only for having me on, but for continually having Epstein survivors on so that our voices are heard. There is not a single bit of closure today. I actually brought a little show and tell for you, Caitlin. You know how I heard you speaking with the attorney before this about the 3
meme out of it. You were more popular when you talked to people and focused on politics and drama. So just so you understand, the last year, this is what I've averaged, about 30 to 35 viewers. I did not go down in viewership when playing Arc Raiders. It didn't change. It didn't go up, didn't go down, didn't change. So you are totally incorrect. You have no idea what you're talking about. That's one. You were 45 to 55. No, there are times where that's the case, but that's just like, that's not like an average. That's not common. That's hilarious. Yeah, I mean, I can go over the viewership with you. I can show you what it looks like, but the that doesn't make much of a difference. And on top of that, yeah, on days like this, like I wasn't gonna stream at all. I didn't stream at all yesterday. I don't think I streamed the day before because there's just nothing going on. There's absolutely nothing going on at all, and there's nothing to cover. So instead of going 3 days in a row without streaming, decided to get on, cover what little bit there was, and play Arc Raiders.
.302s, and this is what the only 302 that could be found so far in the files by someone that was combing the files for hours. It was 7 pages, and 4 of them looked like this. So we know that the victim's name is here, right? And that's appropriately redacted.
Oh, but on top of that, we have a panel tonight. We got a debate that we're hosting on the Alex Preddy situation. So there's nothing to cover. Ha ha ha. You have what do you think we should have covered? Obviously, when there were things to cover, you didn't play Arc Raiders. And you had high viewership? No. I had the same viewership as we've already gone over. I know that this is hard for you to understand. I can say it like 5 more times for you to get it, but no, it doesn't. It doesn't change in viewership. Doesn't change. Pretty much the same. If I'm covering shit, if I just play Arc Raiders, then it goes down just a little bit, maybe like a third. But that's, yeah, once we've covered everything and then I play Arc Raiders, then yeah, it goes down some. Have you considered viewership correlates to you being bald? Mm-hmm. Yep. That is actually scientifically true. It's literally Tom's channel. Yeah, this is somebody who doesn't watch either way. They're just coming in and whining and crying. It's probably Catmere too. It's probably just another Catmere alt or some shit like that. It's somebody who's I've never seen in chat before. I don't know who this motherfucker is. And then this random person who's not part of the community doesn't seem to watch, doesn't seem to know where my viewership is, doesn't seem to know what I average, doesn't seem to know what I talk about, doesn't seem to know what we cover. Doesn't just says that they know what's best for my channel. Open up your own stream right now. Hello, hello. Open up your own stream right now. Hello, hello. Open up your own stream right now. It is on the wrong. It sounds like it's on the wrong mic, but it's not. It's on the right mic. Okay. Hello, hello, hello. Yeah. I don't know what that was, but yeah, I just turned off the I just changed it to something else and then put it back. Weird. Has it been like that all night? So now you can stop saying I'm full of shit. Wait, I didn't say anything about the mic claim. I didn't say anything about that.
Holy shit. Holy shit. Bastions.
It hasn't been like that all night.
Funny butters. Oh. I doubt there's still.
It wasn't like that 30 minutes ago.
Musk when he's asked about this.
It wasn't like that 20 minutes ago.
A week ago.
It wasn't like that 10 minutes ago. What the fuck? When did it get like that?
Shoot, something else
Wasn't like that 7 minutes ago.
going on.
5 minutes.
I understand. I can say it like 5 more times. Covered. Tom's channel. Yeah, this is somebody.
It literally started 4 minutes ago. What the fuck? It's been walkie-talkie sounding for 6 weeks. I've told you this before. Okay.
So what is all of this? So there's no way for me to say to you that there's closure here. This is the exact opposite.
I'm trying to help and he's trying to be right. Right about what? I didn't disagree with you on anything. You people are too fucking stupid, dude. You really are. I can't with you motherfuckers. He's trying to be right, guys.
Of transparency.
I mean, it must be so frustrating for you to look at that and to see just completely blacked out in the entire page.
And then we've seen pages where they're blacked out and the only thing not blacked out was a survivor.
Yeah, 07's to that guy. The beloved member of the community. Been around a long time, is gonna be missed.
Survivor's name. It is such in.
He's been telling me for weeks, guys. He's been telling me this shit for weeks. Don't argue with poops. Why not? I love arguing with poops. And Fad, you're just trying to be right, bro. Stop it.
Competence. It is sloppy. I mean, if any one of us did our jobs the way the DOJ did this job, we wouldn't be working humans. We would lose our job. We would lose our place in a company because this particular job has been so egregiously done, horrifically done.
If you had been at that press conference today at the Justice Department, what do you think you would have asked?
I would have asked, then what's this? What is missing from this page? Because one of the things that he said was about the fact that there's no list of men, there's no treasure trove of men. Then what is this? What is missing here? This is not a survivor's name. There's no survivor's name that is this long. So what I'd like to ask any of them in the Department of Justice is, what is this? This is a victim statement. The only thing that was supposed to be redacted was her name. So this is clearly protecting someone, something.
Because what would be in there would be theoretically, and what we've seen from other 302s is that's when they interview someone who has filed a complaint.
No, 304s.
And that's their account of what happened to them.
Exactly. And so to stand on that podium and say, well, there's no names here, and to hear for months now, there's nothing in this, there's no reason, but then there should be no reason to have a black page. If there's nothing there, then what are you redacting? That's what I would have said to him.
Jess Michaels, I'm sorry. I really am, because I'm sure it's frustrating, incredibly frustrating. I don't even know if that puts it even sums up the feeling. Yeah. But I am grateful to you that you're willing to come on and share that and let people know how you feel about what came out today.
Thank you for having me.
Jess Michaels, thank you for your time.
Is this the one that I think we already watched? No, we didn't see this one. I kept thinking I already watched this one, but
of reporting now shows
I was right about your mic and you banned me for it. Yeah, that's what I banned you for, bro. You're right. That's it. That's what I've been. It's because you were right about my mic. I said, dude, you're not allowed to be right about my mic. You gotta get the fuck out of here.
The two shared a close social circle for nearly 2 decades, from private jet flights to high-profile parties, and that's only part of the story. Photos, flight logs, and court records help reveal how long their personal history really was. K-Files' Andrew Kaczynski is here with all of that, and it is some extensive research and reporting that you all did. You've chronicled this relationship between Trump and Epstein from the 80s to, what, mid-2000s is obviously when their contact probably cut off. What's the most striking thing that you find that kind of contradicts this? Donald Trump is no fan of Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah, so what we found, it really actually paints a portrait starting, as you said, in the 1980s up to the mid-2000s. It paints this portrait of a long, enduring friendship. I think there were several associates who have called them best friends. Epstein himself said that he was Donald Trump's closest friend for 10 years. And we looked through these hundreds of hours of video, hundreds of photos. We went through documents from court files, exhibits from lawsuits. So we really chronicled this whole relationship through time. And one thing that I found really interesting was these flight logs from Epstein's private jet, which were part of that investigation into Ghislaine Maxwell. And they really tell you a story of how close these guys are. Look at just a few of them. This is in 1993, for instance. This is the same year that we found as well that Jeffrey Epstein attended Donald Trump's wedding to Marla Maples. Trump flew on that plane 4 times with Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell between Palm Beach, where Mar-a-Lago is, and where Epstein also owns a home. Let's fast forward then to 1994. Trump flew from Palm Beach to Washington, D.C. with his then wife, Marla Maples, his daughter, Tiffany, and a nanny before they returned to New Jersey that day. In August 1995, just he and Eric were on board with Epstein and Maxwell again. They flew from Palm Beach to Teterboro in New Jersey. And then in 1997, January 1997, Trump flew with the pair from Palm Beach to Newark, New Jersey. All of these trips, 8 in total, were documented in logs that I mentioned were from that trial.
You also took a look at what Donald Trump himself has said about Jeffrey Epstein. What did you find?
Yeah, that's right. And one of the things that's always been so striking is that quote that he said in 2002 that we found in that New York Magazine article where he said he was a terrific guy, he liked beautiful women just like him. And then that quote where he says he likes many of them on the younger side. That was from an article entitled Jeffrey Epstein, International Money Man of Mystery in New York Magazine. Now, just 2 years later, we were going through Donald Trump's book, and there he had one called How to Get Rich. And then we wrote in his book that somebody named Mysterious Jeffrey had called him, and that you could see it right there. That's the passage from his book. He says Jeffrey calls in, but there's actually a lot of activity between these two in 2004. One of the things that was seized from Jeffrey Epstein's.
What happened to Sagar? That's not Sagar, bro. What the fuck? What the fuck, bro? Tom deleting Hutch and silencing the people confirmed. Yeah. I'm not a man of the people. I'm a man of myself.
Home during that initial investigation to him in the mid-2000s were message pads. And on those message pads, there were 2, if you look here, 2 messages from Donald Trump in November of 2004. This is around the time the two of them actually were competing to buy a property in West Palm Beach. Trump ultimately won out. He beat Epstein, and this is allegedly part of what made their relationship deteriorate.
Yeah, Donald Trump's talked about that as well. Your review also, I mean, you looked also through tons of photos and tons of video of Trump and Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell together from Mar-a-Lago to here in Manhattan. Walk us through kind of some of those moments that you found.
Yeah, Kate, and these images, they really speak for themselves. In November 1992, there's an image that a lot of people have seen, and it's of Trump and Epstein, and they're dancing there. You can see with models. I think you can see Ghislaine Maxwell in the background if you look. She was there just a second ago. Just a year later, we had found, or previously, Epstein was at Trump's wedding in 1993. That's the photo there on the left. 1997, you can see in that photo on the right, that's them at a Victoria's Secret Angels event. And then in 1999, this that I found in in some archives shows Trump and Epstein, and they're actually chatting at a Victoria's Secret fashion show in 1997. He was also photographed with Maxwell at a fashion show. These guys attended a lot of fashion shows together, it looks like. And then in February of 2000, there was an event in Mar-a-Lago that featured not only Trump, Epstein, and Maxwell, but also Prince Andrew was also at this event. And these images were initially published in the Palm Beach Post in the year 2000. So there's a lot of public appearances, and it definitely undercuts Trump's claim that he was not a fan and they were sort of just distant acquaintances.
So what is the president saying about this?
So we reached out to the White House. We asked them about all of this, and it's on CNN.com. If you read the timeline, it's very extensive. They didn't respond to any of the detailed questions that we sent. But Stephen Chung, who is the communications director for the
even Trump has contradicted himself on those claims.
Sent along the statement, quote, the fact is that
even Trump has contradicted himself on those claims, where at points he says that he he knew that Epstein was recruiting girls and stealing girls from his from his sauna or something like that. But yeah, he's like contradicting himself on these claims, and made sure that even he goes against his own narrative on this. So it's very strange that, like, at times he acts like he never knew the guy, he never liked him, everybody knows he didn't like him. They never says like, yeah, we were friends for a while, but like blah blah blah. There are times where if he is confronted on the fact that he knew him, all he says and all that anybody around him says is that he kicked him out of his place. I forget what the he kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago. That, and then just repeats, everybody knows I wasn't a fan. Everybody knows I didn't like him. Everybody knows I wasn't a fan. And just keeps repeating that shit. It's so stupid. Like, it really is. It's so fucking stupid that they go back and forth on their own fucking claims on this shit.
President kicked him out of his club for being a creep. So it's going to be interesting to see, because he says they weren't close. He says he was not a fan, but we continue to just see more and more revelations come out.
Yeah, and we've heard that similar statement from Stephen Chung many times about questions that linger. It's great to see you. Great reporting as always. Thanks, Andrew. A key figure in the Epstein case, who later worked for President Trump, could soon be called to testify under oath. Alex Acosta was the prosecutor who infamously gave Jeffrey Epstein a sweetheart deal in 2008, a deal that allowed Epstein to serve minimal time in prison, and a deal that shut down the federal investigation into his alleged sex trafficking ring. Acosta then went on to serve as Trump's first-term labor secretary. For reasons unknown, Acosta, the man who would know everything about the Epstein case.
Yeah, the guy who actually gave him what's called the sweetheart deal. That's the guy who they hired. I believe Trump specifically appointed him. But yeah, this is why I say there's 100 times more evidence against Trump than there is against somebody like Bill Clinton or anybody else. Like, this is why I keep repeating this, because it's so fucking insane that anybody would keep pointing to somebody like Bill Clinton over the small shit that he's dealt with. And not to say that Bill Clinton's innocent, not to say that there's no evidence against Bill Clinton or anything, but to say that everything is like murky with all of these people. Yet, if there's anything that's not murky, like, or if there's anybody who has like the most evidence against them that's a politician, it's Donald Trump. By far. Like, by far, he has the most evidence against him. Have you guys seen the conspiracy that Zamdani is Epstein's son? I didn't see that, no, but I have seen people. So I saw this girl today who said, it's crazy that all of these people were fooled by Mamdani. His mom went to Epstein's parties even after he was convicted. I can't believe you guys were fooled by this guy. That's so crazy. You guys elected this guy. It's like, wait a second, bro. You know that, like, that's that's like one city in one place, and you're saying his relative, Mom Donnie's relative, went to an Epstein party. You guys elected his best fucking friend. And you're over here pointing at a relative of somebody's that went to a fucking Epstein party. Like, come on, dude. The fucking cope is insane.
Was left off the House Oversight Committee's list of subpoenaed witnesses. But tonight, a Republican on that committee, Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna, is telling the Palm Beach Post that calling Acosta to testify is not, quote, off the table. She also says at any time he can be called to testify. I'm going to speak to the top Democrat on that committee in a moment about plans to subpoena Acosta, because even though dozens of victims had come forward at that point, Acosta, as I mentioned, let Epstein off easy, allowed him to plead guilty to just 2 prostitution-related charges. Epstein served only 13 months in a county jail.
I was here like a week ago with somebody, and they walked right over to the fucking bushes, and they were like, oh, I think there's a gun case normally over here. And they just walked right into the bushes. I didn't see shit. And they're like, oh yeah, here it is. And then just fucking grabbed a gun out of a gun case and handed it to me. And I've never seen a gun case here. And I still don't see a fucking gun case here. I have no idea what the fuck this guy was even talking about.
And was allowed to leave the jail nearly every day for 12 hours. The Department of Justice review later found that Acosta exercised poor judgment in the case, although he continued to defend his actions years after the case was closed.
There was
yeah, they said that it was he had unethical actions, but that he didn't do anything like illegal. They didn't find any evidence of corruption or anything like that. And so it's, you know, it's not something that you can charge him with or anything like that. It's just it is very odd. And from what he said, now this was his initial claim. His initial claim was that that Maine office told him to give the deal. That he didn't negotiate the deal, he didn't talk about the deal, he didn't have anything to do with the deal. And Maine office is like the Washington, D.C. office that oversees everybody, like all of the DOJ offices and all of the like big prosecutions. They kind of give them guidance and tell them what they ought to do and things like that. And he said that Maine told him to do this. Now, the reason that I remember this very specifically is because at the time when he said, Maine told us to do this, I had no idea what Maine was. I had never heard of Maine before. And so we had to take a while to go look up what the fuck Maine was and what that meant. And yeah, found out, okay, so Maine is this office where they tell everybody what to do, or they kind of give them guidance. They don't necessarily have to listen. Crap, that's the building I was gonna... Oh, no.
value
that
to
one. Okay.
getting a guilty plea. You can always look at a play after the fact and say, should it have been the safe play, or should you have gone for the big score?
This comes as President Trump is, many think, trying to change the subject from Epstein as he threatens a full-on federal takeover of Washington, D.C. But it's Trump's own party who won't let Epstein go.
The American people are sick and tired of this government holding on to all these secrets. They're sick and tired of being lied.
I got a defib, bro. If you can crawl over here. You there? can't even see him. I thought I saw him like right over there. Sorry, what? Yeah, I was coming to defib him, and I told him to crawl over here, and then I just didn't hear him reply. And I think he's over here somewhere.
What are you looking for?
I was looking... Yeah, I saw a Raider flare go off, so I was gonna pick him up and defib him. Wait, did he glitch and just get back up? Hey, did you see the Raider flare that went off over here?
No, but I heard.
You heard it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard it too. I saw it go off. There's like 3 other guys over there too looking for him. The Bastion was shooting him.
I seen Bastion shoots one, but I don't know, 2 minutes ago.
I hear it over here, I think.
No, it's here.
Oh, you found it?
Right here. Yep. He tried running from the thing from there to here.
Yeah. I was standing right there. I told him to crawl over there and I would get him.
I saw him, but he's died 3 minutes ago, so
Damn. Yeah, I saw him fighting wasps just a minute ago. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if you guys are on computers, but I saw this trick the other day. You can take your mouse. That's how I knew it was over here just a second ago, because I was looking over there. You can take your mouse, and if you shake it, you can hear like little bits of shit. It's almost like the body twitches when you shake your mouse, and you can hear where they're at. So like if you get like a little far away, you can shake your mouse, and you'll hear like a little sound. So I can hear like sand moving right now, and I can hear it right over here. So if they're in a bush, you can hear bushes moving. If they're in grass, you can hear the grass moving. Like if you shake your mouse, you can hear dead bodies. All right, well, here comes the Bastion again, so I'm going to get the fuck out of here. Good luck. I'm about to get killed by this Rocketeer. Let's go.
To by the intelligence community and by deep state. I hope that we don't have to wait 60, 70 years to find out what really happened when it came to Jeffrey Epstein.
Kristen Holmes is out front at the White House for us tonight. Kristen, just as President Trump was trying to shift attention to D.C., his takeover of the police department there, members of his own party are making Epstein front and center again.
They are, Kate. And just to be clear, I mean, President Trump, the White House, they don't want to be talking about this. And you talk about how he's been shifting the narrative. Of course, we've seen this happen time and time again as they've tried to get away from this story. But they were just starting to see some success in that. I mean, it had been over a month of them being on the defensive when it came to the Epstein story. And I was actually told that they were starting to circulate some of our polling that we put on air of how the searches for the Epstein case had dropped down, and they were sending that amongst themselves to try and show that there was no reason to insert this into the narrative again, to bring up the Epstein files and any kind of conversations about the transcripts between Blanche and Maxwell, something, of course, we had been reporting on that they were considering. And now you have Republicans themselves coming out and saying, why don't we know more? Talking about subpoenaing Alex Acosta. And even the vice president himself over the weekend in an interview bringing up Epstein again. I mean, most of the people who responded to that interview responded with release the Epstein files. So they're having a hard time actually getting away from this story, but I can tell you they want nothing to do with this. And the hope is that, of course, with this D.C. takeover, with the federalization, with the fact that they are so focused on that, and then moving into the Putin-Trump summit at the end of the week, that they can try again to move away from the story. We'll see how successful they are.
Yeah, try again, I guess. Kristen, thanks so much for the reporting tonight.
Well,
There are new indications that the White House planned to extricate the president from the
I don't I feel like it, and I know people have said this before, so this isn't like some amazing take, but it feels like Trumpism has to be like studied, like this level of like cognitive dissonance and just, you know, cultish actions and followings, and it just I don't think I've never seen anything like this. And I remember when Obama got elected, and even like Bernie Sanders, I remember looking at those guys and thinking, damn, their followings are odd. Like, they treat these guys like celebrities, and they actually, like, it's weird, like the way that they treat these guys, and I don't like it. But then Trump comes along and you look back at the followings that they had and like how people were still critical of them, and you just like it was just nothing in comparison, dude. It was fucking nothing in comparison. So it just doesn't even seem like worthwhile to mention once you see this shit. It's just, yeah, it's just, I don't know. It's just that there's no fucking words for it. This is where I got shot the other day in that video that I was just playing, where he shot me from over here where we both kept missing each other. This is where we were fighting at. Hold the door! I'm coming, I'm coming, I'm coming! I'm almost there! Hold the door! Alright, I'm here. Thank you. Appreciate it.
The Jeffrey Epstein controversy might be starting to crack.
Tom, do you know who genetically modified skeptic is? No, I don't think so. I think his recent video could explain a fair amount of it. Let's see. Genetically modified skeptic. Democrats really are different from Republicans. Look at how fast some were willing to dump Franken. I don't know Franken. Oh, this kid.
You heard it right. It's not.
Shit. Fuck. I've seen him before. I've watched some of his shit. I can't remember if I have a feeling that I really didn't like him. I have a feeling there was something that we watched by him where I thought he was just really dishonest in the way that he covered it. This person's name is Pads. For a second, I thought the name was Fads. I was like, wait a second. Hold on. Am I being stream sniped? Yeah, I feel like I didn't like him, but we'll see. He's like a anti-Christian atheist sort of guy, right? Yes. Yeah, I think we watched a video by him on Charlie Kirk, right? Didn't we watch? I think that's what it was. I think we watched a video by him on Charlie Kirk a while ago. And yeah, some of the stuff that he was doing were like, he did like play some of the videos that had been debunked. He had played some of the videos that were out of context. He did even take some of them and stretch them a little bit. I believe that's what it was. But yeah, this is the PSYOP video. I think we watched this one as well. What video? Oh, wait. Oh, is that the one? Is that the one that we should watch? Senator Al Franken about a lady feeling pressured into some sexual joke before he was elected. Okay, so that is the one that you wanted to watch? Okay.
You heard it right. It's not.
I used to, so I'm assuming that's where he's gonna take it, maybe not, but regardless whether or not he takes it there. I used to think when I first started moving away from Christianity, I used to feel as though it was the religious element. As I'm moving away from religion, as I'm moving away from republicanism and conservatism, I started to feel as though the fact that somebody is willing to believe in a God is already kind of cope. And that's fine. I'm not saying it like in a negative way. I'm saying like a cope, like an actual like psychological thought process that everybody goes through, a cope. But this one is in a very like far stretched illogical way, to where I do think if you make your entire life based around that thought process that is faith-based, not based on facts, not based on logic, not based on anything you can see, not evidence-based, I do think that this could start to create a cyclical thought process that makes it to where you're probably more likely to be illogical in the future. That like you have made it to where you're willing to believe in things without evidence, that you don't need evidence to believe in something, and now that's just like an okay thing for you. And that this is probably, I used to think like this is probably where a lot of that comes from. It probably comes from not, just not being based in facts and reality in the first place. I don't know if I really believe that anymore. I do think that could be part of it, but I don't really believe that anymore, because there was somebody, if you guys know who, fuck, what was her name? Mix Vivian Wolf was. You guys know Vivian Wolf? I had a long conversation with her about this one day, and she was saying that's not it. She's like, and this is, normally I expect atheists to use that because they like to use it as a dunk on Christians, and so I expect atheists to kind of like jump on that and be like, yeah. But she kept saying, no, that's not true. And I was like, why not? She's like, well, you would expect that to spread far and wide, and it doesn't. She's like, this is a new phenomena, specifically with MAGA, that there was the SJW movement a while ago in 2014 with the left, where they were very illogical, and the Republicans of earlier were not at this crazy illogical group of people. They were not all conspiracy theorists and people believing in QAnon and shit like that. And she's like, on top of that, these are like lawyers and doctors and scientists, and like a lot of these people, it is specific to politics. Like, it is specific to politics, and not all politics. It's specific to Donald Trump. Anything that's related to Donald Trump in some way, that's where the like illogical thought process starts to come in, because with everything else doesn't seem to be the case. They seem to be willing to engage logically and do all this, be a rational thinker outside of that. And yeah, I think she totally convinced me of this, that like that I was wrong. Like that is totally true, that they are, it can't be that. It can't be that simple. Like I would love for that to be just like, I would love for there to be just like a simple answer like that, but it's not. It is specific to Donald Trump. It is. And it's odd. Like, the second that somebody's out of Donald Trump's good graces, that shit doesn't work anymore. They will They will defend the fucking shit out of Marjorie Taylor Greene and everything she ever says and does. But the second she's out of Donald Trump's good graces, all of the old shit that they used to defend is now gone. And now they will come back and attack her on the shit that they were just defending her on a couple months ago. Like, it really is. It is specific to Donald Trump. And it doesn't make sense. It's wildly inconsistent. Because if we said, oh, well, it's just due to politics. Well, no, if it was due to politics, like, why wouldn't it apply to, like, Democrats and shit? Like, why didn't they, you know? But it's not. It's just Trump. That's it. And it doesn't make sense.
Not an exaggeration to say that U.S. federal agencies have spread evangelical Protestant Christianity in the Americas as a part of a long-term psychological operation. In fact, that might be an understatement because this strategy helped oil companies and dictators displace and murder countless people. A problem for the power.
Displace and what?
And dictators displace and murder countless people.
Oh, he bleeped out the word murder. Okay.
A problem for the powerful. Our story begins in the 1960s when a movement spread across Latin America. Catholic priests, nuns, and laypeople began reading the Bible with the poor in small base communities, practicing and teaching what came to be known as liberation theology. Gustavo Gutierrez in Peru, whose book, A Theology of Liberation, named the movement, argued that the gospel required solidarity with the poor and resistance to the structures that kept them poor. If there is no friendship with them and no sharing of the life of the poor, then there is no authentic commitment to liberation, because love exists only among equals. In the Bible, poverty is a scandalous condition inimical to human dignity and therefore contrary to the will of God. The denunciation of injustice implies the rejection of the use of Christianity to legitimize the established order. Leonardo Boff in Brazil taught that faith without a commitment to justice was empty. How are we to be Christian in a world of destitution and injustice? There can only be one answer. We can be followers of Jesus and true Christians only by making common cause with the poor and working out the gospel of liberation. So the criticisms made of liberation theology by those who judge it on a purely conceptual level, devoid of any real commitment to the oppressed, must be seen as radically irrelevant. Liberation theology responds to such criticism with just one question. What part have you played in the effective and integral liberation of the oppressed? In El Salvador, thinkers like John Sobrino and Ignacio Ellacuria related the suffering of the poor to the passion of Christ directly, and the sin of oppressors to the sins for which he was crucified. The crucified people, that is, the poor, are the historical continuation of Yahweh's servant, whom the sin of the world continues to deprive of his human face. The powerful of this world continue to strip them of everything, to snatch everything from them, even their lives, especially their lives. Jesus takes a very different approach to each group. He offers salvation to all and makes demands of all, but in a very different way. He directly demands a radical conversion of the oppressor, an active cessation from oppressing. For these, the coming of the kingdom is above all a radical need to stop being oppressors. These theologians did not invent liberation theology from above. They put into words what Christian-based communities were discovering for themselves as they studied scripture in the shadow of military dictatorships, land monopolies, and US-backed elites. These communities did not just pray together. They examined the conditions of their lives. They asked why their societies were structured to benefit a small ruling class and what it meant that Jesus identified with the poor. Liberation theology took those questions seriously and treated them as a call to collective action, offering ordinary people tools to interpret their own oppression and to organize for land reform, workers' rights, literacy, and democracy. You might see the problem with this for the wealthy, the greedy, the powerful, aka the US empire. This movement encouraged those who suffered most under the...
Okay. So is he saying that like Christianity is like more of a populist movement and the elites had to utilize Christianity to then benefit themselves so that it wasn't Christians versus them, but instead like Christians working with them and defending them and being on their side.
Existing political order to demand they be treated with basic respect. By the late 1960s, U.S. intelligence assessment.
Belief in Christianity or any religion is a search for comfort. Not always. I would say the majority of the time, that's not the case. I would say the majority of the time, it's actually a peer pressure. I would say that by far the majority of the time, Christianity, people who are Christians are people who grow up in Christian communities. They go to schools with majority people who are Christian. They have families that are Christian. And that to them, leaving Christianity, well, those are the bad guys, the atheists, the devil worshippers. Like, to be one of them would mean that I'm one of the bad guys now. And I don't want everybody to think of me as one of the bad guys. Like, I don't want my family and all of these people to dislike me or discount me. And so I think that is more often the thing that is keeping people in. Now, this is complicated because when we talk about Christians, what it is that a Christian is complicated. Like we're the half of people who grow up in the church, 50% of them stop going to church by the time they're 18 or in adulthood. They will stop going to church sometime in adulthood. 50% of those who stopped going to church will go back to church by the time they're 40. Now, whether or not you go to church, not like depending on whether or not you are a Christian. About 60% of our population identifies as Christian. About 50% of our population goes to church. So there's a good percentage there that is like identifies as Christian, does not go to church at all or even regularly. And that for a lot of those people, it is very much a cultural phenomenon. It is something you tell people to say, I'm on your side, I'm one of you, I have similar morals to you and things like that. But they don't hold these things principally to where they have to read the Bible, they need to pray, they need to go to church. Like, they don't hold those things as true as somebody who is a devout Christian, who is very serious about it and is going to church sometimes 2 to 3 times a week. So yeah.
Characterized progressive Catholic clergy as an increase.
Someone told you that long ago in chat, not me, but I don't remember the username. Told me what?
Increasingly disruptive force whose work threatened to establish political order in Latin America. A 1969 CIA memorandum warned that liberation-oriented priests' sermons and writings have already aroused the concern of conservative church officials and military leaders, and predicted some clergy.
Oh, that religion was used as the thing about them, using it against the elites. I don't remember who either, but I do remember that being said. Like a month ago. Yeah, I do disagree with it to an extent, but I think I don't think that it's like a hugely systemic thing that like it is meant. I don't think that that's the way it's like meant to be, but I think that's, or I don't know how to say this. I don't think that that's the intention a lot of times, but I think that's the way it works out. So like for somebody like Donald Trump, when he first started running for president the first time, he didn't say a whole lot about a religion. He wasn't really pandering a whole lot to Christians. And then once he won, then there became this like, the evangelicals were very clear, like, you're representing the Christians, you're representing the religious side of the country. And that's when he started like ramping up the religious rhetoric and started talking about the Bible more and started talking about Christians being oppressed and everybody's always going after Christians. And that it changed pretty quickly in how he talked about it. But I think it was more so that, yeah, like the Bannon, when Bannon tried to get Trump to run, it wasn't about him like representing Christians or saying things for Christian people. It was about him saying populist things and getting like populist positions to get into office. And that was like the whole thing. It's like, we want to use populism to get you into office. And then once he got into office, that, because even like all of the people who were part of his campaign, there wasn't a lot of religious people. He didn't have a bunch of like, you know, old Republican style Christians who were there to help him. He had a bunch of, you know, just populist right-wing nut jobs who were helping him. And so it was once he won that he realized, okay, I have to pander to these people to an extent to keep them on my side and make sure I don't say things that offend them too much, because when he said that he was pro-choice, people got mad. When he said that he liked Caitlyn Jenner, people got mad. When he said he didn't care what bathroom they went in, or that like he doesn't have an issue with trans people, they got mad. And so he had to radically change his rhetoric on those things after a while. And so I think it was almost the inverse, as like, instead of Trump being and his team being like, we got to make sure that we take the Christian rhetoric and use this to brainwash all of these people into following us, it's the other way around. I think Trump was becoming a leader on the right, and then the Christians were like, yo, what the fuck? Like, you gotta do the thing that we do. Like, you got the Republican thing, you got to say the stuff. Like, come on, man, what are you doing? And so then, yes, I think he got pressured into doing those things, and that obviously that is a cyclical, you know, problem as well, because yes, as he says the things, then more people are willing to get on board and trust him more, and it is both. But I think in order of events, I think it was him gaining popularity first and then having to implement this sort of rhetoric afterwards.
May be driven into alignment with leftist political groups. By 1971, President Nixon identified the deterioration of the attitude of the Catholic Church as the single most important event in Latin America over the previous decade, worrying that priests were now standing with the peasants and workers against the oligarchs and the armies. Yes, he actually said that. The 1980 Santa Fe document, prepared for the incoming Reagan administration, declared that liberation theology represented Marxist-Leninist forces using the church as a political weapon against private property and productive capitalism, and called for U.S. foreign policy to mount a counterattack on, and not merely react against, liberation theology. The U.S. did use direct violence to manage its problem, and we'll talk about that.
I'm not going to call out the name of this person, okay? But there's a content creator that on the other panel that I did about the good situation, totally unrelated. I'm just gonna throw this out there real quick. On the panel that I did about the good situation, the good shooting, there was a right-winger that I invited, and I talked about the fact that like I was having a lot of trouble getting right-wingers, and that we had to like last minute grab like a bunch of people just to get the panel going. Like, we were this close to just fucking canceling the whole thing. We got the last right-wingers like 5 minutes before the panel started. We got the last one just right before it started, or before it was scheduled to start. We ended up pushing it back like 45 minutes, waiting on him to show up. But this other guy, I had reached out to somebody, a prominent person, all of you guys know, and I reached out to somebody and said, hey, I need a right-winger for my panel. I wanted to get this guy. I've seen him with you. Would you be able to hook me up with him? And she's like, oh yeah, sure. You can message him on Instagram. And then I said, okay, I'll message him there. And then I messaged him, and then she messaged me again and said, he's in. Just give him the details. He's in. He said he's good. Like, okay, cool. So I messaged him and gave him all the details, and then he said, okay, great. Can you send me a link to your channel? And I said, yeah, sure. Here's a link to my channel. Whenever you're ready, send me a DM on Discord so I can add you to the Discord group so that I can keep you in the loop on everything that's going on. And then he never messaged me on Discord. Not only did he not message me on Discord, he never messaged me back on Instagram. And I kept thinking, okay, it was like 3-4 days before the panel. We've got time. I would rather him come than get somebody else, so I'll wait. And he just never messaged me back, and I sent him a message almost every day saying like, hey, haven't heard from you yet. Just wanted to check in, blah, blah, blah. And he just never messaged me back. And then I even messaged the other person who gave me his information and said, hey, do you know any other right-wingers? He never messaged me back, and I'm kind of screwed now. And that person said, what? Like he said that he was good. He said that he was coming. What happened? And I was like, he just stopped responding. He just totally ghosted me. And even now, still has not messaged me back. Now, for this panel, I messaged him again and said, hey, I don't know if something came up. I don't know if there was some sort of problem. I don't know if maybe you asked for my channel link. I don't know if you saw something on my channel that you didn't like. But I'm doing another panel. Are you willing to come on panels in the future, or would you like me to just leave you alone? Again, he just didn't respond. So this isn't like on Instagram, it separates messages from people that you know, people that you don't know, and then message requests. And it's sometimes hard to see those. I just found numerous messages from people, like even prominent people, who had DM'd me on like Twitter and Instagram that I never fucking saw because it puts it off to the fucking side and doesn't give me notifications on it. So I didn't even know that they messaged me. And there was from like months ago. One was from a month ago. The other one was from months ago. And so I feel bad, but yeah. It wasn't that, because he did message me asking for the link to my channel. So now I'm in his main inbox. I know he's getting the fucking DMs. I know he's getting them. He didn't block me because I'm still able to see his channel. I'm still able to see our DMs and everything. I don't know what the fuck is going on with this guy. Instagram apparently is his main channel. And then today I thought about it and thought, oh, this guy's mainly on Instagram and TikTok. The main, for people who know, there is a main thing about me on TikTok and Instagram that I am a pedophile neo-Nazi. And that if you search me on TikTok and maybe even Instagram as well, you will likely find a bunch of very out of context clips of me on these platforms. And yeah, I'm out there. Okay, all right, I think I know what the fuck happened here. It's a little odd that a right-winger is doing this, because all these are leftist channels who did this. These are like leftist progressives who did this, and they'll even say in their videos like, Tom's that racist guy who defended Z when she did microaggressions against black women, like that neo-Nazi who did the microaggressions against black women. Like you would think the right-wingers would see this shit and be like, okay, like, come on. But yeah, I don't know. That is my best guess. How could he treat someone who's also a Navy SEAL like that? True, dude. True. I didn't even think about that. It could be, look, it could also be, there's like 3 different reasons that I thought of. That's the one that I think is most obvious, okay? Maybe you guys can help me brainstorm on this, but that's the one that I thought that was most obvious, okay? So that's one, is that yes, like you could look it up and see just a bunch of leftists, like what was her name? Cozy or Kobe or whatever her name was, like calling me a neo-Nazi, calling me a pedophile, putting out tons of fucking like out of context clips where I'm like giving a hypothetical, but she cuts out that I'm giving a hypothetical, or where I'm asked a hypothetical, she cuts out that I'm asked a hypothetical, or I'm saying this person said, and then repeating what they said, she cuts out where I said they said this, and then just making it look like I said it. And so I that is my best guess, is that like you can see those things. I could understand how it could be convincing, but also on Instagram, like my one video, my main video on that platform, I think maybe my most viewed video on that platform is me debunking those claims and putting all of those clips into context. But that's the main thing that I can think of. That's the best reason I can think of. The other one is maybe you just saw that my channel doesn't get a lot of views, which to me, I thought that would be stupid because he didn't even ask who was on the panel. If he had asked who was on the panel, he would have known that like Warnerbox and Soy Pill get a lot more views than he does. Like each one of them get more views than he does. So like just being on their platforms would have been more than beneficial enough that regardless of how many views I get. But maybe not. I don't know. Soy Pill's a G. I was blown away to see how big his channel is. I thought that he was just some like small, like I thought that he was around my size. I was totally blown away to see that he was that big. But when I went, I'd never even been to his channel before, and when he was on the panel and I was pulling up everybody's chats to put on my screen, and I pulled up his channel, it's the first time I ever searched his channel. I was like, holy shit, he's got over 100,000 fucking subscribers. What the fuck? So yeah, I was a bit blown away by that. I had no idea, but so yeah, I thought maybe it's views, could be views. That's dumb. Again, like the people who are on the platform are going to create enough of a platform for you when they're all streaming to their own channels. But then, and on top of that, I haven't even checked this, but I would assume that Warnerbox and Soy Pill both like re-uploaded these debates to their own channels, and I haven't looked at how many views they got. So wait, did they just cut my thumbnail? So there's me with my hand on my chin. There's Soy Pill with his hand like this. There's Grid 1 with his hand like this. And then this guy, Joe, turned sideways like that. Okay, so me and Soy Pill are the same exact screenshot. The other two are not. That's wild. Okay. But yeah, like you look at theirs, you got 17,000 views on that. Doesn't look like Soy Pill re-uploaded it, so okay. But yeah, so that was the two. And then the third one was that he may have seen my content, seen that I'm obviously very liberal, like biased against Trump and MAGA right wingers and thought, oh, yeah, I don't want to do this if that's going to be the fucking moderator. But you would think, again, like, you would think that he would at least, like, just respond and just say, like, I changed my mind, or I'm busy, or I'm not interested, or whatever. Ghosting me like that makes me feel like it can't be those other two. Just ghosting me in this way makes me feel like couldn't be views, and it couldn't be that, like, I'm too biased or too liberal. I feel like those two, you would just give a response and just say, never mind, not interested, or I changed my mind, or I'm busy, or whatever, right? He didn't do either one of those things. He just ghosted me. And so I feel like the first one is the only, like, logical response that I can think of that makes me think that would make sense. You did well, Tom. You helped everyone the same. Okay, bet. All right. Just to be clear, you weren't the only person saying that. Like I said, like Soypill's chat was saying this as well. It was mostly people that I knew, that I like. It's a lot of people that I've like banned, or that I've like that I've had beef with, that I've gotten into it with, that are saying these sorts of things in the other chat. So the majority of them were people that I knew, and that I know why they're saying this shit. I know they're just being fucking vindictive. That's all that is. That's fine. But I don't like that, like, that is like a representation of me now in other people's communities, is that like what they were saying is that like, oh, Tom's always trying to white knight for the right and shit like that. Like, hold on, dude. Or like one of them said, like, at least Tom admits he's a right winger. Chill, bro. What the fuck? Like, why do you guys do this shit? So yeah, I just think not many mods can pull off not having a bias. So I think I think at the beginning of the next panel I will actually explain that. I think at the beginning of the next panel I will actually explain that. Explain my bias, explain, you know, obviously I'm a liberal, obviously this is where my biases lean. I want to moderate in an unbiased way, but it doesn't mean I don't have a bias, and that I am, when I'm asking questions, I'm going to try to steelman the question that the right would want asked, or steelman the question that the left would want asked, and make sure that we're actually moving the conversation forward. And so I am just trying to moderate, not trying to debate, and see how that goes. We'll see. But yeah, I did plan on addressing this at the beginning of the next panel already. That is kind of how I've always done debates in panels and shit like that. So like it's frustrating. So like this is one of the things that I had when I debated Destiny on like the, what was it called, the insurrection shit, is where I trusted Destiny more than Andrew Wilson, and obviously I agreed with Destiny more than Andrew Wilson, and I said that it was an insurrection before Destiny ever said that January 6th was an insurrection. But I also felt like Destiny's definition had holes in it, and I didn't agree with his definition, and I felt like that he was like being bad faith in some areas. So when I go and I approach Destiny on this, and I'm saying, hey, like, I agree with you, like, it's an insurrection, blah, 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 but I would like to understand some parts of this, so I'm going to ask questions to try to like dig into this. He immediately starts treating every single question as though this is like my position on him or something, when instead I'm like genuinely asking the fucking question. And then even later he's like, I'm not engaging in that question. And I'm like, what? Okay, but look, you don't have to answer any question you don't want to. But like me and my chat, like we were having these conversations last night and really trying to understand where the boundaries are on some of these definitions that you're giving, because I feel like there's a huge gray area there. And not all concepts will have gray areas. Everything will get into like blurry spaces. But yours seems to have a really wide like gray area. And so I'm trying to understand, maybe I'm wrong on that. Maybe my chat was wrong. And he's like, oh, your chat, like anybody in your chat who's saying that shit, they're just being bad faith. Like, yeah, fuck them. Disregard them. And I'm like, okay, I'm not being bad faith.
when I'm asking you this, though. Like, I'm asking you because I want to understand your position. I want to hear your answer. So, again, you don't have to answer, but I'm actually curious about this. I actually want to understand this. And so, yeah, I get really frustrated because even Destiny will say sometimes, like, oh, it's so hard to have like genuine conversations with people in this space because it's always either these dumb right-wingers who are starting with a position that they've never even thought about, and all they care about is just coping their way into that position and just being dishonest. And then we got the other side who, like, they're on the left, but they've created an anti-Destiny community, and so they just have to get this own on me and dunk on me. And so I'm never actually capable of having real intellectual conversations with people where I can actually dig into the ideas and like actually have legitimate disagreements and try to understand. But literally every time I try to do that with him, he just fucking tries fighting me on shit that I never said, and it's so infuriating. It's like, all right, motherfucker, you think that it's all of this other shit that's creating the environment to where you're not capable of having intellectual conversations. It's just you. It's just you. From what I've seen, from my perspective, from my experience with him, it's just him.
But with liberation theology's proponents having some protection from the Vatican, the US couldn't just take out everyone it disliked, at least. So it chose an additional approach to liberation theology. It would dilute, replace, and counter-program it. How might it do that?
Asking questions sometimes seems like you're alluding to something. I agree with that in general, but I think moderators are generally different. I think moderators are generally people who are like, who are not necessarily pushing something. So like when I watch Piers Morgan, sometimes he's making arguments. It's clear he's making arguments. Other times he's asking questions so that that person can give a response. So like he'll ask the lefty a question so that when the lefty answers, he can turn to the right winger and say, do you disagree with that? And like, it's obvious. He's just asking a question. This doesn't say anything about his position. I don't know what the fuck is going on here. And I feel like it's obvious. Like when I watch people like Wick or like Piers Morgan, I feel like it's obvious when these people are asking questions or when they're arguing. And somehow I don't know if I'm doing something to where it seems like I'm being, because normally when they're arguing with a question, you're a little bit more aggressive in your tone and in the way that you ask it. And so I wonder if that's what I'm doing. I wonder if I'm being aggressive in my tone when I ask the question to where it feels like I'm making an argument instead of asking a question. But I'm not sure. And when I watch it, I feel like I look like I'm asking a question. But I also know I just had a confrontational interaction when I say, hold on, stop, hold on, stop talking, stop, hold on, chill, hold on, stop talking, hold on, okay, now. And then I ask my question. I understand that these two things back to back might now feel like it might feel like it's aggressive now because it's attached to the shut the fuck up. Now here's my question.
This, as a 1969 report by Republican politician and eventual vice president Nelson Rockefeller said, since the Catholic Church in Latin America raises the consciousness of the people, the US should give support to fundamentalist Christian groups. As I'm filming this, Minnesota is in the middle of ICE out.
Yeah, normally at the beginning of panels, I also do give a speech about like, hey, when I say stop talking, like I need you guys to stop immediately, okay? Now, sometimes if I feel as though I've interrupted you, I will let you finish first. Other times, if it's in the middle of an argument, I promise you I will let you finish the argument, but I'm not interrupting for nothing. So you need to trust me and just give me the mic for a minute, let me do my thing, and then I will pass it back to you or continue the conversation. But when I jump in, which is rare, when I jump in, I need you to stop. Okay, I normally do that, and I didn't in that one, and yeah, it gets it gets a little out of hand. But I did tell all of them beforehand, this is going to be a different style panel where it is more heavily moderated. There is more active moderation. I did tell all of them this. And so it is, that part was communicated, but I'll probably do it again.
Of Minnesota, a general strike which appears to be the largest general strike in the country in at least a generation. Unions and progressive faith leaders are leading the charge in an effort to show the capitalist class that if the occupying army that is ICE continues its invasion of American cities, big business will suffer. Minnesotan resistance is being reported all over, but tell me why only 8 sources have reported on this story about their action being a general strike. We can easily see here that mostly local Minnesota sources are covering this, with some of the only coverage from outside of the state coming from communistusa.org, an independent left-leaning source. That gives us some insights into the priorities of national media, I think. I was able to see this broader picture of the strike's media coverage and find local and independent sources covering the story in just seconds because I use Ground News, an independent app and website I use every day in my real life, recommend to my friends, and have partnered with for years now. Their platform organizes every published perspective on an issue in one place with data on each outlet's political bias, credibility, and financial incentives. I use their Vantage plan, and you can get 40% off that plan by going to ground.news/skeptic. Right-leaning sources are barely covering the story, but luckily, Ground News has a great feature called their Blind Spot feed, which is dedicated to surfacing important stories that are being completely ignored by one side of the political...
You were making their argument better than them. There is one argument that, yes, I know that I was making their argument better than them. That is part of, like, what it is that I would want him to address is, again, I am wanting to actually get their actual answer from them. I'm wanting to get them to address things that I think, okay, if I was them, this is what I would say in response. So I'm gonna go ahead and get them to respond to that now instead of people blowing up in chat. Oh yeah, well what about this? Like, yeah.
Political spectrum or another. So right-leaning Ground News users stand a way better chance of seeing the story than they would without Ground News. Having this feature right there on your phone or in your inbox provides a ton of value, especially supports Institute. SIL Specialists, or SIL, is the academic wing of Wycliffe Bible translators. SIL specializes in going into remote indigenous regions, studying unwritten languages, creating alphabets, and then translating the Bible. They are trained linguists, many with graduate degrees. Their work on the surface is scholarly and humanitarian. Okay, I mean, that description of their work is full of red flags to me, and probably to most of my viewers, but to a lot of people, Bible translation for indigenous people somehow does not sound inherently sketchy.
We know that someone is going to come by here and live in our village someday and tell us about God, and we want to be ready.
Well, during the Cold War, the U.S. Agency for International Development, or USAID, I'm going to call it USAID in this video, fewer syllables, a core part of the U.S. soft power apparatus, put massive funding and other resources in SIL's hands. Sometimes USAID gave missionaries money directly through bilingual education and agricultural programs. They also gave SIL military equipment, including helicopters retired from Vietnam, allowing evangelized pilots to quite literally act as soldiers for Christ in the most remote areas of the world. Most of the time, though, resources flowed from USAID to missionaries through a third party. USAID gave money to state agencies in Latin America, who then gave contracts to SIL. These copious resources allowed the largely Protestant evangelical missionaries to reach huge numbers of people with a message very different from that of liberation theology. The evangelical Protestant spiritual paradigm, as you may know if you were raised evangelical like me, focuses on the importance of obedience and individual spiritual development, and ignores any structural factors when contemplating matters of justice, fairness, or morality more generally. Like, imagine a wealthy person acquired the land you live on, and now you can't control the resources you need to live. Evangelical Protestantism might teach you to say,
He's dead, bruh.
I guess I'll just turn to God in prayer. Maybe one day he'll even bless me with wealth like that so I can buy land too. No exaggeration, one Mexican historian records that an SIL missionary to Chiapas, Mexico, explicitly condemned the indigenous people's struggle for their own land, telling them that it was a sin of envy. Meanwhile, liberation theology would teach you to examine whether a social and political system which allows wealthy people to just dominate the poor like this is just in the first place. So when USAID helped SIL reach indigenous people in Guatemala, Peru, Brazil, and Ecuador with literacy programs loaded with biblical stories, the effect was to preempt the formulation of class consciousness and to instill an ideology of compliance with the powerful. In Guatemala, SIL coincidentally operated in areas where leftist guerrillas were active, and the military government, backed by the US, by the way, gave SIL extraordinary freedom and protection because they saw the missionaries as tools to pacify indigenous resistance. As anthropologist David Stoll wrote in his study of SIL and its global impact, members of SIL typically feel that Indian militancy is communist-inspired and therefore, under satanic influence, try to propagate a higher loyalty, which precludes participation by converts who might otherwise find some basis for unity, and teach that the government is divinely ordained. So y'all already know this. I was raised to believe that anything to the left of the far right was communism, and that communism was satanic, and that satanic communists therefore controlled the world outside of the church. I always thought my Christian
Yeah, this is what I was talking about earlier. This is why I'm saying that, like, yes, most of this is peer pressure. Like, the majority of this shit is peer pressure. It is people who feel as though they will be like disowned, rejected within their own families for even like considering or asking questions about like whether or not God is real, or you know, shit like that. Like, this is a very like real phenomena where I think that is the major factor for most people, because it was for me as well. Like, this is something that I talked about, like, when I finally like came out and said, yeah, I don't believe in God anymore, I'm not a Christian anymore. And I had like a lot of people who were part of my community who were Christians, and you know, my family was upset about it. There were a lot of people who were very upset when I said, yeah, I don't believe this anymore. And when I did, yeah, that was something that I like explained, is that, yeah, I just I literally don't believe these things, and I probably haven't for a long time, but I've been like kind of afraid to say so because I don't want to be that guy that I've always been taught about. I don't want to be the person that is the bad guy that I've always been taught about. And, you know, I don't want the way that my family talks about You're good, bro. The way that my family talks about like non-believers, I don't want them to talk about me like that. That would suck. If I, like, to them, I'm one of those people, I'm one of the bad guys, you know, that would be horrible. And so, yeah, that's what I think is a really big part of it for a lot of people, is just being afraid of being the bad guy.
Fundamentalist denomination, which was founded by oil barons, was solely responsible for spreading that conspiracy theory. Apparently not, though. No, the CIA also spread this one. The CIA funded networks like Trans World Radio and HCJB in Ecuador, which broadcast anti-communist sermons to areas dominated by liberation theology. With the CIA's help, HCJB was able to go from transmitting at 10 kilowatts to transmitting at 500 kilowatts, which from their elevation there in Ecuador could reach basically all of South and Central America. And they were able to build their own hydroelectric plant to power the station too. I found a book from HCJB Radio about their story. Eric can show you a little bit of it here on screen. And I read some of it for this part of the video. And I gotta say, I was not actually surprised that the very first part I read talked about how they helped vicious killer indigenous people create an orderly community of Christians. And SIL even got a mention. Also, materials from the United States Information Agency labeled liberation theologians as Marxists and were distributed directly to religious leaders in Latin America. Though the missionaries didn't just disseminate an ideology in Latin America, they became informants. Anthropologist Scott S. Robinson, writing about U.S. missionary activity in Ecuador during this period, noted that missionaries have become essential informants to the American intelligence community, particularly in resource-rich regions which strategic petroleum and mineral resources abound. Just to put into perspective how common it was for missionaries to become essential informants, a 1975 article in Christianity Today stated that overall, between 10 and 25% of America's 35,000 Protestant and 7,000 Catholic foreign missionaries have given information to intelligence authorities, observers estimate. The average would be much higher among missionaries serving in rural areas where reliable information is hard to come by and in places where there is social and political unrest. Additionally, missionaries built infrastructure, aviation networks, airstrips, schools, all of which aided US-backed states and corporations while undermining the culture and power of indigenous people. For those of you who just like to listen to these videos and don't really look at the screen a whole lot, what's up? Hello, I am one of you. Just to let you know, there are about to be a lot of quotes coming up, so I'll try to differentiate with my tone which of these things I'm saying are quotes and which of these things I'm saying are my actual words. All right. You've been warned. If SIL linguists were zealous, as they often were, the teachers imposed an evangelical order as a condition for the schooling and other material advantages they introduced. Where necessary, the teacher-pastors concentrated dispersed populations around the schools, which tended to produce ecological and social instability. For decades, SIL told the Peruvian government that it would reconcile jungle Indians to colonization, that is, to the loss of
That's his thing that keeps clicking like that. Holy shit, dude. I keep hearing clicking and I'm like, what the fuck in this game is clicking like that? Never heard that sound before.
most of their land. According to Weistrand, SIL has helped the Aguarana face a new highway and colonization by 1. Anchoring them around the bilingual schools so that they not abandon choice land and flee into the hills as the elders initially.
It's the boss is what I thought, dude. I was like, what the fuck is that, dude? Shit. Yeah, a guy just a little bit ago just started shooting at me. And I have no idea of like where he went. And so now this over here where I'm going right now is like where a lot of the people go to just like snake people. So I'm starting to get a little nervous trying to get over there.
Advised. 2, convincing the teachers of the highway's benefits through new trade opportunities. And 3, by giving the Aguarana a feeling for progress in the accumulation of material goods. As that last quote indicated, missionaries also introduced foreign trade goods, clothes, medicines, vehicles, building materials, and along with them, a capitalist market economy and materialist consumerist culture to indigenous people. This meant to break indigenous traditions of reciprocity as well as their community's self-reliance. Since control over trade goods, medicine, and schooling is so basic to missionary work, it is tempting to dismiss it as a coercive economic transaction, one which simply alienates Native people from their culture and induces them to accept exploitation in the image of the suffering Jesus. In the marginal situation, SIL therefore enslaves Native people to the trade good. Considerable economic power is concentrated in the teacher, who becomes the agent of trade good dependency and is placed under pressure to break with the tradition of reciprocity. The population is more likely to require concentration around the school, and the evangelical order becomes a condition attached to the trade good. SIL's own aviation service, Jungle Aviation and Radio Service, or JARS, also occasionally transported state officials in regions where leftist guerrilla movements operated. JARS pilots were not CIA assets per se, but they did operate in regions otherwise inaccessible to government forces, and their cooperation was certainly mutually beneficial. Finally, as if all that's not enough, SIL missionaries actively helped oil companies and the US-backed Ecuadorian government force indigenous people in Ecuador into reservations. The evangelicals, under the strategic leadership of the more politically sophisticated SIL, supported the oil companies and an ethnocidal Ecuadorian government policy of encouraging highland homesteaders, that's referring to the missionaries, to stake out parcels of land along oil company access roads. After consultation with the Ecuadorian military, Aka converts flying above the remaining band of uncontacted kin in SIL helicopters operating on Texaco fuel were urged to put down their arms and join their evangelized kin at Rachel Saint's Reserva village. In similar frontier conditions, the American missionaries' grandfathers had pacified the American West and placed the Indians on reservations. Now, their grandchildren in the service of the same 19th century God proposed reservas for the Shuara and the Aucas. Imagine Ecuadorian native reservas, a legal entity, administered in effect by SIL missionaries. Evangelical Protestants and dictatorships. Under US-backed military dictatorships across Latin America, progressive Catholics faced serious persecution alongside the people with which they organized. In 1975, not long after Nixon's ruminations about Catholicism, Bolivia's Hugo Banzer, with advice from his Nazi security chief Klaus Barbie, urged his interior ministry to draw up a plan against liberation theology. Pareto worked closely with the CIA to draw up what would be known as the Banzer Plan, which was a direct attack on liberation theology. Bolivian intelligence, joined by the CIA and by the intelligence services of 10 other Latin American countries, began to compile dossiers on liberation theologists, to plant communist literature in churches to shut down any progressive church publication, and to arrest and expel foreign priests.
Where the fuck did he go? Fuck, it looks like he's chasing somebody else now.
And nuns who believed in liberation theology. Things are about to get even heavier somehow in this video, so content warning for discussion of genocide and torture, like even a little bit more explicitly than we've already discussed. Eric, let's find a timestamp where people can skip to after that specific discussion is over.
I'm assuming his editor's name is Eric, and he probably was not supposed to include that part, but that was weird. Fuck, dude. Is he gone again? Shit. Oh, there he is.
Under Brazil's military dictatorship, which the US financially supported at an unprecedented rate at that time, the state sought to assimilate and eliminate the indigenous people in order to develop the Amazon. Some Catholic clergy advocated for the rights of indigenous people, so Brazil's generals also railed against the church, even kidnapping and torturing church representatives. The regime killed at least 8,350 indigenous people during the dictatorship, according to Brazil's National Truth Commission. In 1980s El Salvador, where 26 US-backed concentration camps are currently located, groups of US-trained Army and National Guardsmen sexually abused and murdered Catholic nuns and priests. In Chile and across Latin America, dictator Augusto Pinochet's government and its allies, all backed by the USA at the time, carried out Operation Condor, a project which killed an estimated 50,000 civilians, disappeared 30,000 who were all presumed dead, and imprisoned 400,000 for being suspected communist sympathizers. Many thousands of these civilians were likely tortured. The United States provided the funding and inspiration for this project, and the CIA specifically instructed Latin American security forces in methods of torture and bomb construction. While all of this was happening, evangelical Protestant leaders supported these dictatorships, and they received some love in return. In December 1974, Chilean General Pinochet personally attended the dedication of the Hotebeche Pentecostal Methodist Church Cathedral in Santiago, marking the first time a Chilean head of state had ever attended a Protestant service. 2 days earlier, approximately 2,500 evangelicals had gathered to publicly pledge their support for the junta and denounce Chile's international critics. By September 1975, the Methodist Pentecostal Church had assumed the Catholic Church's traditional role of hosting the annual Te Deum service, a patriotic ceremony attended by Pinochet and other government leaders. Billy Graham, who we were all raised to revere in evangelical churches, coordinated directly with Latin American military dictatorships. Between 1962 and 1974, Graham personally met with Brazil's dictator Ernesto Geisel and other authoritarian rulers. He praised Chile's Augusto Pinochet as a great Christian leader. And then there is Efrain Rios Montt. Eric, can you please record yourself saying this dude's name with the utmost disrespect?
Yeah, Spanish names can be difficult sometimes. I can help. Here is how you pronounce that. Un genocida. Un hijo de puta. Cuya vida solo dejó muerte. Hope that helps.
Thank you. If there was a single moment when evangelical Christianity and U.S. counterinsurgency fully merged, it was this period in Guatemalan history. Rios Montt was a general who took power in a 1982 military coup. He was a born-again Pentecostal and a member of an American-affiliated charismatic church. His weekly national TV addresses sounded like sermons, mixing Bible verses with calls for obedience to God and the state. His government carried out one of the worst genocides in modern Latin American history against the Maya, and the U.S., financially and spiritually, supported him. Good old Ronald Reagan praised Montt as a man of great integrity.
I know that President Rios Montt is a man of great personal integrity and commitment.
Jerry Falwell openly supported him. Pat Robertson interviewed the dictator on his TV show, The 700 Club.
Efrain Rios Montt, who was the president there, he's a terrific guy. He was with the El Verbo Church, and they had a marvelous government.
Christian evangelist Luis Paulo told Christianity Today in 1983, "It's great to have a Christian president as a model. The hand of God appears to be upon him." Meanwhile, remember, Catholic priests who supported indigenous rights were being assassinated, disappeared, and tortured, along with countless other civilians. Rios Montt's rule was the logical end of a decades-long project. Replace politically engaged Catholicism with a politically compliant Protestantism, so that the structures of inequality remained untouched. Even today, evangelical Protestants in Latin America overwhelmingly support the same kinds of politicians which evangelical Protestants in the US support: authoritarian right-wingers. And while I would say that leftist thought and action is probably more common in South and Central America than it is.
It's not too jarring. Who's this guy again? Something Skeptic. I remember him from long ago. Yeah, we've gone over some of his videos in the past. It's genetically modified skeptic. Like, most of the shit that he's going over isn't much that I can even like really comment on, because it's just going over history. So
in the imperial core of the United States, Catholics in these areas now also tend to lean right. So much media about American evangelicalism today, including some of my own work, to be honest, operates on the premise that it's getting worse. It's becoming more extreme. This media often also examines...
I only got shot at once during that. There were 3 other guys who were actually helping me, so that one wasn't too bad, but the one who shot at me totally missed. And then I was looking for him afterwards, trying to fucking kill him, because I'm not gonna back down from a motherfucking fight.
A supposed paradox. This faith is based on God's love, but its adherents somehow support cruel leaders. As I hope is obvious by the end of this video, though, morally permitting the extreme brutality of states and corporations is exactly what evangelical Protestant Christianity was shaped to do. It is not cruel in spite of itself. It is a permission structure for cruelty, and always has been. In 2026, it is just doing to the people of the United States what it and the government of the United States have always done to people of other nations and the indigenous people who were here before me. As you may have heard the saying go, fascism is colonialism, just turned inward. This story should also teach us that evangelical Christianity is...
It's such a weird thing to say, dude. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but that's such a weird thing to say. Like, it literally doesn't even make sense. Colonialism is about going to a place that is not yours, that you're not from, that's not, like, your culture, you didn't build it, you're not from there. And then using up the resources and the land and things like that to benefit yourself and your people and the people who are from where you're from, instead of benefiting the people who are actually from there. Fascism being colonialism turned inward doesn't make sense. I need to listen to the full statement that he made again, because it literally doesn't make sense.
Indigenous people who are here. In 2026, it is just doing to the people of the United States what it and the government of the United States have always done to people of other nations and the indigenous people who were here before me. As you may have heard the saying go, fascism is colonialism, just turned inward.
That literally, it just doesn't make sense. Like you could say that about any authoritarianism, any sort of authoritarianism. Like, you could say that about Mao, you could say that about, like, any authoritarian government that's ever existed. You could say that that's colonialism just turned inward. But, like, colonialism doesn't necessarily have to be authoritarian in order to be colonialism. Like, Define colonialism. Okay. The policy or practice of acquiring full or partial political control over another country, occupying it with settlers, and exploiting it economically. Okay, so you're obviously not occupying the country. You're not doing it with settlers. And I guess they will exploit it economically to an extent, but like the exploiting it economically is not even like the goal, let alone the like a major factor in fascism. It's economics is one small aspect and not even like a major component of the concept of fascism. So it doesn't. I literally don't know what the fuck he means when he says that. I have no idea what he's talking about.
This story should also teach us that evangelical Christianity is not synonymous with Christianity as a whole. This was a story about state-allied Christians helping to exterminate Christians who stand in solidarity with the oppressed. If we also want to stand in solidarity with the oppressed, we should not buy into and spread the propaganda which evangelicals enforced on others at gunpoint, that true Christianity is whatever evangelicals define it to be. We can't afford to alienate some of our historically strongest allies, progressive and leftist Christians who stand with the crucified people. This video was co-written by the excellent Colton Barnaby, a former Christian minister and evangelical missionary coordinator. You might have seen his stuff on Instagram and TikTok. I love his work, and I'm so hyped that we actually got to.
I'm glad he said that, because this is something that I've talked about a bunch, is that I think a lot of times, especially in politics, we do conceptually group people, which we should. Like, it makes sense that we're going to have a general concept of people. But lots of times we do, and this, like, obviously everybody does this, but with the left and with people, you know, progressives, liberals, like people who are generally politically aligned with me, that lots of times we will have strays hitting people unnecessarily. And there's like a concept of, you know, oh, there's some insults that I think are bad and that we shouldn't use unless we're using it against people that we deem are bad. But then when you do that, you're still hitting the other people. So like body shaming, okay? Body shaming, something that we all probably agree is bad, right? But then, if you find a guy who body shames women and you start calling him fat and like disgusting and fat and just greasy, gross fucking fatso, like you big tub of lard and blah, 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 right? But they're not like super fat. They're not like 300 fucking pounds. They're not, you know, some massive fucking horribly obese person. There's likely going to be a lot of people that you align with politically and that you like and that you wouldn't want to offend who are a lot bigger than that person. And they're going to look at you calling that person fat and making fun of them for being fat and ugly and gross and all this shit. And they're going to sit there and be like, shit. They weigh like 60 pounds less than me. Fuck. I'm shorter than them and still weigh more than them. This person's over here just going in on how gross they are and how lazy they got to be that fat. And like, that's like just an example of, I'm not saying that that's like something specific that happened, but it's just an example of like, there's times where people just hit others with those strays. And Covey is the girl earlier who I was trying to think of, who was like posting all of the shit, calling me a pedophile and a Nazi and like all of that shit, right? She, in a clip that we posted, she was calling this Indian guy a sand N-word and kept like using just tons of different slurs towards Middle Easterners, like a towel head, like just all these fucking slurs towards him, and like, you know, just kept saying like, oh, you guys, I know what country you're from, you guys all live in the slums and blah blah blah. Like, damn, dude, all of the fucking people who are from that country now are all getting hit. They're all getting hit. You want to hit this one fucking guy, and now you're hitting everybody? What the fuck? So it is true. They're like, yeah, lots of times when people talk about Christians, they do think of the evangelical right wing, and they will talk a lot of shit about the evangelical right wing. But then you do have a lot of progressives and liberals who are Christians, and when you're just talking shit about Christians, you're hitting all of these liberals and progressives who are also Christians. And so yeah, it is a thing that I see with that specifically. And so I like that he said that. I like that he said that. It makes sense. Like Not So Erudite is one of those people, right? She's a Christian, she's on the left, she's very liberal, but she's a Christian. And lots of people will just talk a lot of shit about Christians, thinking they're just talking about like MAGA or, you know, evangelical Christian right wingers, and that's just, yeah, it's not the case. What up, Jeffy? How's it going, buddy? I haven't seen you in a minute.
Collab. Colton used to be on the inside of this grotesque Instagram and TikTok. This video was co-written by the excellent Colton Barnaby, a former Christian minister and evangelical missionary coordinator. You might have seen his stuff on...
He looks like a Christian minister. He looks like a Christian minister. Like there is a very specific look of like a youth pastor that is just so, it's just so like concise. My brother has that look, and my brother has been a pastor for a long time, but he's been pastor of very young churches, like every single church that he's ever had, because he's young. He's a young guy. He's like 35 or something like that. But his first church that him and his friends ran, his friend when he first started it, I think was 25, maybe at most 25. And the whole church is college-aged kids, the whole fucking church, and they all look the same, dude. They all look the same. They all had this like hipster look, and they all wore glasses, and they all had gel in their hair, and they all like very good-looking, Chad-looking dudes, and that all the guys, they all look the fucking same. Tom got that son of a preacher man. Oh yeah. Oh yes, I am the conceptual embodiment of the preacher's son. What do you call it? Stereotype. I was a bad kid all throughout school. I was doing drugs, dealing drugs, went to jail, went to prison, like committing all sorts of crimes, like I think something about that, even when I was younger, is it's attractive to girls. Like it is something that seems to, when you look like this and you're this fucking stupid and this much of a troublemaker, and yet you still are able to get really good looking girlfriends all the time. It's got to be the fucking bad boy aesthetic and the son of a preacher man sort of thing.
On Instagram and TikTok, I love his work, and I'm so hyped that we actually got to collab. Colton used to be...
Yeah, I didn't think I was bad looking until everybody told me that I looked like Good Trouble. Once a bunch of people started mistaking me and Good Trouble for each other and kept confusing us with each other, then I was like, oh shit, I'm fucking ugly. Okay. Shit. I didn't realize. Fuck.
Be on the inside of this grotesque machine of colonialism, kind of without his knowledge. and now spends his time organizing with marginalized people and speaking against imperialism. I know that he's inspired me to be much more vocal in speaking against imperialism too. I had to have him tell me his story of being in missions and then getting out, and that video is now up on my second channel.
One of the students who went on missions trips that I organized in recent years made news out of school as an adult that you might have heard of. His name was John, and John decided he wanted to reach one of the last unreached people groups in the world in the Sentinel Islands. And he went out there and was actually killed by indigenous people that hit him with spears. And that sparked a huge debate, right? And this is the first time I've talked about.
Wait, I think I heard about this. That he knew this person?
This publicly. John was somebody that I knew, somebody that I mentored on the missions trips that I organized and led. And I think about that kind of impact and the damage that it does.
Thank you so much, Colton, for working with me to adapt a piece from your Substack for this. The original article is linked in the description for you all to check out. You should follow his Substack. It's really good. As you guys might have noticed, there's this cute little pillow in the...
I remember this because this was used in debates and like in arguments from, I think even from Destiny. Like a bunch of people were using this as an example in debates about like different civilizations, the types that exist, the types that ought to exist, the types that like there are some that are like so separated from a civilized society at this point that you could have some justification for just going in and fucking killing them and wiping them out. There were tons of fucking debates about this because people, if we think about it as like, if there's, you know, very tribal groups of people and societies that still exist out there, they should be allowed to exist that way. They should be allowed to exist. And if they don't want people going to their island and killing people, and they're going to kill them if they go there, they should be allowed to exist in the form that they choose to do so. We shouldn't be allowed to force them out of that. But then, when somebody goes to Russia and they kill them, we would definitely want something done about this. We would like call these international crimes. We would want the, you know, somebody to be held accountable. We would want some sort of, but like, if the United States said, hey, we're going to build a wall at the border and we're going to put a bunch of fucking turret guns there to where anybody who tries to go through that wall or climb the wall or pass the wall in any way without permission, we're just going to have them fucking shot and they'll die, we would be irate with this sort of idea. We would be fucking irate at this. No, you cannot do something like that. Like, that is disgusting. And no country, we wouldn't allow other countries to do shit like this. Although apparently Poland does do stuff like this, from what I'm told. It's a common MAGA argument. They're like, well, Poland has much more secure borders. They literally shoot people every time they try to come over. Okay, I don't know that we're trying to be Poland, but anyways, the point is that yeah, this was used as like an argument piece, almost like a hypothetical for a long time. So it's wild hearing him say that he knew that person. I kind of want to see that video.
The background. Recently, I hosted an event.
What was that guy's name?
And he went out
against of being in missions and then getting out. And that video is now up on my second channel.
One of the students who went on missions trips that I organized in recent years made news.
Drew's channel, is that what it was called?
All right, let's get this over to my teleprompter. Colton Barnaby, you were just speaking tongues behind the scenes here on Riverside.com. Can you hit me with a little bit of speaking in tongues to bless and invocate the Holy Spirit? I don't know. I was a Baptist, so I don't know the terms.
Well, it would have to, I don't think I could just do it on my own power, honestly. It would have to be God coming through me. Oh, I felt that. Did you feel that?
I felt that too. This might be potentially a limiting factor, although I imagine a spirit like yours could overcome. Yeah.
Oh, well, hey, listen, the Apostle Paul Peter upside down on a cross. So,
Hold on, I gotta check some stuff real quick. I forgot. I need to double check the stuff for my panel. Oh, I can't do that while I'm live. Huh. Okay. Fuck. Can't do that while I'm live. Oh wait, yes I can. Oh. Oh. All right. Okay. Is that? Yeah. Okay, that's good. Cool. Okay, we got this. Oh yeah, we got my pizza box in the shot. All right, we'll get that out the shot. I always want my camera to be zoomed out more, but I can't because there's like it kind of breaks up the fucking background. Either you'll end up seeing the other desk that I have right here with my other laptop and everything, and other like stuff that's part of the setup, or you'll see the edge of the wall right there. And so I really want to like zoom out a bit more and allow there to be like a bit more space. And yeah, I can't do it. Cannot do it. And that saddens me. All right. All right, so tomorrow we're gonna have 4 people on, plus me. So that's this, 5. And then I need to view the multi-window. Sweet. Wait, do I actually have this now? Okay, so we won't need this one. Shit. Okay. Yeah, I have this that I always want to use. This has all of the different windows in one spot, and I'll use it sometimes. But because I change cameras, and sometimes I'll put like whoever's talking in full screen to where that's all you see. It's 7 a.m. and Tom keeps exploding. I'm sorry. I will try to stop exploding. But yeah, where I'll put like the person who's talking at the time in full screen. I like when I have it here where I can just click on them and it goes straight to them. So yeah, I gotta. And I have like the full panel for 6 people, and then I have the full panel for 6 people with the chat. And that way I can go back and forth. But then I also have, yeah, the same with the full panel with 5 people, and then the full panel with 5 people without the chat. And then I have a separate one like this, to where they would all be here. I'm here. So yeah, I got a couple different setups, but yeah, you should focus on the content, not the scenes. No, you're incorrect. I need to focus on the scenes. And I need more explosions during my streams. Right, Dwayne? So yeah, I have to add some tomorrow. Yeah, I gotta add some tomorrow for the full screen ones for the people while they're in full screen. And then even the ones for like double. Like that. Okay. I need to get rid of that. And then have this, the one that we capture. No, not that one. Fuck. Yeah. All right, cool. Perfect. Let's go. Let's go, boy. All right, let's put it back.
Right, now that's just another Christian symbol at the end of the day.
Exactly. That's what they tell my Satanist wife when they see her upside down cross around her neck in
like,
videos.
Oh, cool. Do I sound tinny again?
Exactly. That's what they tell
Hello. Yo. Hello, this is Tom. What it do? My brownie. What it do? My brownie. Yeah, it is. It is a little bit tinny. Yeah, I'll try to work on that tomorrow. I don't think we ever actually like fixed all of the filters ever since I I switched to this computer. Okay, how's that? Hello, hello. Okay, how's that? Hello, hello. Yo, 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 what's up, what's up? Okay, how's that? Yo, 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 what's up, what's up? You're still on a single stick of RAM? Yes. Yes, I am. Yeah, but I gotta make money in order to get off that.
Apostle Peter cross.
Yeah, no, they really do. They're like, oh, a lot of the time it's like the Groiper types. They're like, well, that's just a Apostle Peter. So you know what? You're actually just celebrating us. And it's like, and she's like, I literally don't care about your opinion specifically. That's actually kind of the vibe.
That's awesome.
Okay, well, so Colton, you did this Substack article that was basically asking, was Pentecostal missions...
It's a new computer. It's a brand new computer. My last computer, I had 216s on it. I had everything fine, but it was on a 1050 or 1060 or something like that. This one is a 5060, but it only came with one stick of 8 gigs. So, and it's a odd stick. Like, it's not one that's easy to find. It's not one that's cheap. 8. Did I say 6? I thought I said gigs. Anyways, so yeah, they kind of scammed you. No, they didn't scam me. Like, the computer is fucking great. It's just the RAM that... Is he stupid, chat? Yes, I am stupid. 100%. But yeah, that's like the main thing that it's like the main investment for this computer is just the RAM. Like, everything else, I have no other issues with this, and the computer is fucking great. It just needs RAM. I mean, the fact that I was able to do all the other shit that I was able to do off of the fucking 1050 for a while, it is amazing. Like, the fact that it even lasted as long as it did with everything that I was putting into it. Sometimes like 3 to 4 streams at once, with Discord, with a video game, with, just OBS and all of the other shit going on. Like, it was fucking amazing. And getting this now has been much better in a lot of areas. I just need RAM. Also, supply and demand should fix itself after enough time. RAM used to be dirt cheap. Yeah, I bought 2 8s for my other computer, and then after a while realized 2 8s weren't enough. So then I went and got 2 16s and just got rid of the 2 8s. But because this is a DDR5 instead of a DDR4, I can't take the RAM, the 2 16s, out of the other one and put it into this. So, yeah, wait, I didn't say 6. I said 16s. Wait, did I? I don't think I said 6. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I said 16s. But anyways, so yeah, I couldn't, I can't take it out, and I can't, like, I've watched, I spent like $130 on it or something like that, and other people are selling them for like 40. 216s for like 40, so, yeah. Where do you work, Tom? Here. Right here.
Work in Latin America, a PSYOP. And we just finished co-writing, and I just finished filming, and now my editor Eric is editing a video about that, and it's fleshed out a little bit more, lots of sources, lots of quotes. one part of the Substack article that was there originally as your intro and kind of your outro that does not exist in my video is that you were a missions coordinator at Bob Jones University? Like,
yeah.
Can you tell me about that?
Yeah, absolutely. It was at Oral Roberts University. And so
Oral Roberts, or one of the bad ones.
Yeah, exactly. Same thing. We at ORU had a really robust student missions program where every summer they would send literally thousands of students on missions trips all across the world. And I went on several of those, and I led trips. So it's kind of crazy. I'm 19 and they're sending me with 18 people to a foreign country, and I'm in charge of everybody. I'm holding everyone's passports and all the money. Doesn't make any sense. And I eventually worked there as a missions coordinator. We called them a RC, a regional coordinator. So I coordinated missions trips all over the world and found the local contact there that we were going to work with, picked the kids that were going to go on the trip, worked training that team, training the leaders, and then created the whole itinerary for what was going to happen on their trip.
And I'm assuming that the CIA never actually was in direct contact with you, right? Or maybe if they were, you wouldn't actually admit it now. Who knows?
Yeah, exactly. Right. Yeah, I could still be a CIA op. Maybe we want you to think missions was a CIA op. Never reached out, never touched base with me about doing anything like that. Is more about realizing and I think really the way that intelligence agencies operate is by co-opting institutions, movements, organizations that already exist, and aiming them at the directions that they think that ideological bent would help further their goals. Yeah.
Okay, so what was your, I guess, intention there? Take me into the kind of psychology that you're in when you're doing the missions coordinator stuff, and then maybe we'll touch on how you feel about it now after that.
Yeah, absolutely. So, ORU, the statement that he said God told him to start the university, Oral Roberts, famous healing evangelist from the 60s and 70s and 80s, he said that he heard God tell him to create a university, and he said, raise up your students to hear my voice, to go where my light is seen dim, where my voice is heard small, even to the uttermost bounds of the earth. Their work will exceed yours, and in this I am well pleased. I don't know how I still remember that. I have not thought about that until you just asked me that for years. But the idea was, hey, there is a world going to hell in a handbasket. And if we don't send out a bunch of 17 and 18-year-olds that actually are incapable of articulating their own faith to anybody, to go and preach the gospel to these people, they're going to end up burning in hell for eternity. So we wanted to save people's souls.
Yeah. And I mean, I know, and I've talked about on my channel that
it is something that a lot of, and I've talked about this a bunch, but this is something that a lot of people seem to not really know if they didn't grow up around religion. They didn't grow up in the church. They didn't grow up around religiosity. That a lot of work is put into missions, charity work, working with soup kitchens, working with elderly, working with homeless people, working with adoption centers and foster care and stuff like that. And so even churches do what help other people and give them money for shit, but it's not all churches that do all of these things at all times. Lots of them are segmented off. Some of them do some things but not other things, and that lots of them work with different churches to kind of group their money in a coalition to make sure that they're able to do things on a larger scales. And a lot of organizing, volunteer work, lots of crap like that. My family, we when I was younger, we were always moving around, going on, not moving, but always traveling around, going from one state to the other, one city to the other, staying in different people's houses. We always had different people staying with us, missionaries that would stayed with us. My parents were missionaries as I was growing up, and yeah, we were always just kind of traveling around doing different things. volunteering at different places, always had foster brothers and sisters, always like donating money to people, and just going in, like, somebody's house had some sort of like bad accident, they don't have the money to pay for this to get fixed, the gutters to get fixed. Okay, well, everybody from the church shows up. You got 20 people that all show up with all the parts and the tools, and then just put the fucking thing back up themselves. And so yeah, there's a lot of other stuff that goes into this that I think is really good and beneficial from Christianity, and we do have trouble kind of getting these things from the secular world at the same rate. Obviously it happens. This is something that obviously happens from secular communities. This is obviously, there's a lot of people who are secular who are very involved in some philanthropy and do a lot of works for the communities, but we don't get it at the same rate that we do with Christians. And I think Christians tend to be like poor people. I think they do tend to be like poor, blue collar sort of people, and still they find a lot of time to do a lot of other things and donate and help others. And yeah, these are things that I think we're always going to have trouble getting this from secularism.
There's a lot of fear wrapped up in that. Like there's this interesting
we're missing that kind of community. Yeah, we're missing community probably overall. Now, I will say the protests in like Minneapolis and all across America against ICE, I have been like very pleasantly surprised in the way that people talk about this, and the way that people are showing up in support and talking about, these are our community members, these are our neighbors, like, you guys are terrorizing our people, you're shooting our people. And so I really like that. It doesn't have to be just that, but I do think that yes, the community aspect is what's missing with secular groups, because with Christians, they meet every Sunday, all at the same place. They're all there. They're all going to see each other. They're all going to talk to each other. They're all there to commune with one another. And we just don't, we don't have that sort of institutional setup for us currently. And there, outside of politics, there isn't really a thing that we can do it with. And so I think there has to be probably a real initiative to have community things, because this is something that, again, like, even with people finding Christianity later in life, a lot of times it is that they're like in a deep, dark part of their life. They just went through a divorce. They just went, which is one of the largest reasons for people going back to church in their 40s, because they just got divorced. They need to find another person who's a good Christian, who doesn't want to get divorced, or who's not going to cheat on them, or they need to redirect their life. It may not be about finding somebody, but they need to find direction. They need to find, and so yeah, they need to redefine themselves. But there isn't that like outreach within secular groups. We just don't have this. If somebody goes homeless and all of a sudden the church is helping them get back on their feet and giving them a lot of resources and everything, there's not like a thing that is defined as like the secular thing. There's welfare, and I think liberals should probably own welfare a bit more. I think I think that maybe this should be like, liberals gave you welfare or something like that. I don't know, but it's hard to kind of find like a community aspect of the same caliber.
Section, interesting in the way that it's a horrible, traumatizing experience. There's this intersection between extreme.
All right, every time I say I'm going to do one more, I always die. So here we go. I'm going to do one more, guys.
Self-sacrificial empathy and extreme fear. And so for me, the experience of kind of evangelizing for me, my mission field was skate camp. I went to Woodward skate camp and would argue with kids about the Bible. And of course, these kids, if they were Christian, they went to like a Catholic school because it was a nicer school than the public school, but they didn't care about the mission or the gospel. I didn't think Catholics were Christian in the first place. I know that you thought they were also worse than atheists.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would embarrass myself in front of these kids at camp because I'm like, hey man, you're going to make fun of me. You're going to ridicule me for this. But I care about you not burning in a lake of fire for all of eternity. I love you. That's why I'm doing it. I love you even though I don't know you, and that's why I'm doing this. And unfortunately, it seems like that love and fear is almost more easy to co-opt than lesser emotions.
Yeah,
less
absolutely.
extreme emotions.
It's high anxiety. You know, I mean, I remember after the movie Left Behind came out for the first time and we watched it, my father, he was a pastor, he preached a series on the rapture and on, the second coming and the tribulation and all of that. So I was real keyed into that. And, my mom, this is kind of another strange example of what you're talking about. Out of a deep sense of love and also out of her.
I never really liked the politics aspect of community. I like building things. I don't think there's really a way to separate politics from community. Like, I understand what you're saying, but I also think, what the fuck is this guy wearing? What was that? He looked like he was wearing like a... What's the soccer team? The like really popular soccer teams that Messi played for? Keep wanting to say Belarus, but that's definitely not it. Real Madrid. It almost looked like a Real Madrid soccer outfit. But yeah, I don't think you can separate politics from those things. I think it's like a core aspect of morality and what it is that people believe. And so morality is obviously a core aspect of culture, which is going to be a core aspect of community. And so it's something that I don't think you can separate from those things. It is just a core aspect.
Inability to express that love in a healthy way because of her own trauma, decided to one day change out of the clothes she was wearing, lay her old clothes out on the floor, and then hide from me for 45 minutes. As I walked around the house, discovered her clothes, and thought, the rapture happened. I've been left behind. I'm a part of the tribulation force. And you walk through all of the stages of acceptance, right? Like, grief, denial, and then, you're just as a kid praying, like, God, what did I do? Because I had tried to be such a great kid. I was so devout as a child, and even throughout most of my teenage years and early 20s. And those kinds of moments, like what I was doing out there in the missions field.
When I was growing up, my parents always told me that like the trials and tribulations were near. The rapture was near. It's coming. The world is in decay. Everything's falling apart. They didn't even have trans people to complain about yet. Like, that wasn't even a thing yet. And they were already very gung-ho about the fact that this shit was coming. It's so close. And fuck. Stop. And yeah, that's like, as a kid, I obsessed over that shit, dude. I thought, oh my goodness, it's coming. I gotta be ready. I'm gonna wake up one day to loud horns playing in the sky, and then I'm gonna disappear while I'm alive. I'm gonna float up into the sky, and other people, they die, and then they go to heaven, and it's like a whole thing. But I'm gonna be alive when I go to heaven. This is gonna be fucking wild, and I'm gonna, like, it's a terrifying thing, and it ends up being something that, especially as a kid, you end up like obsessing over, like, oh my goodness, when is it gonna happen? You think it's gonna happen tonight? You think I'm gonna disappear tonight? I'm going to sleep. I'm gonna disappear. Maybe I'm gonna be asleep when it happens, or the fucking horn's gonna wake me up. Am I gonna be do I get to wake up and get to what the fuck? I don't want to go to sleep now. And like it's such like a fucking brain breaking thing to tell kids, is that they're just gonna one day just get sucked up into the sky. We gotta watch them die in Arc Raiders now. Yep. It is your duty.
Right, is a less cartoonish version of what my mom did, right? Like,
yeah.
Like, if she could only instill in me the fear of how fast it can happen, right? Faster than the blink of an eye. It says in the twinkling of an eye. Do you know how fast a freaking twinkle is? I don't, but it's faster than a blink. And you got to be ready and prepared at all times. And so, yeah, that fear, that anxiety, it drives you to do
I didn't know that.
Wild things.
Yeah, I mean, okay, your mom disappeared for 40. Like, we used to talk about in college if we,
How long did he say she disappeared for? Did he say 45 minutes or 40 days or something like that? What did he say?
We'll talk about what my actual university I went to is later. I'm finally going to reveal it because
nice.
I just am saying fuck them at this point after learning some things in this video, in researching for this video. But in college, we would drive down the loop, we called it. My college was just a little square with one road.
Nice.
We drove down the loop, and if it was a really like empty day and we didn't see anyone walking around,
yeah,
we would often talk about amongst ourselves, like, I was worried that the rapture happened and I got left behind.
Yeah.
And then we would think like, oh, hey, how about we like schedule a meeting or we like hold a game night or something. And then when this group of people comes in, we lay all our clothes out like that and we go hide in other rooms and make them think the rapture happened and that will be like a prank. But usually people would say, no, that's too cruel. We're not going to do that. But you actually experienced it as a kid.
Yeah, as a kid, and less as a prank and more of like, this might maybe instill in him the seriousness of which like his personal.
Wait, they did that on? They did that on purpose? I thought this is just something he was like gaslit into just thinking. Did they do it on purpose to try to make him think that they were gone? That's just evil, bro. Like, if that's what they did, that's just fucking evil, bro.
Devotion, right, is. And I don't know if I'd maybe done something bad before that, or I don't know what prompted that. And, no shade to my mom. Like, she's done a tremendous amount of work on herself, right? Like, she was a child who had been subjected to similar forms of, she grew up in the same kind of church atmosphere that I grew up in, and, hurt people. But yeah, I experienced that in a very real way as a young child.
Okay, so when you are doing your missions coordinating there you said in Latin America, yeah?
I had teams in Africa, Latin America, Asia.
Okay. When you're there, when you're training people to be there, what kind of things are you encouraging them to do? I mean, I know that you're honestly one very small cog in this machine, but what kind of actions and words are you trying to influence, given that you have that locked up as an influential childhood memory?
Right. So, well, it really did depend on the country and the contact. So the primary goal was to serve the contact, and the contact was usually like a long-term missionary or local pastor who was there working in the community. And so we would want to send our teams there to serve whatever kind of mission that pastor was doing. There were teams that went, one time I led a team to El Salvador, and it was unconventional. We actually were elections commissioners for the for their federal election, for their presidential election. And it was the first time since the Civil War ended in 1993 that Arena, the party who had been the government party, didn't.
I was just about to say, it looks like nobody's been in here, but they had to have been because the other things are opened outside. But no, nobody's been in here at all.
This is a bit strange to come in this late in the game and just see a bunch of shit unopened in like prominent places.
Win. First time they lost. And the party that came from the guerrilla fighters, FMLN, won. Mauricio Funes won the election. And it was largely due to the presence of so many, they had brought in all these international election observers that came in. Now, the university was not necessarily happy with that outcome. We went and then participated in the communists coming to power, who were not close to communist at all, just more like neolibs. But then there were many other trips. The vast majority were essentially aligned around doing a lot of street ministry. So walking around, trying to spark up conversations with people, passing out tracts, doing really cringe musical dramas to Lifehouse music. I don't know if you've ever seen that classic one, right? Where your Jesus is coming, and it's Google that. Just you can Google YouTube that. There are videos out there where you can watch these plays. Type in Lifehouse missions drama, and doing that kind of thing, preaching at services, setting up like crusades or revivals to preach. And really trying to win souls. I forget coming back from a Philippines trip, and they reported that our team was responsible for saving something like 9,000 souls. And I was like, I don't think I saw 9,000 people. Like, what are we even doing? But yeah, that was the idea. Get them to make a statement of confession of belief in Jesus, rejecting other gods and proclaiming Jesus as Lord. Yeah.
So in the video that we worked on together, there's this broader discussion of the politics of individualistic ideas of salvation, and how conservative evangelical Protestantism emphasizes obedience as kind of a fruit of the Spirit. In your missions work, what kind of politics would you say were cultivated? I mean, obviously you talked about, working in the election, but as leftists, I think.
Oh. Well, hello. Oh. Yeah, it's like that, shawty. Sheesh. Damn, son. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. All right. I will take that, daddy. Like it. Fuck, I don't have room for all this shit. Fuck.
That we would agree, like, everything is politics, right? So, like, what kind of political momentum do you think was with the actions you were doing there, on the mission field?
That's a great question. I think to whatever degree our work influenced or maybe would have had some kind of political trajectory, it would have been a long, non-explicit political ideological alignment that ended up aligning implicitly with political aims and goals in two different ways, either directly through very right-wing, like a lot of the people we were connected with that were local there, like the contacts, were all probably very right-wing politically, but then also maybe contributing to a sense of political apathy. The early Pentecostal movement, right? I'm a Pentecostal pastor's kid. My grandfather was a Pentecostal pastor, and my great-grandfather was one of the first Pentecostal pastors. And that early movement became missional very, very quickly, because what they believed was that they were a latter rain movement, that Jesus was coming back soon, and that the reason that the gift of speaking in tongues had been reignited into them, right? The idea was that they believed they were the first time people were speaking in tongues since the apostolic age, which is not true. Especially in the Eastern Orthodox Church, there were a lot of mystical movements and stuff where the practice of speaking in tongues had been...
It had been denormalized, for sure, though. Like, speaking in tongues definitely became stigmatized as, especially as, like, Baptist churches became more and more prominent.
yeah, it became a thing that was frowned upon and considered to be almost wrong. Fuck, I just heard a... Fuck, oh shit, oh, I'm so dead. Oh, I'm so fucking dead. Oh shit, I thought I could go inside. Oh, I'm so fucked. Wait, did those not see me? I was just about to say, I hear a fucking Rocketeer, but I don't see it. And then it was just looked up and there it was, but it's so fucking dark when you get over here that you can't see a lot of this shit. And this drops way down, so I can't jump down there. Is it coming back this way or going that way? I can never tell. Okay, yeah, it is. Oh, now it's turning this way. Okay, fuck. Okay, I'm... Yeah, anyways, it is a thing that was definitely stigmatized. It was not normalized. Okay, Google, turn the left lamp to 30%.
Sure. Setting the left lamp brightness to 30%.
So yeah, it's it was definitely disappearing for a good period until the Pentecostals brought it back.
Practiced for centuries, but they believed God gave them that gift because they had to go and preach the gospel, and that God was giving them the language to be able to preach to people in languages they didn't know because he was coming back. And so those early Pentecostals were very explicitly anti-political. In fact, early Pentecostals, in a way that was problematic here in the United States, refused to participate in war. It was, in fact, the Assemblies of God denomination, the biggest Pentecostal denomination. You have part of their statement of faith that you signed as a minister to be credentialed with them was that you would refuse to go to war, or you would be a conscientious objector. Now that was weeded out. But the reason they had that was not because of a leftist political leaning. It was because they believed we should not concern ourselves with anything having to do with the politics of this world because the kingdom is coming, Jesus is coming any day now, and that's what we have to focus on. And in Pentecostalism and evangelicalism today, you see basically two political options. You can either be explicitly right-wing, or you can have that other kind of road. Being a leftist is not really or even a liberal is not even an acceptable mode.
Right.
But you can be explicitly right-wing or apathetic towards it. Like, hey, we're not going to get involved. Jesus is coming back. We're here to just win souls to the kingdom. Who cares about God's coming back? He's going to destroy this world and he's going to take us all out of here anyway. So it doesn't matter what happens here.
Yeah. It kind of reminds me of a lot of kind of like white liberal attitudes toward racism. It's like you can, there's being racist by, doing things like saying racial slurs. And then there's being colorblind. And those are like the two options. Whereas, people who study things like, critical theory would say things like, no, I mean, it's actually not a reality, like a social reality that you can ignore and seek justice by ignoring it. In fact, it will kind of just allow people who do have a racist agenda to just come in and co-opt your colorblind spaces, right? And so is that analogous to like what's going on here with Pentecostals?
It's a perfect parallel. It's a perfect parallel, right? Yeah, like you can either be this extreme thing over here on the right, or why even think? But in fact, I wouldn't even say it's analogous. I would say that is a part of that political project, right? Because that's who you usually hear talk like that are Christians who maybe are morally, disgusted with blatant racism, but So instead of then going towards actual reconciliation or reparation or like repairing anything, it's just, well, I don't even see color. I'm colorblind, right? Like, why are we concerning ourselves with this? We all have a soul. We're not even bodies. We're just spirits trapped in a body. Your body doesn't even matter. So I think it's more than analogous. I think it's like a part of the same thing.
Okay, maybe this is an undercooked thought. I'm kind of thinking out loud here. But so one of the major aspects to colonization that these missionaries...
I didn't even see another person the entire time I was here. I didn't see a single other fucking person the whole time. That was crazy.
...did in Latin America that we were writing about is distancing people from their culture.
Nah, they don't use turrets, Tom. How fucking far behind is he? Holy shit. How far behind is he? Don't forget your hair? What the fuck? John does got to be like an hour and a half behind.
Of reciprocity, of mutual aid, of kind of I wouldn't say anti, but non-materialist, non-consumerist culture. The missionaries go in and distance people from that. And at the same time, they're saying, you know, well, this is a spiritual aim. This isn't about culture. This isn't about politics. This is about spirituality. And I mean, would you see this similarly, that going in and changing the material conditions of the people in that way, while also denying that it's a political project, is one, blind to the political influence that you're doing, and two, complicit in the political influence of the far right, who just wants to exterminate those people for...
I think the majority of people who talk about like the colorblind shit and like push for that sort of thing, I think the majority of them aren't like morally corrupt or anything in the way that he was talking about. I think the majority of them are I think they're like genuine in these beliefs. Because, well, actually, I'm a little confused because he did start off saying that they were like disgusted by racism, but also say this. So yeah, I'm a little confused by what he was actually saying there. But yeah, I think a lot of them just are like normally good people who are just a bit led astray by politics normally, because politics, as you said, are like embedded in the church. They're embedded in these communities. It's part of it. And that's why when Republicans talk about a lot of the stuff, like when they talk about gay people or trans people or any of the shit, they talk about like the fact that these are like Christian things that are against their religion, and you know that these are abominations to God, and they are very clear to make it a religious aspect or a religious argument
for capital.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think if you know, and to bring it back to like me and the people I went on missions fields with, or sent kids on mission trips, the kids who I sent on missions trips, all of us probably would have said, if you asked like, what are the politics of this, we would have been like, this isn't political at all. You know, and right. I think that's how they thought about it. Yeah.
So I'm there. I have plenty of like liberal viewers who are they have some trepidation about my more leftist obvious move. I don't know if he's exactly
what. No, liberals and leftists, they're the same thing. There's no difference. They all agree on everything.
Exactly a move, but just more of a move in my content, more a move publicly toward explicitly leftist stuff. And I think that some of them are probably a little bit skeptical about the idea of introducing indigenous people who are subsisting off of their own agriculture.
During the 2010 to 2020, during 2010 to 2020, there was actually a lot of optimism around race relations in South Africa. Non-racialism was a virtue while still making laws for purposes of redress. But I think his critical theory coming from the US made things a lot more inflamed here in South Africa. You're talking about like critical race theory? So colorblindness is something that is supposed to be in law. It is not something that we are supposed to practice like as a culture, because race is like an important part of our culture. Race is like an important part of our identities and like who we are as people and who we associate with and that sort of stuff. Critical theory applies to a lot of different areas, not just race. Correct. That's why I was asking if he was talking about critical race theory, because he said he was talking about race in that it came from the US. And so yeah, I critical theory obviously is like a big part of law and the way that you analyze it. But yeah, I think that like within culture, like we're supposed to see race, and one of the things that they said is that yes, if you ignore, if you pretend that race doesn't exist, then you aren't able to call out racism. Like you've made it to where if you're supposed to be colorblind, you're supposed to pretend that you're colorblind, you're supposed to pretend you don't see race, then you made it to where you can't see racism either, and then you're just giving a free card to be racist to all the fucking racists, and then they'll all use, oh, but you're supposed to be colorblind, like as this shield every time they get caught. But within law, obviously there is supposed to be colorblindness, but that's not one of the things that I use as an example. Is if there's a room of 100 people, because I don't believe in reparations, but the idea that reparations are racist, I don't agree with. I think that's stupid. I think that's a stupid fucking argument. And so the argument that I like I said, I don't believe in reparations, but they're not racist. And the reason is because if we have a room of 100 people and I go in and I take $100 from 10 people, okay, in that room. Okay, well, I've taken $100 from 10% of the room, and I take $100 from each. So now I have $1,000. So then afterwards, those 10 people are like, yo, dude, give us our fucking money back. We want our fucking $100 back. And I'm like, that would be discrimination. I'm not going to give you guys the money back, but I will give the money back. I'm just going to give it to all 100 people, and I'll spread it evenly, okay? That's the way we're going to do it. We're going to make sure everybody, there's no discrimination here. We're not just signaling out you 10 people. We're going to give it to everybody evenly and spread out the $1,000 amongst all 100 people. That would be fucking bullshit. Everybody gets $10 now? What the fuck? We wanted to make, we wanted it to be like, we wanted to give them their money back. Like if I took their fucking money, then yeah, I should give them their money back. But yeah, the idea that it's racist, like, no, this is like shit that was taken specifically from this group of people, so it would go back to that specific group of people. It's not racist. It's not. It has nothing to do with white people. It has nothing to do with punishing white people. It's black people versus the government, and that is the difference. Not white people, the government. Now, if it turns out the government is full of white people, well, whatever. It's not because they're fucking white that they're giving reparations. It's because they're the government that they're doing it. That's it. The government allowed this to happen. They made it to where slavery was allowed to happen. They legalized it. They helped effectuate slavery, and so therefore the government owes reparations to these people. And that's the main thing. But I think with when you so I'm not Yes, to a certain extent, Skeptic was talking about both colorblindness and critical theory. Hold on, that's why, again, I was asking if you're talking about critical race theory or if you're talking about critical theory. Because critical theory is different from critical race theory. Technically, like, in the same category, but they are separate things. I don't know if he was actually talking about critical race theory, but maybe I missed that. Even the Tyler thing broke America's brains around her ethnicity. Wait, why? I think they just mean critical theory. Maybe. Maybe I missed part of what was said, so
move. It's, I don't know if it's exactly a move, but just more of a move in my content, more a move publicly toward explicitly leftist stuff. And I think that some of them are probably a little bit skeptical about the idea of introducing indigenous people who are subsisting off of their own agriculture and foraging to material goods as being like something that could be bad, especially when material.
I'm alluding to both. It seems like a very kind of Marxist line of thinking, but I'm talking very generally. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not understanding what it is that you mean, or like what it is that you're talking about. Yeah, I was talking about the person in chat as well, but he's saying that the people on screen were alluding to critical theory. And so that's what I'm saying, is I'm missing what it is that they said that was talking about critical theory or critical race theory, because I didn't get that part.
Goods were often medicines, which they didn't necessarily have.
Yes, like critical theory is Marxist, like it comes from Marxism. The process of like analyzing things through that lens is definitely a Marxist process, but oh, I get you. I think it was a while ago. I think I misunderstood your question. Oh, okay.
We got to talk a little bit about what the introduction of Western consumerist material culture to indigenous self-sufficient people does to their ability to remain self-sufficient, what it does to their politics, what it does, to their culture. Do you want to speak on that?
Yeah, and I think you have different modalities in which that takes place. Like there's the sense in which the implicit impact and ways that it changes them culturally, but then very explicitly introducing those things usually came with other requirements, right? When they're building airstrips, when they're building medical facilities, they get to then choose where the locus of community life happens. And oftentimes the goal was removing indigenous communities from resource-rich areas that capitalists wanted to come in and mine and extract for profit. And there were maybe some protections in place legally protecting these indigenous communities. So to go in and essentially say, hey, like, we're going to give you these things, but you need to move over here, right? When they didn't, they were slaughtered. When they didn't, they faced execution. They faced disappearing, right? And so there was like a very explicit sense in which these things came, they were a gift given at gunpoint, so to speak.
Yeah.
And really destroyed a lot of indigenous communities. I mean, and I'm not just talking about like a couple of people being unalived, right? Like I'm talking about genocides that took place. I mean, and not theoretical genocides in which there have been genocide hearings, and people prosecuted and convicted.
Genocide hearings.
So when you look at organizations like in the video that you did and in my article, like SIL, right, the Institute for Linguistics, it positioned itself to be basically a aid organization that was going to come in and teach people. But our thoughts are formed by our language. If you can control the way people speak, their conception of reality then starts to shift. And yeah, like maybe
this is obviously like insanely true. I don't think it is in the way that leftists say it a lot of times. I don't want to say that about them because I'm not sure how he's saying it, but it is true to an extent. Lots of times leftists will put like almost like magic like onto words as though it has like this effect that like anytime you use it you're doing like X, Y, and Z and we have to stop because of the historical precedents. Like, but nobody knows about the history of that word. It's lost that history. So if nobody knows about it, then it doesn't mean that anymore. They're like, yes, but that's why we're teaching people about the history of the word. It's like, but why would you do that? Like, if it, like, you can teach them, but like, you're now trying to put a negative connotation on a thing. And if they don't know that the negative connotation is there and that's not within the intent, and the person who's receiving the word also is not offended because they don't have this negative, like, they don't know about the history, they don't know about the negative connotation, why would we go and tell them, hey, you're supposed to be offended by this? They're like, because it's the word. You can't allow the word to come back into common parlance and be used in this way when it has such a horrible history. It's like, why not? Who cares? Like, it doesn't, it's not magic. It doesn't like keep this fucking you know, this context with it at all times. It is just context dependent, and currently if we don't use it that way, it's just not what it means anymore. It doesn't mean that. But instead, what, like, when we're talking about language, there are small differences that I point out very consistently in the way that MAGA uses language versus the rest of like English speakers. Like when we talk about illegal immigrants, right? That is a word that nobody even knows exactly what they mean anymore. Nobody knows what that is when they're calling people who have refugee status, asylum status, like people who came into the country legally. When they're calling these people illegals, like, it's really hard to know what that is. But what we do know is that it's very targeted at a specific group, and it's seems very racially biased, and there's definitely that, like, that vigor there with it that makes it seem as though when we talk about illegal immigrants, we're talking about people who are immigrants who came in illegally or who are here illegally. Maybe their visa expired and now they're not supposed to be here, so they're an illegal immigrant. But the idea that they're like pushing is very different, and so the language in this sense, I would say, yes, is very important in the way that people conceptualize things. I think because even when you find out that the majority of illegal immigrants aren't even committing like a felony, they're committing a civil infraction because they came in legally, got visas, were allowed to be here, and then they just didn't update their visa and it expired. Still bad, still not great, still something should be done about it, but that's not like the way that they treat it is this is a criminal. No, that's not criminal. A civil infraction is literally not criminal. It's literally separate from criminal infractions. There's criminal infractions, there's civil infractions. Somebody who is here on an expired visa is here on a civil infraction. So no, they're not a criminal. But then we're throwing these fuckers in fucking CCOT and calling them terrorists now. Like, it's the term illegal in this case. It's illegal to go 2 miles over the speed limit. That's the same level of infraction as being here on an expired visa. They're the same. They are the same level of infraction. They're both civil violations. But when we call them illegal, it's rare that we say, like, you know, somebody who broke the speed limit did something illegal. Like, that's not normally the way that we would explain it. That's we might say it's against the law, but we wouldn't normally call it illegal, even though technically it is. But then now, yes, we're just giving a lot of connotation to these terms to where they're taking on some new meaning. And MAGA speaks a different language from us. Like, especially when it comes to a lot of political terms, they speak a totally different language from the rest of us. They are saying totally different things. And there's a lot of stuff that I have to translate for, like when we're talking about things like equality versus equity. The right flips the definitions for those, and the left like uses them the inverse. And so it's hard to they are totally correct in when they say that like people you control the language and you can control the way that people conceptualize things. Obviously within linguistics they talk a lot about the fact that like different languages have completely different concepts around words, and some languages actually don't even have concepts that other languages do. Like they don't have a word for it, and if they don't have a word for the concept, it just doesn't exist. There's not a way to communicate that thing. Which is why like a lot of things are cool with slang, is that with slang and new terms that come out, we have like better concepts that exist. For a long time we had the word bitch, but that didn't really capture what a Karen is. Like a Karen is a whole other fucking concept, that she's a bitch also. And in the past, we would have just said she's a bitch. But now we have a more concise concept that exists that is very, very clear. It's very particular, and everybody knows what the fuck a Karen is. Nobody's ever going to name their kid Karen ever again. That's going to be horrible. But yes, we're coming up with more and more terms to explain other types of concepts that we didn't have words for before, and the other languages are doing the same thing. But it's like it changes the way that you can think about things. It changes the way that you conceptualize something, because even just seeing somebody who embodies a Karen concept or a Karen prototype, you now have baggage in your mind around that person and already might expect them to act in a certain way or do a certain thing that somebody who doesn't know the concept of Karen and doesn't know what the prototype would look like has no idea and is not looking for the same things that you might be looking for, or reading things the same way that you're reading them. And so it's interesting the way that like controlling language, like it can change the entire way that you think about something. And that is where they say that like they called everybody communists in their church. They called everybody Marxists and shit like that. For me, I talk to Marxists all the time. I talk to communists all the time. Like, I don't like them. I don't like their politics. I don't agree with them. Obviously, I debate them on this shit, but the concept, if you grew up in a church and on the right and the evangelical right, if somebody's a communist or a Marxist, this is satanic. This is satanic shit. This is evil people. These are people who want to fucking kill you. These are murderers. These are like bloodthirsty fucking thugs and nutcases. Like they're nuts. They're crazy, right? And this is what they think of when they think of a communist or a Marxist. It's very stigmatized. It's got a lot of baggage, a lot of weight that comes with it. So yeah, it's interesting when you look at MAGA in the way that they, and just the evangelical right as overall, the way that they use language is not the way that the dictionary uses it. It's not the way that the or ever has, that's not the way that things have been defined, but they're very particular about definitions and like what a woman is and shit like that when they choose to be. But with all of these other words, they're happy to use them totally incorrectly, as socialism, communism, Marxism, all of this shit. They have no fucking idea what they're talking about.
They have Tylenol now, but their entire way of life is gone, and not only their way of life, but their autonomy, right? Their ability to have a say and control in their future gets eliminated. And there probably could be ways to provide aid that you don't do that. But when these organizations aren't just an institute for linguistics, but are actually a part of missionary organizations that are going in seeking to convert these people, and the gift being given at gunpoint isn't just medicine or material goods, it's the gift of faith given at gunpoint, then the historical record speaks for itself. It's been absolutely brutalizing. Look at all of the indigenous communities across Latin America today and here in the United States. A lot of the same language that we use to talk about the Latin American indigenous communities in the 60s, 70s, and 80s is the same language that we use talking about westward expansion here in the United States, the white man's burden.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. And I think this might be the place where I talk about something that I learned from your research here.
Better not.
So I didn't include it in the video because I knew that I was just going to end up like screaming and throwing a temper tantrum about it, and I needed to stay somewhat more centered for this video. But so I'm combing through the research notes. I mean, a massive amount of research, a massive amount of very well-cited notes. Thank you, by the way. Fantastic work. I'm combing through that, and I realized I had missed something after I had filmed the video. And I'm like, oh, I haven't seen this note yet. I go through, and a word catches my eye, and that's Letourneau. Robert Letourneau, or as I was taught to call him, R.G. Letourneau, the founder of my university, Letourneau University.
Wow.
I've talked about going to the school a good amount, and I think that any kind of ridiculous or traumatic experience that I've shared from there really pales in comparison to what I learned about the origins of R.G. Letourneau and my university from your research.
I don't know what Letourneau is.
So I went ahead and made little graphics out of the quotations that you shared from your research. I'm gonna pull them up, and let's just read this.
Okay.
All right. Define who is Letourneau. Letourneau. Robert Gilmore, R.G. Letourneau, 1888 to 1969, was a pioneering American industrialist, inventor, and manufacturer known as the father of the modern earth-moving industry. He held nearly 300 patents revolutionizing heavy machinery with innovations like electric wheels and scrapers. This company provided 70% of the earth-moving equipment used by Allied forces in World War II. He invented electric wheels. There were cars already by World War II. What the fuck are we talking about? There were cars before World War I. What? How the fuck did he? The electric wheels. Founded Letourneau University in Longview, Texas, with his wife Evelyn. Faith in philanthropy, known as a devout Christian who famously tithed 90% of his income. Nickname often referred to as mover of men and mountains. Okay.
I'm gonna emote a lot. So, Colton, do you want to read this first one for me?
Yeah, let's do it. Okay. SIL Peru became a laboratory for future advances to develop a program which would serve governments opening up jungle as well as SIL's evangelical aim. The Jungle Aviation and Radio Services, JARS, incorporated in 1948, ran supplies to military garrisons and relied upon commercial traffic, especially oil company traffic, to subsidize flights for Bible translators. To further strengthen SIL's alliance with the state against the Catholic challenge, Townsend in 1955 promoted colonization and promised that under SIL's influence, Indians would cooperate.
So explicitly, this is about colonization, and there is purposeful, intentional, frequent collaboration with the U.S. military and military governments in Latin America. Now, here is the part that, oh, that's not it. That's Cliff Knechtle being a dickhead somewhere else.
Nice.
Here's the part that floored me. In May 1953, he introduced, this is Cameron Townsend, I believe, he introduced the Texan industrialist.
Do they mean Indian or Native American? I would assume Native American. But if we're talking about World War II, I'm not sure. It's 1948, so this is around a lot going on in like the Middle East. I'm not sure. I don't know.
And partner of God, Robert Letourneau, to President Manuel, is it Adria?
I think so.
The president of, I think that this is Peru. Letourneau's party included SIL treasurer William Nyman. That's the source is the Peruvian Times. The Peruvian Times reported that Letourneau was one.
Is this the evangelism as a psyop video? I haven't seen it yet. No, it isn't. That might have been the last video that we watched.
Robert Letourneau.
Oh wait, I've got it over on the other screen. Evangelical Christianity is literally a psyop. Yeah, we watched that earlier. I don't know. It was all right. I gave my thoughts on it at like a certain point. I think towards the middle or the beginning of it, but it was a little, yeah. I don't think I agree with him overall, but kind of do. So yeah. By the way, Z-King, that is a sick fucking badge you have next to your name, good sir. If I can say, that thing looks fucking dope. That is nice. Look at that bad boy. That's fucking pretty. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. All right, I'm heading out. I'll be back on later tonight. We're doing a panel. It's going to start around 8:30, so be ready. Make sure you guys join the Discord. There, we might do call-ins towards the end, so we'll do those through the Discord if we do. So join the Discord and then save all your money. Go search your couch cushions. Take whatever you need to out of your kids' savings account or college funds or whatever. And get ready to send lots of donations tonight for the question portions or for you guys if you want to come on. I will be back on then. Follow me on Twitter. Links are in the description. And make sure you hit the thumbs up button. Appreciate you. Love you. See you next time. Later, fools.